Chapter 1. A Good Death. The Romans cheered as her father's blood spilled like rain upon the sands, their thundering shouts shaking the foundations of the great Colosseum. She flinched with every blow to the man whose powerful shoulders she rode on as a child, who taught her to read, who showed her all the hidden wonders of the world. Part of her felt every cut, every broken bone. Her pulse quickened with a flicker of hope every time he lashed out with the rusted old gladius that was his only defence. But hope was fleeting when there were 6 men circling him like a pack of starving dogs, hungry for flesh. Armoured men with bronze skin and fine weapons, their faces hidden behind rough brass helmets. Those who were about to die. Gladiators. Vesper was close enough to see the pain etched on her father's face when they cut him deep across the back. But she might as well have been a world away, as her tattooed arms strained against the rough iron gate barring her way. The Gate of Life, as the Romans called it, the doorway to the arena, a place that promised death to all who passed through, with only victory granting life once more. "You should not worry, girl," said a tall shadow of a man, hidden in the dark tunnel behind her, speaking matter-of-factly while he inspected one of the many weapon racks scattered throughout the area. His fine sandals were stained red by the blood of the dead running down the gutters. He walked partially into the light, and Vesper saw that he had the dark skin and angular features found among the people of her home province of Africa Proconsularis. Yet he was dressed in the style of a Roman noble. Fine white robes hung past his knees, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, and to her surprise, a purple sash of office was attached at the shoulder, falling across his breast. This was no common lanista or flesh peddler who managed gladiators and other sins of the flesh. This was a man of station, of power. He looked past her to the spectacle on the sands, nodding to himself before continuing with a self-satisfied smile. "Your father was offered a good death, a way to redeem himself for his crimes. He, at least, had the decency to accept it. You should too. Your fate will be the same. It won't be long now." "My father spent his entire life serving the Empire," she said through clenched teeth as she turned to face him fully, surging against the heavy chains binding her wrists and ankles. "Does Commodus not have any understanding of what our family has done for him? For his father?" The Roman flinched at her intensity, glancing over his shoulder to a pair of burly legionnaires for reassurance, before continuing. "Commodus and the people of Rome would disagree with you," he said over the roaring cheers that shook the Colosseum once more, their stomping feet shaking loose dust and grit from the rafters above that stung her eyes. "It looks like everyone, high and low, came to watch him die." Looking back at what she could see of the packed arena, Vesper could only agree. While her father was only a small part of today's events, the idea of a high-ranking official dying, ad gladium executed in combat for their enjoyment, inflamed the plebeians and highborn alike, even if they had no idea who he was or what he did for the empire. "He betrayed his oaths," continued the Roman, wrinkling his nose in disgust. "He plotted to murder a man he swore to protect." The clash of steel, followed by a booming cheer, tore her attention away from the man, her eyes darting back beyond the Gate of Life, to the arena, hungry to see what caused the stir, praying he was still with them. Her father lay on his back, a fallen gladiator beside him, and above, a towering murmillo staggered back when her father's foot connected with his groin, a cloud of dust circling them both, as his chest rose and fell hurriedly like a spent animal. "You lie," she whispered, not looking back. "He would never do such a thing." "He did," countered the Roman, "and you and all your people will pay the price for his sins. Blood for blood." Vesper's eyes narrowed at his words, a chill running through her even in the oppressive heat of the afternoon. "What do you mean, my people?" The Roman cleared his throat, raising his chin. The child is responsible for the sins of the father. That is why you are here. But it has also been decided that your entire line must be culled, so that the evil you spread will stop here. From this day forth, the Osei will be no more. We have seen to that." "You can't do that," said Vesper, blinking tears away, shocked that the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius had vanished so quickly. "Since the founding of the Pax Romana, for 200 years, the Osei, my people, have served, protected the life of the Emperor with our own, given our blood for the good of the Empire." "Commodus does not believe as his father did. He sees you, Osei, for the charlatans you are. He will trust in your tricks no longer. He will have every last of your kind removed from the Empire," he said, eyeing her marked skin. Vesper followed his gaze to the ace on her arms, the concentric patterns that helped her touch the worlds beyond the world. With a start, she realised he was staring at her chest too, and her chained hand drifted to the baobab tree tattooed on her skin, hidden by the ragged leather vest. To the untrained, the markings she bore were just pretty pictures drawn on the flesh of savages, but to her and her people, they were a path to power, beyond the understanding of men. "Let me out of these chains and I'll show you how much of a charlatan I am," she said. The Roman bent over laughing, his mocking voice echoing off the rough-hewn walls of the tunnel. "Don't bother making empty threats. I know all about your people, your bloodline, and the power you wield. But you are at the very heart of Rome, girl," he said with a snort, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "There is no sacred wood here, no baobab tree, no connection, only the might of the Empire. You have no strength in this place." Vesper bowed her head, knowing there was truth in what he was saying. To her people, nature's energy was the fire that drove all creation, and from it sprung all things, the spark of life surrounding us, binding us together in a vast tapestry that one could see if you looked in the right way. But here, in the heart of Rome, the natural order had been upended. Something about this place corrupted all who lived here, and because of this, it was little more than a dark void in humanity's story, a ragged hole in the tapestry, leaving her connection to her power faint, like the distant light of a fading star. "I'll find a way," she began, pulling at her chains. "Your father said as much, for all the good it did him." She opened her mouth to protest, when her eye was drawn to a dim shadow that flickered into being behind the tall Roman, vanishing a heartbeat later, only to appear at her side, coiling around her like a serpent, its cold embrace sending shivers through her, despite the heat. "There are other paths to power," said the shadow, in a rasping whisper only meant for her ear. "We could burn all these foolish Romans to ash. Kill them all. Save your father. You just have to accept your destiny and set me free." Vesper shook her head, squeezing her eyes shut, trying to banish it, knowing that the creature wasn't really there. It existed only in the dark corners of her mind, attached to her soul. "No, you can't be here. You're trapped, locked away," she said through clenched teeth, her stomach churning with worry. "Who are you talking to?" said the Roman, narrowing his eyes. "There's no one." A booming cheer erupted from the crowd once more, drawing their attention back to battle on the sands. Her father was on his knees, clutching at his belly while trying to keep his insides from spilling out, his face a mask of pain. The gladiators who had been beating him circled like carrion birds, putting their backs to him while their arms were raised in victory to the hungry crowd, whipping the masses into a frenzy with the promise of more blood. "No," she whispered, as a wiry gladiator with a gladius in each hand approached him from behind, his blades flashing in the sun as he raised them high. Vesper tore against the chains binding her, growling like a caged animal, pulling at the gate with every ounce of her strength while blood flowed freely down her wrists. For a moment she held out hope when she saw him shift his legs to stand, But then she blinked, and it was over. The blades had done their work, separating her father's head from his neck with a clean blow, the body falling into the dirt while the crowd leapt to their feet with glee. Vesper sagged to her knees and hung by the chains, shaking her head in a poor attempt to drive the image from her mind. Through her racking sobs, she wished that this was all just a bad dream, that she just had to wake up and she would be home, her family with her around the hearth, listening to one of her father's stories about life at court, about the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the glory of Rome. "Take my hand," whispered the voice. "Free me, and you won't suffer your father's fate. I can give you the strength to survive this." The sound of metal grinding on stone snapped her away from her fantasies, even from the strange voice. Beams of brilliant sunlight cast away the shadows as the gate of life was raised, sending her scurrying back and gasping in horror as a pair of filth-covered men dragged her father's body past her like a piece of rotten meat, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake. Without ceremony, the pair threw him on top of the rest of the day's dead that were piled in a putrid corner, and then, without ceremony, began fishing through the shredded remains of his robes, hunting for anything of value. Unable to look away, Vesper gasped in surprise when the pair of soldiers flanking the Roman approached, one unlocking the shackles on her wrists and ankles, while the others shoved a crude gladius into her hands. Rubbing her hands along the cool metal, she stared at the short sword, dumbfounded, cocking her head in confusion. The Roman, seeing her reaction, smirked. "Your tricks cannot save you now, so take the blade, and at least try and give the crowd a good show, a good death." The guards backed away while she eyed the weapon, her lips turning into a frown. "This sword is brittle, unbalanced," she said in a flat tone, her heart numb. Only a fool would trust their life with it. "It doesn't matter what weapon you have in hand. You are here to die, no more. The auditor is calling for the next contest. It is time," said the Roman, motioning for the soldiers to get her moving. Vesper drew in a shuddering breath, ignoring the prodding of the soldiers. She took a final glance over at her father's body, feeling like she'd been kicked in the belly, knowing she was about to share his fate, to die and be left like a piece of meat to rot in some darkened corner. Steeling her resolve, she stumbled through the gate of life, onto the sands into the full light of day, and a hush fell over the crowd. Squinting at the hot sun beaming down on her while she walked in silence toward the men whose duty it was to end her life, all the while wondering at the hush which had fallen over the arena. Her father had taught her that the Romans had fanciful names for all the different types of gladiators, each based on their armour and weapons they used. But to her they all looked the same. Men in armour with crude weapons, trained to kill for the pleasure of the crowd, destined to die on the sands. She glanced down at the gladius in her hand and shook her head, wanting to throw the near-useless weapon away. Vesper had been meant to replace her father one day, far in the future, and had only just begun her training to one day serve Rome and the emperor, and as such, she had been taught only the basics of fighting with a gladius. In truth, her true strength was her connection to the natural world, her ability to manipulate Ace to produce change in the reality around her. But here, so far away from her village, and the towering baobab tree that touched all things, she lacked the spark, the connection required to do anything meaningful. But she would still call on her meagre reserves to give herself a fighting chance. Walking toward her death, she touched the baobab tattoo beneath her vest, the words of her ancestors spilling from her lips, while she pulled at the faint threads of the weave that connected all life. The tapestry was weak here at the heart of Rome, ragged and torn by the corruption of those who lived here, but she managed to draw some strength from it. She only prayed that it would be enough. The sands were suddenly kicked up by gusts of wind, the very air humming with energy as she reached deep into the well of power that surrounded all living things, bringing it forth, pouring it through her limbs. The ace on her arms and legs pulsed for a heartbeat, and the crude gladius in her hand felt lighter, her step more balanced, her stride faster. She then drew the crude, short sword along her tattooed forearm, and tiny arcs of lightning ran up and down the uneven blade, making it blanched, like a blade made by the finest smith, its steel newly glittering in the sunlight. Arriving at the centre of the arena, Vesper pointed the blade at the 4 remaining gladiators who, seeing her challenge, laughed as they moved to flank her, thinking she was easy prey. "You may kill me here today, but I promise I won't go alone. I will take as many of you with me as I can," she shouted. "Blood for blood." The flickering shadow appeared beside her again, its whisper drowning out the thunder of the crowd. "Call on my power when you are ready. I will answer, and you will live to see tomorrow. Live to have your vengeance." "Ancestors, be with me," she whispered to herself as the auditor, high above on the podium, drew down a closed fist, giving the command for the battle to begin. With a roar, Vesper charged, praying she could make her boast true and kill as many of them as she could, for herself, for her father, and for her people. Chapter 2. Fallen Empress. Annia Aurelia Galeria Lucilla, former Empress of Rome, sister to the current emperor, stood in awe. In all of her life she had never seen anyone match the bravery of the girl on the sands. From the cubiculum, the imperial box, she watched as the young woman strode toward 4 fully armed gladiators without a hint of fear of the men who were meant to execute her. From the instant she stepped through the gate of life, the normally thundering crowd of the Colosseum had fallen to a nervous hush, silenced by the bizarre appearance of a woman on the sands, more so because of the blade in her hand and the promise of death about to befall her. The gladiators were hesitant while she approached, giving one another questioning glances. The order of the day was to execute a few traitors to the empire, often a common task before the true contests, not to belittle themselves facing a woman. It simply wasn't done. "Well, she certainly looks repulsive," said her brother, Commodus, leaning forward in his chair, his eyes locked on the girl. "These barbarians from the far reaches of the empire are little more than animals." "She's beautiful," disagreed Lucilla, shaking her head. The girl certainly looked exotic, like nothing she had ever seen before, but stunning and strange. Her tight mane of braided hair and dark skin marked her as one of the savages from the south, most likely Africa Proconsularis or some other far-off place that she had only read about. However, she had a noble bearing, with high cheekbones and dark eyes, but most odd were the strange markings, tattoos of odd geometric patterns flowing up and down her arms and legs. "She is the daughter of the traitor Abio," said Sauterus, the emperor's chamberlain, who had only just arrived, threading his way through the throng of guards and sycophants that filled the imperial box, and taking a seat on Commodus's other side, adjusting his purple sash of office before continuing. "You ordered for her to be found and executed along with her father, her village destroyed. I saw to it personally as you ordered." Her brother gave him a dismissive wave, nodding to himself. "Yes, I remember now. Good. It's well past time that their line was culled." Lucilla raised an eyebrow at his words, disgusted by her brother's callousness, but not surprised. Abio and his family had served the empire for almost 200 years, since Caesar crossed the Rubicon. I still can't believe he was a traitor. "I am not," said Sauterus, leaning forward to catch her eye. "I never trusted them. Their kind can never be trusted. Since the murder of Emperor Nerva, they have protected the empire from the unseen, from the dark powers wielded by the barbarians at our gates," she said, frowning at the chamberlain, shaking her head at the man's ignorant stupidity. Lucilla turned attention back to the girl. She had known Abio for most of her life and had liked him. They'd had long conversations about Rome, about his people, the Ose, and the role they played in the empire. For as long as she could remember, he was always at her father's side, a silent shadow and advisor. She remembered meeting his wife long ago, but had never met his daughter. Abio had talked about her often and told her she was training to one day, hopefully, replace him, at least when the gods decided to take him from this life. Lucilla had liked him far better than the dusky-skinned chamberlain, who seemed more interested in amassing power and wealth than to serve Rome. The common folk had just begun to grumble at the spectacle of a woman fighting when the auditor gave the command to begin. Without pause, the girl hurled herself at a towering Murmillo facing her, ignoring a weak slash from the surprised warrior as she took advantage of her smaller size to sneak past his guard, slamming into his gut to shoulder the giant man from his feet, the clash of steel and flesh filling the air. Lucilla was amazed at her speed. Then, without pause, she bounded to her feet and continued on, leaving the bigger man to bleed on the sand after a series of blindingly fast jabs from her gladius, a series of deep gashes decorating her arms, the only price of removing an enemy from the field. The other gladiators were more cautious now, approaching her with the due often given to skilled challengers. With a roar, she slashed wide with her blade, while in the same motion deflecting a jab from a hoplomachus, a lightly armoured gladiator specialised in spear and shield, her powerful attack forcing her much larger opponent back. The spear-wielding gladiator countered, spinning and striking low, knocking the girl from her feet to land hard on her back. Lucilla covered her mouth with a trembling hand, not daring to blink. Undeterred, the girl battled from her back as the remaining 3 gladiators pounced, her gladius a silver blur as she fought back against spear and sword, twisting and dodging like a snake on the sands. She had just managed to fight to her knees when she made a clumsy strike for the spear-wielder's leg, and the man easily dodged, making her pay with a deep gash down her back. "This should be over quickly now," said Commodus, studying the cheering crowd. "She does have spirit, though, I will grant her that, and the crowd seems to like her. It might have been amusing to have her fight another woman, or a small child. I may clear out some of the city's whorehouses and throw them onto the sands, see how it plays out." "A fine idea, Caesar," said Salterus with a smile that didn't show his teeth. Lucilla bit her tongue, trying to not lash out at the chamberlain. Commodus, for some reason, thought highly of the man, despite his poor judgment and lack of intelligence. Ignoring them, she returned her attention to the battle, hoping her brother would forget the random idea if it wasn't spoken of again. She found the girl not faring well. She had battled her way back to her feet, but had clearly paid the price, as she was bleeding freely from cuts on her arms and a nasty gash on her forehead. Her attacks were slower now, her shuffling feet kicking up plumes of dust. When they came at her again, Lucilla tried to keep her features calm, not wanting to show favour, but her hands were locked onto her chair in a white-knuckled grip as the girl stumbled about, ducking to avoid losing her head from a wild swing by the remaining Murmillo, only to be caught off guard by a massive blow from his shield that lifted her bodily off the ground and knocked high into the air, spinning her end over end, blood trailing from her lips. She crashed onto the sands with a loud crunch, and Lucilla could hear her groans even from this distance. She had managed to scramble to her hands and knees just as a second attacker kicked her in the ribs, with enough force to send her tumbling into the air again, sending her limp and battered form rolling onto her back. Lucilla leaned back in her chair as the gladiators, being the showmen they were trained to be, played to the crowd, whipping up their bloodlust while ignoring the sobbing girl, knowing she was finished. Glancing around at the roaring mass, she felt a wave of disgust. They enjoyed watching that young woman's blood being spilled and enjoyed watching her being tortured. Such brave gladiators, 3 of them against a single girl. Very impressive, she said, cringing the moment the words left her mouth. To her relief, Commodus only laughed, taking a sip of his wine and not bothering to look at her. "My dear sister, are you feeling sorry for the girl?" "Why? Her father betrayed us. It's best that she dies here, today. That way we won't have to worry about her or her people." Lucilla pressed her lips together, frowning as the hoplomachus picked up a fallen axe, and then turned his attention to the podium, waiting for the command from the Emperor to end the girl's life. She did feel sorry for the girl. Her father would never have betrayed the Empire. She was dying for nothing. And she felt pity for herself for not saying more, for being such a coward, for not standing up for truth and honour. Chapter 3. Crossroads. Her ribs cracked like splintering wood when the Murmillo's heavy boot slammed into her chest, sending white-hot needles of searing agony through her lungs. Rolling onto her side, Vesper sucked in shallow, shuddering breaths, while scrambling to avoid the next blow, knowing she had to keep moving or die. But she was spent, and her limbs refused to listen. From the corner of her eye, she watched another gladiator stalk toward her, bouncing the flat end of a wicked-looking axe on his open palm, his lips turned up in a grim smile. Vesper stretched for a gladius that had fallen just at the edge of her reach, ignoring the coarse sand stinging her bloodied hands and arms, pretending that the pain was someone else's. The tips of her fingers had just grazed the hilt of the weapon when, without mercy, the bronzed warrior stomped on the offending hand, brutally crushing her bones together and stopping her in her tracks, stealing what little hope for survival she had left. Squinting up at the pack of warriors circling her, her shoulders fell. It was over, and she would die alone on the sands. Her body would be tossed out with the rest of the day's dead, just like her father, cast aside and forgotten. "Let me die on my feet! Die a good death!" She spat as the axe-wielder stopped in front of her, his tall frame blocking the sun. The bronze-skinned gladiator hesitated and then stepped back, watching her like a predator while she struggled to her feet. "A good death is all we can hope for," he said, giving her a salute and hefting the axe above his head. A hush fell over the crowd as she struggled to her feet, her eyes never leaving the chipped axe in his calloused hand. Standing to her full height, Vesper raised her chin, wanting to be brave, wanting to be defiant to the end, despite the lancing pain in her chest. But when the gladiator raised his axe, she flinched, fear taking hold, and her defiance evaporated. Knowing she was about to die, she did the only thing she could to survive, a thing she swore she would never do again. "Lilith!" she screamed, raising a bloody hand above her head. "I call on you!" The words had only just left her lips when the sun dimmed, and the world around her ground to a halt, the falling axe suddenly frozen in time. A blast of stinking wind filled her nose as the lower answered her call, gathering itself around her like a serpent. "I am here, daughter. Open yourself to me, and I will grant you my power. Together we will destroy your enemies," it began, speaking in excited whispers. "No," coughed Vesper, grimacing at the stabbing pain in her chest as she sucked in slow, shallow breaths to ease the hurt. "Not like that. Not like before." The lower snarled, slamming into her, pounding, raging. "You dare!" it shouted at last, and the world vanished, the gladiator with his axe, the Colosseum, the crowds, gone like they had never existed, and Vesper found herself in a place she swore she would never see again. A cobblestone path in a cloying darkness stretched out as far as she could see, surrounded by a barren, lifeless soil that faded to inky shadows not far beyond the path. Spread out before her, the road forked, vanishing over a crested rise in one direction and descending into darkness in the other. "What do you want?" whispered a voice behind her, sending a chill up her spine. Vesper turned to find the lower holding a sputtering lantern in hand, its black cloak hanging in tatters. "To live," said Vesper in disgust, hating herself for what she had invoked in her moment of weakness. A horrible cackle spilled from the lower's lips, and Vesper felt small, weak. "The hunger for life. Such a simple thing, but so fleeting," it said. "Yet when we met here not so long ago, you looked down on me for wanting to live again. Punish me for my need to feel the hot sun on my skin, to have my lungs filled with air, for the simple desire to taste wine on my tongue." She wrinkled her nose in disgust at the creature, moving back. Vesper's mind turned in circles. She was terrified of this place, terrified of who and what the lower could be. "I don't understand. Are you her?" The shadow flickered, twisting and shifting until its features were a mirror of her own. "Are you her?" mocked the lower, its lips twisting into a sneer. "I am always with you, my sweet daughter, my evening star, my Vesper." "That's not possible," said Vesper through gritted teeth, inching back. "I locked you away, trapped you. How?" "I am not free, child. I am trapped just as you intended," said the lower, its form twisting and bending in a way that made Vesper's stomach turn. "Nothing has changed." Vesper narrowed her eyes, searching the lower for any hints of the woman she once was. "Then how is it we are speaking, that you can pull me away like this?" The lower spun around, dancing back and forth between shapes, its face changing with every breath. "I have done nothing. We are in your mind, and thought is faster than any blade. As to how we are able to speak, we are in Rome, my sweet daughter," she said with a shrug, as if it explained everything. "Don't call me that." "What? Daughter?" she scoffed, her rotting grin stretching wide. "You can deny me all you wish, but I am your blood. I made you. You're a monster who tried to steal my life. Right now I am a monster with the power to keep you among the living. If I die, you die," whispered Vesper. "So now what are—" "Strike a bargain," said her mother, "and quickly. The axe falls ever closer. I trusted you once, and it almost cost me my body, my soul." "I want neither of those things, child," said the lower. "The bargain we will make will be simple. Lessen the strength of my prison, so that I can see and hear the world through you. In return, I will share my knowledge with you, grant you the strength to survive today. That is all." "That's all," said Vesper, biting her lower lip. Months ago, when she had first trapped the lower of her mother, she had absorbed a great deal of her knowledge, with Ace and with the blade, but over time it had all faded, leaving her with only a faint memory of it all. Her mother smiled, somehow knowing that a bargain had been struck, that she had won. "That's all. A favour as well?" Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, not sure that she was dead, and this was some trick of her dying mind. "What favour?" she asked suddenly, her curiosity getting the best of her. "It is not important for now. Just be reassured that it is nothing that shall hurt you, only make you more powerful when the time comes," said her mother, spreading her arms wide. "I will tell you of it later, or perhaps never. Who knows? But if you wish to live, you must decide quickly. Our time hiding from the world is nearly spent." Vesper understood this place was safe and secure, but temporary. Back in the real world, she lay broken and beaten on the sands, an axe aimed at her neck. With a shaking hand, she reached out for the lower, wrapping her arms around the filthy creature and pulling it close. "I accept," she said in a trembling voice, feeling like there was no other way. The instant the words passed from her lips, a surge of heat passed through her, and her bones throbbed, and her heart pounded out of her chest. Before she knew what she was doing, a dark invocation spilled from her lips, hate-filled words full of rage, calling on beings whose power was fueled by the worst of humanity. Wrath, greed, lust, murder. Her entire body tensed, every muscle straining as she let out a primeval scream. The power she had called upon flooded her limbs, stitching her wounds, and filling her with a strength she never imagined possible. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and she found herself back on the sands, her pain gone, but with the gladiator still poised above her. She blinked, and the blade fell. Reacting on instinct, she slapped her hands together, catching the notched metal between her palms. She smiled in triumph as the colour drained from the gladiator's face when she ripped the weapon from his grip like he was a child. Vesper flipped the axe over one-handed and, in a single smooth motion, swung it faster than the eye could see, removing the man's head from his neck while planting a savage kick into his midsection to push the headless body away from her. Looking out at the stunned crowd, she had never felt so much hatred in her heart. These people had taken everything away from her, and now they were cheering for her. They were monsters. Her family had spent the last 200 years protecting and defending the worst of humanity. Turning to face the remaining pair of gladiators, she swore she would make every last Roman pay. She would burn the empire to the ground, no matter the cost. Chapter 4. Domina. Commodus laughed, cheering along with the rest of the booming crowd as the girl removed the gladiator's head with a wicked cut and then kicked away his flailing corpse. "By the gods," said Lucilla, wanting to spring to her feet and cheer herself. "I was sure she was done." Her brother gave her a wide grin, showing his perfect teeth, before turning a hawkish glare to the entire Colosseum. "Look how she ignites the crowd. They love her." "Look at that," said Lucilla, pointing as the girl charged the two remaining gladiators, a Dimachurus bearing a pair of wickedly sharp blades, and the last Murmillo, who crouched behind a shield as tall as he was. The girl attacked like the wind, her single gladius ringing against the twin blades of the Dimachurus, while she manoeuvred to keep both of the bigger men at bay. Lucilla held her breath as she watched the martial dance, mesmerised by every thrust and riposte, not daring to blink lest she miss a moment. She thought it would go on forever, when suddenly the Murmillo ducked low and rolled beneath her guard, coming up from the sands with a brutal uppercut with the hilt of his sword that knocked her onto the sands once more, her flailing body kicking up a cloud of dust. This time the men didn't waste any time. No longer underestimating her, there was no quarter, no playing to the crowd as they closed in to finish her. Lucilla shot out of her seat, trying to get a better view, cursing the gladiators' massive frames blocking her sight. "Do you think she will survive?" she asked her brother. A low, booming thunderclap reverberated through the Colosseum, answering her question before Commodus could. The men staggered, blasted back by some unseen force, both of them landing hard a few feet away. Lucilla's jaw fell open when she saw the girl unhurt and alive, on one knee, trembling. Not taking a moment to rest, she bounded after the shield-wielding gladiator, who was rolling away, trying to get to his feet. Without mercy, she struck, her blade a whirlwind of steel flashing in the afternoon sun. The crowd erupted to massive cheers, roaring to their feet when she sliced through his leg just below the knee, and then left another deep gash on his chest, before turning to face her last opponent. The pair of them circled one another, the Dimachurus, a showman for sure, spinning his twin blades, the girl levelling her single blood-stained gladius at him. Then, as if they heard some invisible clarion call, the Dimachorus gave her a salute. With a snap, they closed the distance with a titanic clash of steel and flesh, the girl painting figure eights with the blade, and then thrusting hard, testing her opponent, who lazily knocked the blade aside. He immediately countered, moving left, then right as he swung his blades high and low, a hunger for a quick kill apparent in his reaching attacks. The girl met one of his blades with steel and stepped back to avoid the other. Undeterred, he continued, feinting low with both blades and then going right, before swinging for her head. The girl continued to defend, giving up ground as she pivoted and dodged to avoid the incoming strikes, keeping her gladius in close, using it almost like a shield. "She's drawing him in," said Commodus, steepling his fingers, his breath coming quickly, letting him waste his strength, being the aggressor. Lucilla could only nod, mesmerised by the battle. Her brother loved the games and was fascinated by the art of killing. Yes, but then she'll have nowhere to go. She will be trapped by the wall of the Colosseum. A heartbeat later, Lucilla's prediction came true, as the girl had run out of room and had to fight with her back against the wall. The Dimachorus was relentless, his twin blades trapping her in place. Then, without warning, the girl did the impossible, her hand somehow piercing the wall behind. Lucilla, along with the crowd, fell silent when both combatants vanished in a cloud of dust and grit that appeared from nowhere. It lasted only an instant, but when it was gone, the gladiator was staggering, blind as a bat, while a vile cough spewed from his throat as he tried to scrub something from his eyes. The girl, unaffected by the strange occurrence, approached him with an unnatural calm. Easily avoiding his flailing blades, she plunged her crude gladius into the blind man's chin, driving it up through his skull. Lucilla clapped excitedly while the girl twisted the weapon deep while his blood spilled over her hands, raining onto the sands. When the body stopped twitching, she let it fall, and the Colosseum exploded into a deafening roar, the plebeians and noble alike bounding to their feet in awe of the impossible spectacle they had just witnessed. The girl turned to face the pulvis, striding across the sand as if she were out for a stroll, and had not just killed 4 heavily armed gladiators. All the while the stadium rocked with the booming voices of the crowd raised in unison, chanting, "Live! Live! Live!" "Archers!" screamed Salterus, his face twisted with rage as he bounded from his chair, storming over to the grey-haired first centurion, who commanded the soldiers on the podium and was in charge of the security of the Colosseum. "Kill her! Kill her now!" The centurion officer gave Salterus a bored look, glancing at the emperor for direction. "By the will of the gods, she has defeated everyone put in her path," said Lucilla, raising her chin high. "She should be allowed to live." Salterus sneered at her, his nostrils flaring. "Caesar has ordered her life forfeited," he said. "Her reprieve on the sands was intended only to entertain the crowd." Commodus took a deep swallow of his wine, his smile widening. "Well, I, for one, was entertained. And as we said, it may be fun to keep her around for some amusement. What harm could it do? Besides, it's a fine day, and we are feeling merciful. It is wise to keep the mob happy." Lucilla felt like a weight had vanished from her shoulders when her brother stood, waving the crowd to silence. Ever the showman, he slowly raised his arm, pausing for a time to build suspense, before finally giving a thumbs up, sending the crowd surging to their feet, whooping and cheering, screaming as if they had fought the battle themselves and came out victorious against the impossible. Down on the sands, Lucilla watched as the girl was led away by a group of heavily armed legionnaires. She imagined the girl felt some sort of relief, but by the way she tossed her head, and by the way she struggled, Lucilla worried that she would not see the sunrise tomorrow. Her feelings only grew when she turned to speak to her brother, She caught Salteris giving the girl a hard-eyed stare, his rage at her coming off him in waves. He looked like a spoiled child who had not gotten his way and was now sulking. In that moment, she knew she would have to do something more, something drastic. Her decision made, she leaned over, strangely nervous and excited all at once. "Commodus, the girl has inflamed a passion in me. I would like to see how far she can go in the arena," she began, squeezing her brother's hand. "I will be her patron, her domina. From this moment, she will belong to me to do with as I wish." Salteris opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a dismissive wave from Commodus, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. "This is most unexpected, but welcome," he said, squeezing her hand back. "I thought you did not share my love of the games, but it gives me great pleasure to see the passion in your eyes. I cannot deny you this. It will be good for us to fully enjoy together. We will see to it that she is properly trained in the gladiatorial arts. Philo, the Lannister at Ludus Magnus, will see that she is placed with a fine doctore, a trainer who will bring out the best in her." Lucilla leaned forward, catching Salteris's steely-eyed gaze, giving the man a mocking smile, before returning her attention to her brother. "Thank you, Caesar. You are merciful and kind. I will send word ahead and see to the girl personally." Chapter 5. Doctore. You stand on the sacred grounds of the Ludus Magnus, the greatest ludi in all of the Empire, and should thank the gods for the privilege of training on these sands, boomed Narcissus, snapping his whip above the heads of the latest batch of recruits, the sharp crack of the weapon making the undisciplined men lined up in front of him flinch. Narcissus extended a thickly muscled arm, pointing at the Colosseum in the distance. "Here, in the shadow of the arena, you will be broken by my hand, and then, if you are found worthy, moulded into a hero that all men will envy and every woman shall lust after. A god of the arena, a gladiator." Narcissus waited, glancing around at the few stragglers seated in the mostly empty seats that surrounded that training ground. The courtyard of the Ludus was truly sacred ground, and the gladiators that lounged around the dusty square were a testament to that. Even the weakest of them were champions in their own right, and often bested men from other houses and other cities in contests of 2 and 3 against 1. They all listened with knowing smiles to the speech, each of them having heard it countless times, knowing what was to come. For a moment he feared that this batch was somehow different, or that he had missed that look. But then he caught it, a roll of the eyes from a swarthy man, sticking out his pointed chin. He raced down the line, towering over the eye-roller, who shrank back. "Do you think that you do not require training?" began Narcissus, poking a finger into his scrawny chest before continuing. "That you are somehow better than the titans that have trained under my whip?" The swarthy man swallowed hard and shook his head. No, he stuttered, trembling like a newborn sheep. Narcissus snorted at the man and moved on, sensing that he was not what he was looking for. He lacked backbone and would probably be sent to the mines before long. "No, doctore!" shouted Narcissus, threading his whip over a calloused palm. "From this moment, every sentence you say shall end with doctore. Your lives are forfeited to me. I will be your teacher, your mother, your father. When you lie your head down to sleep at night, and when you awake with the light of dawn, my name shall be the first and last in your thoughts." Striding up the line, he stopped in front of a wiry man who looked like every ounce of fat had been boiled off him, his bronze skin scarred from head to toe. "You, where do you hail from?" he said, thinking he'd found his man. The wiry man sneered at Narcissus, before stammering in a language unfamiliar to the doctore's ear. Then, with nostrils flaring, he motioned to a round-faced man with a short beard standing beside him. "Forgiveness, doctore. "Nabil here does not speak the common tongue," said the round-faced man, bowing smoothly from the waist. "And you are?" said Narcissus, glaring at both men. Something about the way the wiry man held himself told him he had a great deal more experience than the common recruit. Men with extensive experience in the arena were difficult to mould, and he often had a harder time breaking them. "I am called Tahir, Doctore," he said, again bowing at the waist, his lips curling into a tight-lipped smile that never touched his dark eyes. Narcissus frowned as he appraised both men, his hackles rising as Nabil gave him a hard look. "Reform my words, then. Make sure he understands what I tell him." "Of course, Doctore," said Tahir, touching his forehead with the tips of his fingers. "He looks to have some skill," said Narcissus. "Ask him where he trained, and what style of gladiatorial arts he follows." Tahir turned to the wiry man, speaking in a rapid guttural tongue that Narcissus suspected was some dialect belonging to the nomadic Bedouin people of North Africa. When he was finished, the man spat on the ground, his eyes glittering like hardened diamonds. Tahir gave him a pained smile, his eyes narrowing as he looked back and forth between the two men. "Forgiveness, Doctore, but he says that he is from Carthage, that he was a champion among his people, and, again, apologies, Doctore, I do not wish to be punished for his words." Narcissus raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward, towering over the former champion of Carthage. When he spoke, his tone was calm, measured. "Say what you need to say. I will not punish you for the words of another." "Doctore is wise and kind," said Tahir, bowing again. "He says the only thing he can learn from a Celt is how to lie with sheep." The men at either side of them let out a low whistle, some of them snickering into their hands. "Silence!" he shouted, glaring down the line before crossing his arms across his thick chest, smoothing down his short beard. "Is that all?" "No, Doctore. He says that given the choice of fighting you or one of the many sheep you must lie with, he would prefer the sheep. They would most likely provide greater challenge." Narcissus sucked in a deep breath, fingering his whip. "Ask him his preferred choice of weapon." Tahir translated his words, speaking quickly, his eyes full of worry when he returned his attention to him. "He says he prefers a scimitar, and that the only reason he came to this stinking pus-filled hole was to prove that he was the greatest gladiator in all the empire." A wide smile crept across Narcissus's face. It never failed. Every batch of new recruits always had a man or two who was a champion in some backwater arena or fighting pit, and had come to Rome to prove himself. Today, this was the man he would use to set the example. Uncoiling his whip, he began unstrapping the leather vest he wore on most training days. "Linus," he shouted to an older man with thinning white hair and a bent back, "bring this man's steel. The champion of Carthage will demonstrate his greatness to us. We shall see if this man can stand up to a Celtic sheep-lover." "Give him a few thumps for me, Doctor," said Linus, helping him remove the leather chest-piece he wore with fingers that were surprisingly deft. "Are you sure you don't want to be the one to do it, old friend?" said Narcissus, scrubbing away sweat from his thick, hairy chest. "The will is there, Doctor," said Linus with an easy smile before shrugging. "But the body—" Narcissus nodded, fully understanding. The old man had survived more battles in the arena than he could count, and somehow, through it all, he had managed to keep his head, along with the rest of himself, intact. With the permission of his dominus, he had done what few gladiators had ever done: retire. But after all the battles, all the victories, the only life he had ever known was among his brothers in the Ludus. So instead of finding a piece of land and a young wife, he spent his days doing what he had always done, training and fighting on the sands. While the old man fetched a weapon for the champion of Carthage, Narcissus walked over to the lockbox, where he kept his armour, a surge of anticipation making his blood race. His dominus, his master, had told him long ago that he was too valuable as Doctore to risk in the Colosseum. His ability to mould champions was unparalleled in Rome, and he was treated far better than most slaves, often rewarded in ways that elevated him above many free men, and he was grateful for it. But every time he donned his armour to make an example of one of these backwater upstarts, he felt a thrill in his heart and longed for days gone by when he basked in the roar of the crowd. Donning the armour only took moments. He preferred to be mobile and wore only a simple set of iron greaves on his shins, along with a pair of ornate braces for his forearms. He didn't bother with more than that, enjoying the feeling of the heat on his bare chest. When he was ready, he ordered the men to form a circle around the two of them as they faced off. Nabil also chose to go light, wielding a scimitar and shield along with a set of leather greaves. They were about to begin when the wiry gladiator stopped, speaking over his shoulder to Tahir before once again spitting at his feet. "Nabil wishes to know why you dishonour him, Doctor," said the round-faced translator, squeezing through the throng of men who jostled for a better view. Narcissus smiled to himself, crouching into a battle stance, arms extended. "My hands are the only weapons I need," he said, waving for the wiry gladiator to come at him. "As I told you before, I will mould you into a god of the arena above all others in strength and skill." Tahir translated his answer, and Nabil let out a foul curse, dancing forward with an angry snarl while swinging his scimitar in a figure-8 pattern. Narcissus let him come, pivoting left and right with a minimum of movement, easily avoiding the whistling blade. Slapping the scimitar against his shield in frustration, the wiry man changed tactics, using his shield to cover his attacks until the last moment, while shuffling his feet in ways that made it hard to judge where his strikes were coming from, forcing Narcissus to use his braces to deflect the blows, as opposed to simply dodging them. "You have some skill," said Narcissus, taking it all in his stride, doing what had made him a champion in his days, letting his opponent expend his strength while he watched and waited, searching for weaknesses, openings. They fell into an easy pattern of Nabil swinging at air or having his wide blade glance off Narcissus's bracer or greave when the champion of Carthage spun around and reversed his grip, and with a quick deftness snuck in close, slashing at the insides of Narcissus's outreached arms, leaving a pair of shallow cuts before dancing away unscathed. Narcissus pulled back, glancing down at the cuts on his upper arms with a half grin, hardly feeling the pain. "Impressive," he said, rolling his shoulder and waving for the other man to come at him again. Nabil snarled once more, his nostrils flaring as he renewed his attack, his scimitar ringing out against his braces as they circled one another under the blazing hot sun. Narcissus smiled to himself when he noticed the sweat pouring down the smaller man's temples, and his once precise swings and stabs slowed. "Do you see the lesson to be learned here?" he shouted out to the men who stood in a circle around them. "This fool, in his desire to satisfy his ego, has found only death." In a flurry of movement, Narcissus deflected a blow from the scimitar, just as he had done with so many of Nabil's attacks. But now, instead of retreating, he angled his bracer so the flat blade went wider than anticipated. Then, moving quickly for a man his size, he wrapped a massive hand around Nabil's sword arm, while in the same instant grasping his thin neck, lifting him bodily off the ground. He watched with grim satisfaction as the smaller man kicked and clawed for breath, his face turning an ugly shade of brown and red. "This is your first lesson," he shouted to the men, turning in a circle so they could all see the struggling champion of Carthage. "Do not let your hunger for victory defeat you." Narcissus knew that all he had to do was squeeze, and he would crush Nabil's windpipe, and the arrogant man would die a horrible death, clawing for breath. It would serve as a valuable lesson to the new men, one they would not easily forget. In days past he would have done so without hesitation, but he had learned that fear was a poor teacher, and if he wanted these men to be the best, he had to rise above such things. Instead, he spun the poor fool in a circle as if he were an Olympian throwing a hammer ball. Then, with a grunt, he threw him with enough force that he landed a dozen feet away on the hot sand, in a crumpled heap. "I think that's a record, Doctore," said Linus with a laugh, picking up Nabil's fallen scimitar and shield. "The Olympiad is only a few months away. I'm sure with a little more practice you could compete." The gladiators of the house broke out into laughter, slapping one another on the backs while exchanging coins. Narcissus knew that men often took odds on if he would kill the fool he chose for this lesson, and from what he heard, they had also started betting on how far he would throw the hapless victim. "I should start betting on myself." He snorted at the men. "Now, today's amusements are over. Pair up, begin with position 1. Quickly, before my whip finds you too slow. And see to it that the champion of Carthage survived my gentle teachings." Narcissus moved to return his armour to its lockbox, when one of the many legionnaires emerged from the main compound, striding toward him with purpose. "Raynar," he said, giving the man a nod, "what brings you to my corner of the ludus?" Raynar frowned up at him, casually adjusting the gladius on his hip. "Dominus requires your presence," he said, with a sneer. "Do you know what about?" "Just do as you're told and follow," he said. Narcissus stared down at him for a moment, wondering if it was time for another lesson. It was like this with many of the Romans. They disliked dealing with anyone they thought beneath their station, and it was made worse by the fact that while Narcissus was a slave, and Raynar a freedman, but as Doctore, he commanded far more respect and importance to the ludus than any paid soldier. "As you will. Lead on," said Narcissus, knowing the Dominus was waiting, and the tiny legionnaire was simply not worth breaking a sweat over. Without a word, Raynar spat and spun on his heel. Narcissus shook his head and followed, ducking through the doorway into the cool darkness of the barracks, where most of the men lived when they were not training, his long legs easily keeping up with Raynar's quick strides. Walking through the narrow corridor, he kept silent, knowing that anything he said would anger the legionnaire further. Arriving at the barred gate that divided the barracks into the main living area, his stomach rumbled from the heady aroma of fresh-baked bread that wafted from the kitchens, and he hadn't eaten since his porridge at daybreak. "Are you Celts such animals that you cannot control your bellies?" said Raynar, hurrying him through the finer parts of the ludus that housed baths that were open to the public, places where many a Roman lady came to watch the titans of the arena bathe. "Looks like we're meeting someone important," said Narcissus as they entered a brightly lit corridor, tiled in fine marble, his curiosity growing with each step, knowing that the corridor led to an atrium the Dominus used to receive important guests. "Shut up, not a word," snapped Raynar, straightening his armour and wiping sweat from his brow. Furrowing his brow, Narcissus resisted the urge to throttle the arrogant infantryman. Raynar was an ass at the best of times, but once he forgot about his station, he would share a cup of wine or dice with him and the other gladiators. But today he was nervous, uneasy. Coming to the end of the corridor, he noticed a pair of legionnaires dressed in fine armour, and he almost swallowed his tongue, understanding at last Raynar's nervousness. "Praetorian Guard? Here? Why?" he stammered, his stomach churning with worry. Raynar nodded, wetting his lips, his arrogance forgotten. "Only Jupiter knows, but if they're here, he's here. He loves the games. Last time he was here—" "I know what happened last time," said Raynar in a strained whisper, "and I would like to keep my head." Narcissus smoothed down his beard, cursing himself for not being better groomed. It was not every day one met the Emperor. Chapter 6. Duty. Vesper had expected the centurions, who dragged her from the sands, to execute her once she was out of sight of the crowd, and in her exhausted condition it would have been all too easy. But to her surprise, once she passed through, they gave her a wide berth, indicating that she should follow, and then guiding her through a maze of rough-hewn tunnels, lit only by flickering torches, until finally she emerged into a bright open-air atrium dominated by a reflecting pool. Waiting for her was a tall woman, with a flowing crown of brown hair that tumbled past her shoulders, who introduced herself as Lucilla. Circling Vesper with regal steps, she spoke in excited tones, like she was inspecting some sort of prize, before finally proclaiming herself to be Vesper's domina and saviour. Shaking her head in confusion, Vesper began to protest when a lanky Roman with a thick shock of brown hair and a bent nose glided into the atrium, a thin-lipped smile plastered across his face. "My lady, we are honoured by your presence. I am Philo, Lannister of the Ludus Magnus, and a humble servant to the Emperor," he began smoothly, glancing at Vesper from the corner of his eye before continuing. "I received Caesar's message not long ago, and have sent for a suitable doctore, one of my best. But are you sure you wish this? I mean, a woman on the sands, it's unheard of." Lucilla followed his gaze, nodding at the blood covering Vesper's hands and face. "If you would have seen her, you would not say such things," she said, pointing. "My brother says you are a fine Lannister, with an exceptional eye for talent, that this Ludus produces the greatest gladiators in the Empire. Well, I want to see that boast proven. With her." Philo adjusted his white robes, giving them a simpering smile. "I am grateful for the Emperor's confidence, but I am not some common slave to be bartered in the market like a piece of meat," interrupted Vesper, raising her chin and squaring her shoulders. "I am a free Roman citizen. My mother, my father, both served as hands to Marcus Aurelius. My people have stood with Rome since the day Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon. You cannot treat me this way." Lucilla's brow shot up, and she turned to face her, a hint of fury flashing in her green eyes, immediately vanishing and returning to a mask of calm. "What's your words, young lady? You live only by my grace. Unfortunately, my father is with the gods now, and my brother is Caesar. I don't know what your people did to offend him, but in his divine right, he has declared that all who share your blood to be enemies of Rome. But I risk myself because I knew your father and liked him. He was a good man and spoke often of how talented you were, and he was proven right today," she said, moving closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "But more than all of that, he told me of the Ose, of the power of Ace, and of your true purpose." At the mention of her father, Vesper bowed her head, squeezing her eyes shut to fight back the tears welling up, before continuing in a trembling voice. "If you know, then you could see to it that I am freed, that I go home." "It's too late for that," said Lucilla, waving a dismissive hand. "From what I've been told, your home is gone. Not that it matters. Your performance in the arena has caught my brother's attention, and that is often fatal. And if what your father told me is true, we will need someone like you in the days to come. The best we can do is ensure that you have the tools to survive, to do what your father would have done, and protect the Empire." Vesper was about to say that it was pointless, that she had never completed her training, when Lilith's voice snapped like a whip in her ear. "Not a word. There is more going on here than we can see," said the lower in a rush. "If Lucilla knew the truth, her words would not be so kind. Her noble, gentle protection would vanish. She was ever one to only value something as long as it could serve her plans." "Then how am I to survive this?" muttered Vesper under her breath. "I will teach you, daughter, as I was destined to." Stifling a scream, Vesper pushed the lower's maddening voice back behind the barrier in her mind as much as she could. For as long as she could remember, she had lived under the weight of duty, obligation, being pulled in all directions by family, by her people. But she knew better than to let the rage control her, and held it all in until her blood cooled. When she was ready, she let out a deep breath and met Lucilla's eyes. "Why would I protect an empire that just tried to have me killed, that killed my father, my people?" "Impressive," said Lucilla, giving Vesper a thoughtful look before answering. "Because last month a first centurion slaughtered his entire company before vanishing into the night. 1 man against 30. When he was done, the bodies were so broken and mangled that they could not be identified and had to be buried in a mass grave. she said, wringing her hands together before continuing. And last week the wheat fields surrounding the estates of Senators Magnus and Albinus turned from golden yellow to a vulgar shade of grey. They say the stench was so vile that many of the slaves emptied their bellies on the spot. Sure, these are just rumours, my lady. Superstitious nonsense to frighten the slaves and children, said the lanista, smoothing his robes and giving her a tight-lipped smile. Lucilla's fine brows came together as she glanced back and forth between Vesper and the lanista, a tremble in her voice, while she continued, No, I saw the bodies. I saw the fields. And last night there were more, children this time. I cannot speak of it, but it will haunt my dreams for the rest of my days, she finished, her fair skin paling. Rome was ever a corrupt place, said Vesper in a small voice without conviction, parroting what her father and aunt had said to her over the years. It was the duty of the Ose, of men and women like father and mother, to hold it back. Then it is time for you to take their place, to do that duty, said Lucilla. Vesper narrowed her eyes, giving the taller woman a challenging glare. No, Commodus broke the pact, a pact that was made 200 years ago by Gaius Caesar himself on the day that Rome ceased to be a republic. You let a slave speak to you so, my lady? Said Philo, reaching for a whip resting at his hip. If you touch it, you will lose his hand and then your life, said Vesper with a calm that surprised her. As I told you, I am no slave. My destiny was to be the Jambe of Rome, the emperor's hand, to protect its people against the very nightmares that the lady speaks of. In the back of her mind, she felt the lower that was bound to her soul cackle with glee, its whisper almost a shout. Very good, daughter, said Lilith. Never forget that strength is the only thing these Romans respect. Philo, please, began Lucilla, raising a hand in a vain attempt to calm everyone. Vesper is no slave. At least she wasn't until today. Nor will I ever be. She shot back, opening herself to lines of power from the few plants that dotted the room, drawing in a thin trickle of energy in preparation to defend herself. What will you do, then? Asked Lucilla in a rush. Even if by some miracle you kill us all and escape, my brother will never stop hunting you, and worse. Whatever is happening here, it will only grow. Your father often told me that what happens in Rome touches the entire world. The corruption that is growing here will spread. Vesper let out a shuddering breath, regretfully letting the power she was holding dissipate back into the plants, a hollow feeling forming in the pit of her stomach from its absence. Lucilla's words drew out a memory of not so long ago, of standing atop the highest of the 7 hills that surrounded the city. My aunt told me the same, that what happens to Rome happens to the rest of the world, she said, nodding. But that doesn't change anything. The pact is still broken. To Hades with the pact, said Lucilla, her voice trembling. The Empire needs you. The world needs you. You have a duty. Vesper flinched, as if she'd been slapped, her mind reeling from the sting of Lucilla's words. Her people had spent generations in service to Rome, entire lifetimes of preparation, for a time when the Jambe would be needed to be the light in the darkness. But it could not be her. She was too young, untrained, and now, with her people gone, she had no clue. This is a duty meant for someone with a lifetime of experience, in full command of their abilities, combined with the full might of the Empire behind them. Lucilla came closer, resting a hand on Vesper's shoulder. You are all we have, my child. Sometimes you must run before you can walk. How do you know those words? Said Vesper, a shiver running down her spine. It just came to me. My father would say it sometimes when he was struggling with a decision. Vesper wrapped her arms around herself, memories of Magda washing over her. My aunt always told me that I run before I walk, that I jump into danger without looking or thinking. She said that it would get me, or the people I loved, killed. Magda was always a cautious fool, shouted Lilith, her words a distant echo from behind the barrier. Lucilla is an opportunist, but she is loyal to the Empire first. Fortune favours the bold, said Lucilla, and after what I've seen of you today, you are certainly bold. Give me a moment, my lady, she said, squinting at the shafts of sunlight dancing in the waters of the reflecting pool. Taking a deep breath, Vesper squared her shoulders, feeling suddenly like the weight of the world had just been thrust upon her. She was not prepared, and would never be. How could anyone... she wondered, while ripping off a part of the tattered remains of skirts she wore. Soaking the ragged material in the shimmering water, Vesper began wiping away the blood and grime from her battle on the sands, cleaning the cuts and bruises that decorated her arms and legs, her gaze dancing over the flowing lines and circles of ace that covered her body. The symbols were her path, the story of her life, and the way the Ose produced change in the world. Her aunt had taught her that the ace symbolised the fire of all creation, the very spark of life. The lower spirit that was her mother, Lilith, had shown her a different path, a darker path, one she had rejected. At last, when she was finished, Vesper turned to face Lucilla, locking eyes for long moments with the taller woman. "How do we do the impossible? How do we save the world?" she said in a voice that was steady, strong. Lucilla beamed, a hand going to her heart. "I thought you were going to... well, it doesn't matter, does it? We need..." Vesper had thought it impossible that the day could get any stranger. That was until the giant bear of a man walked into the atrium, interrupting them with his towering presence. He was rough, pale, and coarse, like an unfinished statue. With his wild, fire-kissed hair, leather armour, and braided beard, he was the antithesis of the Romans who surrounded her. The legionnaires, the ones who had escorted her off the sands after her battle, were too clean, polished, without a crease in their uniforms or hair out of place. "Ah, this is the doctore I sent for," said Philo, breaking the silence that had fallen over the atrium. "This is Narcissus, one of the greatest gladiators this ludus has ever developed. To this day he stands undefeated." The former gladiator scanned the room, his eyes looking everywhere at once before falling to the nervous lanista. "Forgive me, Dominus," he said. "I came as quickly as I could, and when I saw the Praetorian Guard, I assumed that the Emperor himself had summoned me, and entered in haste." "No need to apologise, Doctore," said Lucilla, wrinkling her nose at the big man. "They are with me and serve at my brother's pleasure." For a moment, Narcissus looked like he swallowed his tongue, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. "Lady Lucilla, of course. I have only ever seen you at a distance and did not recognise you." "The lady requires that you do what you do best," said Philo, stepping forward, "the creation of a champion." A smile split the big man's face as he looked at the centurions surrounding them. "A Praetorian Guard in the arena? Are you sure? They don't fare well under the tutelage of my whip." The centurion who had escorted him into the room sneered, his calloused hand reaching for the chipped gladius that hung from his hip. Before he could unsheath the weapon, Lucilla spoke up. "No, you will train her," she said, pointing to Vesper. Narcissus folded his arms over his chest while stroking his beard, looking her up and down with an appraising eye. "Very well, I will make of her what I can," he said with a shrug. "She is a little small, so I make no promises." "Small?" said Vesper, her dark eyes flashing dangerously. "Just like that?" said Lucilla, placing a calming hand on Vesper's shoulder. "You have no shame in teaching a woman to fight on the sands?" "I know it is unheard of among you Romans, but Celtic women have always fought alongside their men. We see no point in having an untrained liability when we can have another sword," he said as a way of an explanation, his gaze bouncing from Lucilla to Vesper. "Then you will begin training her immediately. If I know my brother, he will want to see her on the sands as soon as possible," she said, wringing her hands. "And she must survive if she is to—" "You mean to leave me here?" asked Vesper, How am I to deal with the threat we spoke of when I am fighting for my life? Well, I cannot have you at my home, can I? Said Lucilla. We have no choice. Narcissus here will train you, keep you alive, and Philo here will keep you out of the arena as much as he can. When I have need of you, when the incidents occur, I will send for you. With all due respect, my lady, this is a ludus. We cannot have slaves coming and going as they please. And if the Emperor commands that the girl pass through the gate of life, I cannot refuse him, said Philo. Lucilla drew herself to a full height, silencing the lanista with a glare before turning her attention to Narcissus. You are a Celt, are you not? And that the honour of your word is more important than your life. You know the way my people, my lady. Not many of your station do, he said, his eyes narrowing. And do you think with your training you can keep the girl alive? Narcissus didn't hesitate, nodding immediately. She has a fire to her. It's there, around the eyes. She may look calm on the surface, but underneath she is like a bow drawn taut, aimed to deadly purpose. If she does as told and listens without question, yes, I can mould her into a champion, but it will take time. And how long have you been a slave? For the better part of 10 years, not long after the first hairs of my beard covered my face. I was captured in battle not long after. And do you wish to be free? Asked Lucilla. Narcissus sucked in a breath, rolling his massive shoulders. With all my heart, my lady. Lady Lucilla, you cannot, sputtered Philo, his face turning red. I can do whatever I wish, she said in a tone that brooked no argument. Returning her attention to the massive Celt, she continued, Then give me your word that you will train Vesper. Do your best to keep her safe. If you do this for me, in 1 year from today, you will know freedom once again. His voice fell to a low rumble as he placed a hand over his heart, the words spilling from his lips in a torrent. On my honour, I will keep her safe, and if the gods are willing, make her a champion. Are you mad? Shouted Philo, his glare encompassing all of them. This is beyond the pale. I have Caesar's favour, and he will hear of this. Without another word, he turned on his heel, only to have his path blocked by the Praetorian guards, who had been silently watching the entire exchange. You dare! Shouted Philo, glancing back at Lucilla. I am a lanista of the Ludus Magnus. I cannot be treated this way. Not by some failed empress with a bleeding heart. What are we to do with him? Asked Vesper, worry churning in her belly. What must be done? Said Lucilla. Narcissus, would I be right to assume that our friend here is not the only lanista of a ludus this size? No, my lady, there is too much to manage for one man. Lucilla glided towards the now trembling lanista, a knowing smile on her face. Then our friend here is not so important, then. Not so much, said Narcissus, moving to stand beside her, letting his arms fall loosely at his side. Then perhaps he would not be missed so much if he were gone, said Lucilla. A ludus is a dangerous place after all. Vesper watched in awe as Philo's face fell, his arrogance vanishing behind a wild-eyed mask of terror. With a curse, he turned to run, only to gasp in shock when Narcissus's arm shot out, wrapping around his neck. Make it look like he did it to himself, said Lucilla in a voice that made Vesper's blood run cold. For a moment, she wondered if she'd made the wrong decision, that she had once again leapt before she looked, putting herself in a precarious situation that would later cost lives. The snapping of bone shocked her from her thoughts, and Vesper looked up to find the lanista twitching like a dead chicken in Narcissus's massive hands, a choking gurgle rattling from his throat. Raynar, get some rope, said the bear of a man, nodding to the centurion who arrived with him. We'll string him up in some dark corner. Vesper watched the life drain from the flailing lanista with a morbid curiosity, fascinated as the energy that kept him alive ebbed and flowed while it slowly faded. On impulse, she reached out, hungry to touch the thin filaments that were his life, when suddenly she clutched her temples, her head pounding like someone had driven a spike through her skull. Her mother's mad laughter echoed through her mind as she broke free from her confinement once more, tearing through the mental prison in Vesper's mind like it were made of papyrus. "You hunger for it, don't you, daughter?" mocked the lower. "To take what little life remains in him for yourself. Take it. None of these fools will know." Vesper pushed back, wanting to deny it, to tell the mocking spirit that she was not like her, that her power, like all of the Osei, came from nature itself. But deep down inside, her doubt grew and blossomed like a fetid vine, choking her with disgust. "No, I am not you. I will not. I will not," began Vesper, squeezing her eyes shut in an effort to force the lower back behind the weakening mental barrier. "As much as you may deny it, you are my child," whispered the lower, as Vesper felt the world shift and her legs give way. "My past shall be your future. It is your destiny." She felt the press of cold marble against her cheek as her head bounced off its unyielding hardness. Vesper could feel herself losing consciousness, like a curtain was being pulled across her eyes. But just as it all faded to nothing, her mother's face appeared above her, like she was looking into a mirror. For a moment, they were the same person. Her mother's soul laid over her own, and she felt trapped, forced to relive the mistakes of the past, doomed to suffer her mother's fate. Chapter 7. A cold, dark place. For a moment, she felt like she was home, fast asleep in bed, wrapped in a warm blanket tucked up under her chin, and in the distance she could almost hear her Aunt Magda humming a sweet melody as she often did while tending to the gardens surrounding their villa. Burying herself deeper into the warmth, she drew a deep breath, wanting to get lost in the memory of days gone by when the world was simple and she had not a care in the world. Vesper gagged, her eyes snapping open suddenly when, instead of the familiar odours of home, her nostrils were assaulted by the smell of sweat, leather, and something that made her think of a wet dog. "What in the name of Olodumare is going on?" she gasped, realising that the warm blanket she was so comfortably digging her face into was the bearer of a Celt she had met only a short time ago. The warmth was his warmth. The blanket, his never-ending hairy body. And, most embarrassing, she was being carried in his arms like a babe. "You fainted. I picked you up," he grunted, hefting her to make his point. "Thank you," she said, wrinkling her nose, "but put me down, please. I am better now." Narcissus gave her another wordless grunt, gently placing her on her feet like she was a small child just learning to walk. "What's wrong with your nose?" Vesper's eyes shot open as she eyed the big man up and down, leaning in closer and then jerking back when she got a full whiff of him. "You don't smell what you smell like?" Narcissus's brow furrowed when he raised an arm to sniff at his armpit. "I smell like how a man should smell," he said with a shrug. "If you spent any time around real men, you might not be so fragile that you faint every time you see a man die." "I like this one," mocked her mother from the back of her mind. "He has spirit and would make a fine husband, especially with those shoulders." "He looks like a wildebeest with that ridiculous beard," Vesper muttered to herself, trying to force the lower back into its prison, only to find that it was near impossible, like trying to move a tree with deep roots. "Wildebeest," snorted Narcissus, his pale face flushing a deep shade of red, almost matching his beard. "Perhaps I should have left you where you fell instead of showing you kindness." "Forgive me," she said, cursing under her breath that he had heard her, doing her best to ignore her mother's mocking cackle ringing in the back of her mind. "What happened? Where are we?" she asked, gooseflesh running up and down her arms now that his warmth was gone. "The tunnels beneath the Ludus, they are all over the city. Come, I've been away for too long," said Narcissus, as if it explained everything, putting his back to her, his long strides forcing her to half run to keep up with him down the dimly lit corridor, while doing her best to dodge the flickering oil lamps on the floor that did little to push back the darkness. Falling in beside him, Vesper could see his face was red and his nostrils flared, that her words had touched some raw nerve. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give insult. Most of the men I know follow the Roman way and remain clean-shaven, and the red hair is not so common. It makes you—" "Say what you will, I don't care," he said in a dismissive tone. "All that matters is that I keep my word, that I train you, keep you alive, so that I may gain my freedom. No more." "Yes, I see," said Vesper. "What happened to Lady Lucilla? Did she leave instructions for me?" "No, she returned home with her guard after I assured her that you had simply fainted. She understood, having done it herself often enough for the attention of suitors." "I did not faint, and I certainly was not trying to get anyone's attention," said Vesper. "I am not some Roman woman fainting in the summer heat. I am like you." The big Celt stopped short, turning on his heel to face her. "You are nothing like me. Until today you have never had to live or die by the sword, to please drunken fools who have no honour. You lived your life as you willed because you were free." Looking into his grey eyes, Vesper could sense his anger was not with her. She understood the freedom she took for granted was a foreign thing to him, a dream he could never realise, and it had left scars that ran deep below the surface. "I understand," she said in a soft tone. "I may have been free, but my life has been nothing but duty and obligation. My family, my Aunt Magda, they have controlled every moment of my life. Not all shackles are so obvious." Narcissus drew in a deep breath, releasing it slowly before he nodded. Sure enough, he said. "Not that it matters now, for now we must return to the barracks, before Nessie kills someone." "Nessie?" "Yes, the most vicious gladiator I've ever trained," he said, in an ominous tone, looking at her from the corners of his eyes. "I'm the only one who he responds to, and if he's left alone for too long, it can be dangerous for the others." Vesper was about to inquire how one man could be so dangerous among a horde of dangerous men, when they turned a corner to find themselves facing a heavy ironed portcullis that was the colour of rust. Without missing a beat, Narcissus bent over to grip the iron bar at its base and pulled. She covered her ears in an attempt to block out the deafening screech that filled the tunnel, the corded muscles of his neck and shoulders bulging as the big man did the impossible and lifted the gate on his own. "You see, daughter," said her mother in a husky whisper, "you would make fine children together. I'm sure of it." "Using these tunnels, you will be able to come and go as the lady requested," said Narcissus, holding the gate over his head, his voice strained. "But not without my knowledge, not without my approval." Vesper nodded absently at his words, her jaw hanging open, awed at the display. "I doubt I could." "Quickly, now, it's heavier than it looks." "Apologies," she said, darting under the heavy metal as Narcissus slowly let the gate down. "This corridor leads to the barracks. Most of the men sleep in communal quarters, but given your situation, you'll have a cell of your own," he said, motioning for her to follow once more. "Victus fell to you on the sands. He was ranked high enough to have a private corner to himself, so it is only fitting that you take it." "You knew the men I fought?" "Yes, some of them came from the Ludus Dacicus. I did not know them. But Victus and Abdul, they were men I knew." Vesper covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. She had never once thought of the gladiators she fought. To her they were nothing but obstacles, threats, hungry for her life. "They were your friends," she said in a small voice. "More than that, they were brothers, men that I broke bread with, trained with every day." I don't know what to say. I can't." "There is nothing to say. They would have killed you if you hadn't killed them," he said, leading her down a series of narrow corridors that were cleaner and brighter. "Every time we pass through the gate of life to do battle on the sands, we expect to die. A true gladiator knows that only victory can grant life once more, and even then, it is not always a sure thing." "But they didn't expect to lose to me, did they?" said Vesper, speaking to herself as much to him. "No," began Narcissus, leading her through a series of gates that felt more like a prison than a barracks, as he called it. Everywhere she looked now were hard men who looked like they were carved from stone, many of them calling out to Narcissus as he passed, some of them calling out to her with the vilest comments. Proud men who boasted while they diced for denarii, who ate and drank like the day was their last. Clearing his throat, Narcissus continued, "Executing a prisoner ad gladium, by the sword, is often a simple task meant to amuse the crowd for greater spectacles to come. To die in such a way, it's shameful." "You mean to a woman," said Vesper, her hackles rising. The big man's face split into a wide smile as they stopped in front of a small cell with a straw bed on the floor, along with a flickering oil lamp that gave off a greasy, rancid odour. "Not because you were a woman, but because they were 4 and you were 1. Because you were supposed to be some soft daughter to one of the emperor's servants. This shall be your place," he said, opening the cell door, which screeched like a wounded animal. "You jest," she said, starting to laugh, only to have her breath caught in her throat when he nodded, waving her into the tiny space. "This is not fit for a goat or a pig." "Most goats and pigs live better lives than slaves," he said, tilting his head. "Longer, too. But if you prefer, I can put you in one of the more crowded cells. I'm sure the men would enjoy your company." A shiver ran down her spine as she stepped into the tiny cell, swallowing her pride as she gave him a shake of the head. "No, this'll be fine." Vesper jumped in her skin when the door slammed shut, and she had to fight the urge to run into the bars and beg to be let out, to beg for her freedom. "For your safety, I will keep this locked," he said, twisting a dull bronze key into the lock. "Sleep well. Your training starts on the sands at first light tomorrow." Vesper swallowed hard, saying nothing, watching him vanish down the empty corridor, never feeling more alone in her life. After he had left, she turned in a circle, taking note of the few possessions that must have belonged to the previous owner. A wooden cup and plate, a cracked pair of dice, along with a scattering of brushes and coloured chalk that he must have used on the attempted mural decorating the otherwise grey walls. Towing the filthy blanket over straw that was meant to serve as her bed, Vesper sniffed in disgust. "I'm never going to sleep again," she muttered under her breath, pushing aside the filthy cloth and deciding it would be best to sleep directly on the straw. Wincing at the cacophony of noise coming from the other cells, she lay down and squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block it all out while she tossed and turned on her makeshift bed, hunting for distant comfort, finding that, no matter which way she turned, the straw itched, and the cold of the floor seeped into her bones. She was not sure how long it took, but eventually exhaustion took her, and she fell into a fitful sleep, troubled by nightmares of her father dying in front of her, over and over again, followed by tortured dreams of her village burning, children she knew stumbling about like human torches, begging her to save them. Then, clear as day, something snapped, and a powerful voice called out to her, drawing her awake from a deep sleep. "Open your eyes, daughter. Open your eyes so that your true destiny can begin." Vesper came awake with a wide-eyed start, her heart pounding in her chest. For a moment she was lost, not recognising where she was. Gone was the dank cell she had fallen asleep in. The filthy blanket she had shoved aside was no more, the itchy straw as well. In its place was a sturdy bed shoved into the corner, a thick brown blanket covering it. Even more the bizarre, the mural on the walls had vanished, and the entire room smelled fresh and clean. Using the wall to push herself up from the cold stone floor, Vesper went to the bars, finding nothing amiss in the dark corridor outside her cell, her confusion deepening with each passing moment. Leaning her head against the cold iron, she let out a deep breath, rubbing at the soreness in her chest. Her entire body was still hurting from her battle on the sands yesterday, and worse, she had the odd sensation of having forgotten something important, an empty void growing in the pit of her stomach the longer she thought about it. She was about to call out for help when her breath caught in her throat, and she was struck blind by an intense burning in her chest, her skin smoking and bubbling like molten metal had been pressed against it. Staggering from the agony, Vesper fell to one knee, scratching and clawing like a rabid animal to rip off the ragged leather vest that covered her breasts. What was left of the blackened material came apart in her hands, and the moment it was off, the pain subsided to a dull ache. Drawing in a shuddering breath, she fell back against the cell bars, gazing down at her now bare skin, looking for a sign of what could have caused such hurt. Seeing her exposed chest, she cursed, her mind reeling. What in the name of Olodjumar, what has happened to me? I have burnt away the last traces of Magda's foolishness, said the voice that had awoken her, a voice that was new and yet strangely familiar. Now I can show you the true path to power. Vesper gawked at her bare skin, dumbstruck that there was nothing there. The image of the baobab tree her aunt had so meticulously drawn over her chest and belly years ago was gone. That was the absence she had felt. The void was the loss of her power, her connection to the natural world that her people valued so much. Have I gone mad? She whispered. Not mad, daughter. Vesper's gaze shot up from her chest, and she found herself facing a tall woman with high cheekbones and flawless, sun-darkened skin, sitting on the corner of the sturdy bed, a smile of triumph on her full lips. Using the bars of the cell to stand on shaking legs, Vesper let out a trembling breath, not daring to blink. "Who are you?" she croaked, at last finding her voice. The woman stood to her full height, cocking her head while she gave Vesper a predatory look. "Don't you recognize me, daughter, after all this time together?" "I was sure you would know me." "Impossible." "No, daughter, not impossible. I am free now, and I can teach you all that you need to know," she said, placing an icy hand on Vesper's shoulder. "I will share my knowledge, my power, and together we will shake the very foundations of the Empire." Chapter 8. Augusta and the Centurion. "You know, Publius, this was all meant to be mine," said Lucilla, her gaze following the stunning vista of the sun rising over the city of Rome. "I was Augusta, married to a powerful emperor in the prime of his life, with my father as his co-emperor. If things had gone as they should, I would be watching the sunrise from the imperial palace, and not from some small villa on the edge of Palatine Hill, married to a Syrian no less. And Commodus would have been little more than a fool, drinking and whoring his life away, a footnote in history, forgotten by time. Clearing his throat, Publius ran a hand along his balding pate, adjusting the mostly ceremonial armour and gladius at his wide hips. "He does little more than that, my lady. The guard and I are surprised he has not drunk the city dry." Lucilla turned away from the stunning view to face the prefect, finding irony in his words. With his veiny, bulbous nose and blotchy skin, it was clear the man certainly liked his wine, more than most for certain, and while she found him a bore at the best of times, he had a knack for gathering information, and given his place as head of the Praetorian Guard, he was a man well placed to keep her aware of Commodus's comings and goings, along with everything else that went on in the imperial palace. Publius hated her brother almost as much as she did, so the information he gathered cost her nothing more than enduring his presence a morning or two each week before sunrise. He had been an important part of her father's administration, and had favoured beauty since before she had flowered, and there was little she could ask him that he wouldn't do. And that idiot Salterus. "Commodus leaves the day-to-day running of the empire to him, my lady," said Publius, "although he is a poor administrator, and I fear for the empire if he is left too long with his hand on the reins." "I thought as much," said Lucilla, nodding absently, running her hands over the smooth railing of the terrace, returning her gaze to the city. While she mocked her husband's smaller estates, she knew she lived far better than most Romans, even better than some senators. And what does the Senate say about his failings? For now, he is content to leave them alone. He cares little for the minutiae and the mundane administrative tasks of the Empire, he said with a shrug. Commodus knows that they were mostly friends of his father and can't be bothered to deal with them. Rarely does he fulfill his role as consul. Foolish. The Senate is dangerous if left unchecked. Already they are upset that he made peace in the north. Many of the senators grew their wealth from our ever-expanding empire, and if he is not careful, he may find a dagger in his back. It wouldn't be the first time those old bastards took matters into their own hands. It sounds as if you care, my lady. Lucilla threw her head back with a laugh, motioning for one of the slaves waiting on her to bring her a cup of wine. No, my dear man. I just don't want my life to be collateral damage for my brother's foolish behaviour. Publius pressed his lips into a thin line, watching with a hungry look as the slave finished pouring the wine. When the young lady was done, he moved in close enough that Lucilla could smell the sour note of last night's drink on his breath. We could do it ourselves. The last person anyone would suspect would be the Emperor's own sister. Have you lost your mind? Said Lucilla, half choking on her wine, a hand going to her chest. My brother may be unpopular with the Senate, but this stroke of genius he has had with the constant games in the arena, well, the plebeians love him. That may be, he said, speaking quickly, but there are already whispers that his mind is slipping. It may be better to do it sooner rather than later. Lucilla scoffed, shaking her head. Publius, please, my lady, the Empire needs a patriot, someone who can stand against Commodus, and that is you. You're the only one who could do it. Lucilla took another sip of wine to steady herself, grateful that it had been watered down for her morning meal, as she had to keep her wits about her. She had often thought about making sure that Commodus never saw another sunset, but she always erred on the side of caution, positive that she had too much to lose with his death. The Praetorian Guard had done the deed often enough in the past that most emperors were still wary of them, and with Publius on her side, she knew it could be done. No, she said, pushing such thoughts from her mind. No good can come of this, and we'll not speak of it again. Of course, he said, his gaze falling to his feet. As always, I am your humble servant. Good. We cannot... Lucilla's tongue caught in her throat, when from the corner of her eye she saw a rider cresting over the road and thundering towards the villa, his nut-coloured mare lathering from the strain. Again, so soon, she muttered under her breath. What was that, my lady? He asked, following her gaze over the balcony, his brows coming together. Nothing you should trouble yourself with, she said, swallowing the rest of her wine in a single gulp, praying to the gods it would be enough to steel her against the news. That will be enough for today, Publius. On your way out, will you tell the servant at the door to send word to the stable that I need my horse prepared? Publius flinched as if she'd struck him. He was a powerful man, and not accustomed to being dismissed so readily. More still, he enjoyed being in her presence, and did everything he could to prolong their weekly debriefings. Of course. Was there something I said, Lucilla shook her head, annoyed that the arrival of the rider had set her nerves on edge in such a way. No, Publius, I just have urgent matters that require my attention. Should I not ask your bodywoman to prepare the carpentum? He probed. A carriage would be far more private. Lucilla bit the inside of her cheek, swallowing the harsh words just at the tip of her tongue. Publius was doing what he did best, gathering information. It was second nature to him, so much so that he didn't notice he was doing it. For a moment she considered recruiting him. His inquiring nature and keen observation skills would help, but his love of gossip and boorish nature would make the whole matter tenuous at best. No, she said at last, speaking as much to him as herself, dismissing the man with a stern look. Once he had left, Lucilla raced from the balcony, all sense of decorum vanishing at the urgency of the rider who had arrived. Once in her private rooms, she dismissed the slave who normally helped her dress, doffing her expensive robes for a simple linen tunic that went just past her knees, which she belted at the waist. Throwing on a light cloak, She glanced in the mirror, satisfied that she no longer looked like a high-born lady and would easily pass among the low-born and freedmen if necessary. "Felix, if you're here this early, it must be bad. What happened this time?" she asked the rider a few minutes later, arriving at the stables. Felix was pale under his sun-bronzed skin, his normally bright blue eyes looking haggard and tired. "I think you'll have to see for yourself. I'm not sure I can explain. I served my full 25 years in the legionary, and I've never seen anything so bizarre." Felix's words hit her like a punch to the gut, and Lucilla's stomach churned like she was about to vomit. Felix was a hard man, a retired first centurion who had known only war and blood for his entire career. There was little that could shake him, but the incidents were growing progressively worse with each passing day, to the point where they even shook a man of his experience. "Lead on, then." Nodding to the stableman who held her horse's reins, Lucilla mounted the tall stallion without aid, kicking the beast into motion even before she was fully seated, charging after Felix. They rode in haste, descended into the city proper, with only the pounding of the horses' hooves breaking the silence. It was early in the day, and while most of the city had yet to fully come awake, the roads were full of carts laden with goods destined for market to feed the teeming masses, forcing them to ride cautiously around them as streets grew closer together. "The incident occurred in the insula just up ahead, my lady," he said at last. Lucilla nodded, coaxing her horse along the narrow street. The apartments in this part of the city were older, made of brown-grey mud brick and not the sturdier concrete of the modern buildings. Lucilla owned several insulas in the better parts of the city and knew that these old constructions were nothing more than death traps, often collapsing in the middle of the night, or worse, made of timber under the mud bricks that easily caught fire. Felix stopped in front of a nondescript insula that had a pair of older men casually lounging about, blocking the main entrance. "When the legionnaire reported to me what happened, I sent a few men to lock down the building to make sure nothing was disturbed," he said, nodding to another set of men further down the street. "And I've enlisted a few additional men from my campaigning days, men I trust to keep quiet." "Have you informed Caesar?" asked Lucilla, dismounting, handing her reins to one of the men without a second thought. Scanning the insula, she could see they had locked all the doors and shutters, but at first glance nothing appeared amiss. But then her nose was assaulted by a smell she couldn't quite place, and that the entire block was deathly silent. "Yes, my lady, but—" "He didn't care?" she said, already knowing the answer. "No, but I'm sure he had a good reason," said Felix, clenching and unclenching his jaw. Lucilla understood his anger. The old man had spent his entire life in the Legion, and from his first days as a recruit, he was trained that, without fail, to be loyal to the emperor, but her brother, with his selfishness and disregard for the public good, could drive even the most loyal soldier to the brink. Pushing thoughts of her brother from her mind, she focused on the task at hand, praying she had the strength to endure whatever was on the other side of the door. "Show me," she said at last, motioning for Felix to lead the way. "Be prepared, there is an odour," said the old legionnaire, wetting an old rag off his belt with his canteen and then tying it over his nose. Without another word, he pushed open the door, vanishing through the entrance up a darkened stairway. She did the same, covering her nose as best she could. Passing the threshold, Lucilla stumbled, almost retching from smell so foul that her stomach heaved and her eyes watered from the stench of it. "It gets easier with a bit of time," said Felix, resting a strong hand on her shoulder while she drew in shallow breaths, trying to get accustomed to it. Gently pushing his hand away, she drew to her full height, raising her chin. "I'll be fine. Lead on, Centurion," she said, noting the deep gashes along the wall of the entryway that continued along the walls of the stairwell. Reaching the landing, she found herself in near-pitch blackness, with only thin lines of dim light piercing the closed shutters, giving her any sense of size or direction. "Do we have a lantern or a lamp?" she asked. "A moment. I left a lantern here earlier." Lucilla waited while he fumbled for the lantern, chills running down her neck as fear took hold of her heart. "I would find it strange to live like this," she said, hoping that talk would push back the feeling of dread growing in her belly. "What way would that be, my lady?" "In the dark like this," she said. "We always had a lamp or lantern on in the middle of the night, or, at worst, a servant with candles. Oil is expensive. These people did what they could to save the few coins they had." "Did? Are they all gone then?" she asked, hugging herself. "How many people lived here?" Felix cursed under his breath as a tiny flame flickered to life, casting the room in a soft yellow glow. "I don't know, 40, maybe 50, but there is nothing left of them now." The lantern finally caught, and Lucilla gasped in horror, grateful that the small amount of light flickering on the walls did not show more. "It is all like this?" The old centurion nodded, lifting the lantern higher to get a better view of things before speaking in a voice that was cracked and weary. "This level is, and the one above. I'm sorry, my lady, but I couldn't go on. The stench was more pronounced the higher I went, and there was more blood, too much, even for me." The gashes on the walls were deeper here, cutting deep into the mud brick and wood framing that held the structure up. But it was the blood that painted the walls that drew her attention. So much blood that she couldn't look away. Without knowing why, she walked to one of the deeper gashes, tracing its outline, her finger coming back wet and sticky. With a start, she turned to face Felix, her mind reeling. "It's still warm, like this just happened." "Yes," he said, looking older in the dim light, like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Come, there is more to see." Felix set a brisk pace through the insula, taking her from apartment to apartment on this level, each room more gruesome than the last, the stench growing worse the deeper they went. "Where are the bodies?" she asked, stepping gingerly as they climbed slick, blood-soaked steps to the second floor. Felix looked back, starting to speak, and then stopped, searching for his words. "There are no bodies, but it's like the bodies were turned inside out, and the blood was all that was left." "What could do such a thing?" said Lucilla. "No weapon I have ever seen, but the markings on the wall look like they were made by a beast of some kind." Lucilla agreed, noting that some of the gashes in the wall looked to be claw marks, while others she couldn't be sure. No man did this. Felix was about to say more, but when they arrived at the landing for the second floor, she silenced him with a look. There were several shutters here that had been torn off, and thin shafts of light poured into the nightmare of a room. Here the smell was worse, and Lucilla's eyes stung enough that she had to pour water in them. The floor and walls were covered in blood, just like the floor below. But here they found the walls separating the apartments had been torn apart, and the entire area was covered in bones and entrails that, upon investigating, were covered in teeth marks, making it look like some animal had gnawed at them. What in the name of Jupiter was going on here? She asked, returning to the landing, clutching at her chest while she tried to slow her breathing. Beside her, Felix emptied his belly, his gagging and retching almost making her do the same. She waited while he finished, amazed that she was so calm. When she spoke, her voice was steady. "Let's see the rest of it," she said, taking the lead and heading up the stairs. "Are you sure, my lady?" he said, using his legionnaire's cloak to wipe his mouth, his skin pale and waxen. "There is no shame in turning back. Most wouldn't make it this far, myself included." Lucilla wasn't sure why she pressed on. She had seen enough to know that this incident was like all the others, that the same evil was present in these walls, but part of her wanted to know more. "If you wish to go back, I, for one, will not question your bravery, loyalty, or dedication, but I must do what I must." "Then I will be your shield," said Felix, bounding up the stairs past her. They climbed 2 more levels in the near darkness, both the same as the others, bathed in blood and gore. But when they arrived at the top of the complex, Lucilla lost what little strength she had left. Bending in half, she emptied her belly. Here was the smell. Here was the heart of the nightmare. And even after laying eyes on it, she had no clue how to explain what she saw. She only knew that this place, along with everything in it, had to be destroyed for the good of the Empire and all that was sane. When she had recovered enough that she could speak, she placed a weary hand on Felix's shoulder. "We must find the source of these blights," she rasped, her voice shaking, "before it's too late." Felix nodded. "And this?" he said, glancing back at the nightmare that was laid out in the room. "What do we do with this?" Lucilla started down the slickened staircase, not daring to look back for fear that she would vomit once more. Already she was sure to have nightmares of this for the rest of her days. "Burn it! Burn it all!" Chapter 9. A Bargain Struck. "Mother," rasped Vesper, shrinking against the bars of her tiny cell, the coppery taste of fear filling her mouth. "You can't be real. You can't be here. You're nothing more than a lower, a spirit to be called in servitude." "What was will be again," said the lower. "My time among the damned is over, thanks to you, daughter." "No, I beat you, trapped you. You are bound, locked away forever." "No, daughter, look at me. I am free." For a moment, Vesper believed her and was sure that her mother had somehow escaped to ravage the world once more. But something about the way she moved seemed off, inhuman. Then, when the lower came closer and smiled, the mask of perfection slipped. Her flawless skin, dark eyes and high cheekbones flickered for a heartbeat. And Vesper saw the boil-covered flesh, and when she smelled the rotting gums, she saw through the ruse. "You lie, mother, as always." "No, my child. Your body and soul made for a poor prison. Besides, we struck a bargain, remember?" Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, her mind fleeing back to the words she spoke in desperation, said only yesterday on the sands of the arena. She knew that she would regret it, but hadn't imagined the butcher's bill would come due so soon, or what it would cost her. "Why are you still here, then?" she asked, having a flash of insight. "Why haven't you used your newfound freedom to escape my presence? I mean, you've already taken my ace." The lower shook her head, sitting down on the small bed and folding her hands on her lap. "You misunderstand me, daughter. When I told you that I would teach you, share my knowledge, I spoke true. And as far as removing the colourful little drawing Magda put on your chest, you will thank me later when you learn the true secrets of Ace, when you are able to wield power your aunt could only dream of. What my sister was teaching you was for the weak, for those who lacked the vision to bend the world to their will." Regaining her composure, Vesper rose to her feet, covering her bare breasts with her forearms. "Why would you want to teach me? What's in it for you? Magda told me the truth about you, that you had betrayed your oaths, that she wanted nothing more than to destroy the Empire. You may not understand this, but I spent a lifetime defending Rome and its people, and Marcus Aurelius was a dear friend, but my duty was to protect the world against the darkness our people had foreseen so long ago, and I knew that I had to do everything in my power to stop it. With time, I would have been able to rebuild the empire we once had, so that we, the Ose, could stand against the dark, so that we could survive. That meant destroying the source of the corruption, Rome herself. But now, time for that has passed, and we stand on the cliff's edge, with the abyss calling to humanity. And now you've forgotten it all, and I should forget that you lied to me, tried to imprison me." "I didn't know your strength," said her mother, raising her chin, hints of pride in her voice. But your visitor yesterday, Lucilla, she is right. Time is short, desperate. I don't want you to forgive me, nor do I care. For now you are a tool, the only one I have. I only pray that together we are up to the task. Vesper's mind raced, her thoughts a mad jumble. She could not trust the vile lower that her mother had become, and from her experience with the creature, she knew that the minute her guard was down, it would take advantage of her, trick her, and take over as it did not so long ago. No, I don't believe you. This is some kind of trick. Who in the name of Jupiter are you talking to? Rumbled a voice behind her. Vesper jumped as if she'd been stung, a small yelp escaping her throat. Spinning on her heel, she found herself face to face with the bear of a Celt she had met yesterday. In a panic, her eyes darted back to the bed where her mother sat, wondering how she was going to explain, only to blink in confusion when no one was there, just an empty bed. What? No one, sorry, you frightened me, she said, her brows coming together as her temper bubbled. And, you know, for a man your size, you should really make more noise. You have very fine breasts, said Narcissus in a low voice, a wide smile showing through his thick beard, although I'm not sure why you are showing them to me. What? No! Squirmed Vesper, her entire body contorting as she tried to cover herself. Don't look. Why? He said, crossing his arms over his chest. They are just breasts. They are not misshapen. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We are not betrothed or married, she said, turning her back to him. It's not proper. That's ridiculous, he said, laughing at her. Celtic men and women go into battle bare-chested, fully naked sometimes. And have you not been to the baths? The Roman women leave little to the imagination, same as the men. No one cares. This is why the Romans are so vile, so corrupt. They put the sacred on display for all to see. They have no shame. Bah, it's just flesh, said Narcissus. Our bodies are symbols of love, fertility. They are the finest works of the gods, not some loathsome embarrassment hidden behind superstition and foolishness. Be that as it may, I don't feel like being ogled. Can you? A cat, growled Narcissus, his brows shooting up. No, this won't do. Nessie hates cats. He's bound to be violent if he finds it in the ludus. What? A cat. On the bed, said Narcissus, rattling the cell door with a meaty hand. And how in the name of Jupiter did you get to bed? Ignoring the big man, Vesper turned her attention to the tiny cell, her mouth falling open when she saw the slim feline sitting on the edge of her bed, appearing to be almost smiling at her. She wondered for a moment what in the name of Ologimare was going on, when the cat, for a heartbeat, was suddenly her mother again, and she understood. I don't know, it just wandered in this morning, she lied, seeing the questions forming Narcissus's eyes. He had seen the cat change, she was sure, and the last thing she needed was to try and explain any of this, the clean cell, the bed, and most of all, Lilith and her tricks. Not knowing any other way to stop the inevitable avalanche of questions, she did the only thing she could, and lowered her hands with an inward cringe, puffing out her chest. Would you be so kind as to find me a tunic of some kind? I seem to have lost my vest. Vesper smiled to herself when the big man's mouth snapped shut, his eyes going wide. Despite his previous bravado, a small series of choking noises escaped his throat, as if he'd swallowed his tongue, and he blushed a deep shade of pink beneath his beard. Wait here, he growled, before vanishing from her sight. A twisted snort erupted from behind her, and she turned to find her mother, looking like herself once more, bent in half, her body shaking with laughter. Are you insane? Is what amuses you? Said Vesper through clenched teeth. The lower wiped tears from her eyes, her shape twisting and bending between cat, smooth-skinned matriarch, and the vile, boil-covered spirit that was her true form. It took deep breath and came closer, her hands covering her ample bosom. If you wish, next time I will show him mine. I had my doubts before, but now I am sure. All of this was just another of your lies. But how is it that he can see you? The amusement faded from the lower's dark eyes, and a frown marred her face. "I'm not sure how the man can see me, to be honest. Our bargain should have freed me, and for a moment, just before you woke, I thought I was done with you, daughter. But when I went to leave..." "You felt trapped like a fraying rope stretched to its limits," said Vesper, recognising the same feeling in herself. "That's the feeling that woke me." "Yes," said her mother, her form twisting and changing once more. "I am here, in the real world, somehow still connected to you, yet connected to the world of the spirit all at once." Vesper opened her mouth to speak when the lower snapped and twisted, once again transforming into a sleek black cat, its deep, dark eyes that looked too intelligent, the only sign it wasn't a normal animal. "You've a fine backside as well," said Narcissus, returning from his errand of finding her something to wear. Pressing her lips together, she faced him slowly, ignoring his jab, knowing that if she covered her bottom, her breasts would be exposed to him once more. The tall Celt stood with an arm stuck through the bars, holding out a black leather vest of some kind. "What's this?" she asked, eyeing the fine piece of material. "It belonged to one of Philo's women," said Narcissus. "She ran off last night after they told her he was dead." "Why would his woman have armour such as this?" asked Vesper, taking it with one hand and then putting her back to him so she could inspect it. Narcissus barked a laugh, his voice taking on a lecherous tone. "Apparently, the skin peddler enjoyed the feel of leather against his skin, and he would have her wear it when they—" "Enough! I've heard enough. Apologies." Vesper sniffed at the leather, relieved when she saw it was clean and smelled of little more than a hint of perfume. Without thinking, she undid the leather straps, adjusting it so it fit snugly against her bosom, but not too tight that it was uncomfortable. Squaring her shoulders, she faced him once more, spreading her arms. "Well, do I look the part?" She had expected him to give her another lecherous smile, or at least make some crude comment. But to her surprise, he nodded at her, crossing his arms across his chest. "At least when you're finally on the sands, you'll look like a gladiator. You only have to hope that you'll live long enough to get there." Locking eyes with him, it struck her that her father had died only yesterday, and that, by the grace of Volodymyr, the mad pact she had made somehow saved her so she could fight another day, with many more challenges to come. Pushing back a pang of fear that made her heart beat faster. "Then teach me," she began, raising her chin. "Teach me, that I might live to avenge my father. Teach me, so that you will one day go free." Narcissus gave her an odd smile, opening the cell door for her. "Vengeance is a powerful thing," he said in a grim tone. "It will keep you going when hope has faded and you have nothing else to live for. But take my advice. Don't let it consume you. Now, let us begin." Chapter 10. Rolling Hills. Vesper stifled a groan as she sat up on the narrow cot, her back and shoulders aching from hours she spent training with gladius and shield. Her hands were sore, and her thighs burned from carrying heavy rocks from one end of the training grounds to the other, and throwing dense wooden beams back and forth with the other new recruits. In the last few days, she had done more jumping and running than she could have possibly imagined. It would have been fine if it were just that, but once her days were done on the sands under the hot sun, Lilith was waiting for her in the tiny cell. The lower insisted on trying to teach her. Her goal, to undo the lessons her Aunt Magda had taught her, and, in her words, set Vesper down the true path to power. To that end, the lower droned on incessantly, despite Vesper not wanting anything to do with her madness and doing her best to ignore her. "It is only difficult because you refuse to learn," said Lilith, reading her thoughts and flickering into her field of view, the lower's shape shifting from that of a sleek black cat to the horrid deformed hag that was her true face, to finally the beautiful woman she once was long ago. Vesper turned her back to the lower, scrubbing sleep from her eyes. "That is because what you want to teach me is vile, against the natural order, just like you. Ace is more than just drawing on the energy of plants and trees, daughter. True power. I won't hurt anyone, said Vesper, wincing when her voice carried through the quiet halls of the Ludus. Not like that. True power comes from balance, continued the lower, as if Vesper hadn't spoken. Life and death are part of the natural order. You would know this if my sister had lived long enough to train you properly. Ignoring the lower while she prattled on, Vesper stretched to her feet and yawned. Eyeing the grey, rough-hewn walls and narrow cot that dominated her tiny cell, she wished for simpler days. Days when the hardest thing she had to do was running about her village, delivering medicine and herbs for her aunt. Days when her afternoons were her own, and she spent most of them with friends, scampering up and down the branches of the baobab tree that stood at the centre of their small hamlet. Part of her understood Lilith's argument, that Vesper didn't know enough to see the dangers that she was facing, but she had been blindsided by her before. It doesn't matter anyway, because the last thing I want is to learn from you, she began, washing her face and privates from a small bowl of water in the corner of her cell, and then throwing on one of the 2 clean tunics she was allowed, before strapping on her leather vest on top of it all. I mean, look at what you've done to yourself, the pain you've caused everyone in your life. The lower's appearance twisted and spun with the insult, its ever-shifting shape making Vesper nauseous. This world is not as black and white as you think, Vesper, and one day you will learn the terrible cost of keeping the darkness at bay, the price for keeping the ones you love safe. Vesper opened her mouth to speak, but then she heard feet shuffling in the corridor, recognising the hobbled gait that arrived every morning at this time, and strangely, today he was not alone. Enough of this. Linus is doing his morning rounds, waking everyone up. Go away, she whispered, standing up and smoothing the bottom of her tunic, which hung just above her knees. Lilith shifted, her matronly form vanishing like it was never there, and in her place, sitting comfortably on the side of her cot, the sleek black cat, giving her an all-too-human smile. "Good morning, Vesper," said Linus, coming around the corner with his bent, shifting gait, the crow's feet in the corner of his eyes turning up as he smiled at her. "Good morning, Linus," she said, smiling at the old gladiator. "How is your back?" "Today it's good, and if I was only 20 years younger, I would show you how good," he said with a sly wink. "How is your front?" "Still too much for you, old man," she joked, her cheeks growing warm. "Oh, I'm not that old, and you never know. I might surprise you. You know, the women of Rome used to line up after I fought in the games for a chance to experience my touch." Vesper's smile turned into an easy laugh that she immediately regretted. "Don't make me laugh. My entire body still hurts from yesterday." "Stop encouraging the old fool," whispered Lilith through their connection. "Men like him only want one thing from young girls, so don't be surprised when he takes you up on your offers." "I will do as I wish," returned Vesper. "I don't care what you say. He's nice, and I like him, so go away and leave me alone." "Don't call on me when his true intentions are revealed. You walk a dangerous line talking this way with men," said the lower, vanishing from sight. Vesper could sense that she was still there, that they were still connected, but she was somehow hiding. "I have good news for you then," continued Linus, clearing his throat. "Lady Lucilla has sent for you, so there will be no training for you today." The old gladiator shuffled aside, and a haggard-looking centurion with clear blue eyes and a square jaw came into view. He wore simple, unmarked leather armour, but his red cloak marked him as a centurion officer of the Legion. A flutter of fear darted around in her belly, and for a heartbeat Vesper wondered if she had done something wrong. But then the centurion gave her a respectful nod and motioned for Linus to open the cell door. "Good morning," she began, returning his nod. "What does the lady require of me?" she asked, stepping into the corridor. The centurion pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering from Linus to her. "It would be best if I told you along the way. It is not a simple thing to explain. Come, I have horses prepared for our journey." Vesper swallowed, halting in place. "I am sorry, but I never learned to ride." "I feared as much," he said, motioning for Linus to lead the way. "But I have a daughter your age. She learned to ride with this mare. The beast is calm and easily led as long as you don't spook her." A wave of relief washed over her and she followed. "Thank you, sir, that is kind of you. I've wanted to ride since I was little, but my aunt, the woman who raised me, disliked horses. She said that only a fool would trust her life to a beast with a brain the size of a walnut." "You may call me Felix, and depending on the horse, I would agree with your aunt, but I assure you, you will be fine." They walked the rest of the way through the ludus in silence, with only Linus's shuffling gait breaking the quiet. Finally exiting the training facility through a heavy wooden door that led to a narrow alley where a tall black stallion and a piebald mare awaited them. Felix dismissed Linus with a nod, and then offered her his arm to help her when she didn't move. "Put your foot here in the stirrup, and your hand here on the saddle. I will help you up." Vesper's heart raced as she gingerly touched the tall animal, marvelling at its rippling muscles and smooth fur under her hand. She's beautiful," she said breathlessly, giving the centurion a shy smile as she hoisted herself up with his help. "Come, time is short," said Felix, making sure she was well seated on the saddle before they cantered down the alley and headed out of the city in the dark streets. Vesper had only seen the city from a distance that fateful night not so long ago, when everything in her life changed. She remembered being in awe of its majesty, of the splendour of its grand buildings and flowing fountains. Up close it was different, still majestic, but the brilliant white marble of its buildings were faded by grime, the streets littered with garbage. But it was the sky that frightened her the most. When she was home in the village among her people, the night was dominated by a brilliant canopy of stars, and if a jambe like Vesper or her aunt looked at it a certain way, one could see the weave, the strands that connected people to the world all around them, forming a tapestry that detailed the history of mankind. But here in Rome, the weave was like a worn, ragged cloth, faded and torn, showing the damage done by the blight of humanity. "You must pay attention," said Felix, riding ahead of her, holding both horses' reins. "A rider must move in unison with the mare, or you risk being thrown." Vesper snapped her attention away from the grey sky, focusing, as the centurion advised, on the road ahead. "Sorry, I've never been out to the ludus. It's all very new to me." "The city, I've never seen anything so impressive," said Felix over his shoulder. "I forget that sometimes." "There is a saying among my people," she said, "that we can only see beauty in the things we love through the eyes of another." "Well, you and your people are very wise. But now, please pay attention, because if I let anything happen to you, Lady Lucilla will have my head." "Apologies. I promise to pay more attention," said Vesper, looking away to hide the tears she was squeezing back, her thoughts with her people, now gone forever. "But please, tell me where we are going. I would be grateful to know why we are out and about before dawn." Felix slowed his horse so they could ride side by side, his brow narrowing with worry. "It is difficult to explain, but I will try. But I warn you, you'll never be the same again once you are told." The sun was fully risen over the horizon by the time they made it out of the city onto the main road, and Vesper was still reeling from what Felix had told her. Part of her worried that Lilith was telling the truth, and that the dark days the Ose had been preparing for had finally come. With a sigh, she looked out over the rolling hills, glad to be out of the ludus despite the dire situation. Just being out of the dull shadow of Rome, she felt like a weight had been lifted off of her shoulders. The countryside was more like the world she was used to, lush and green, full of life, as far as the eye could see. Even the few people they passed along the road seemed happier, kinder than the few folks she had met in the city. After her first hour of riding, she started to get the feel for it, and Felix handed her the reins, letting her ride on her own. She had tried digging deeper, hunting for more information of the other events he had mentioned, but the old centurion had paled, his face taking on the look of a man who had eaten something foul. The incident occurred at a villa just over the next rise. We'll leave the horses here. They won't go any farther," said Felix, dismounting. The centurion left the road, leading his stallion to a copse of trees, and then tied the reins to a low-hanging branch, nodding that she should do the same. Vesper wrinkled her nose, her attention snapping back to the road. "What's that smell?" she asked, following the centurion's lead and awkwardly dismounting with a small yelp. In response, Felix emptied his canteen onto a rag and then tied the cloth off around his nose like a bandana. Then, repeating the process, offered a damp cloth to her, before speaking in a low voice. "The smell is worse with each incident," he said, shaking his head. "It's so bad that the horses won't go near it." Taking the cloth, Vesper hesitated, goose flesh running up and down her arms as she wrapped the damp material around her nose. Then she gave the piebald mare a final pat on its sleek neck and ran after Felix, her curiosity growing with each step. By the time she got to the top of the rise, her tired legs were burning in protest. "By a lodgy mare," she whispered, bile rising in her throat when she crested the rise. "What could do such a thing?" The top of the rise was like an invisible line. Behind them, the world was green and lush, full of the sounds of life, birds and bees going about their day. On the other, it was deathly silent. The land was the colour of ash, blasted and barren as far as she could see. At the heart of it all was a villa, its white walls looking like bleached bone against the landscape, its terracotta roof tiles like dried blood. "The blight of Rome grows," whispered Lilith, Vesper flinching as the lower appeared on the road beside her, laughing in disgust and then disappearing once more. "It's like this for miles," said Felix, hesitating for a moment before setting off. "Come. Lady Lucilla and her guard went on ahead earlier this morning." Vesper stepped across the threshold to follow, and almost fell over, her stomach clenching in agony, like someone had plunged a knife into her abdomen. Felix was at her side in an instant, his haggard face creased with worry. "I'll be fine," she said, sucking in deep breaths of foul air while gripping tightly to the centurion's strong arm. "Do you want to go back? I'm sure Lady Lucilla will understand." "I have a duty," she said, her eyes narrowing as she looked to the sky, and I gave her my word that I would help whenever she called on me. "What do you see?" he asked, following her worried gaze. "The weave here. It's torn. Shredded." "The weave?" asked Felix, helping her stand. "Among my people, we believe that the worlds of man and nature are connected, woven together in the tapestry that we call life, that power flows through all things, the trees, the rocks, animals, and that power we call ace, the ability to manipulate the world through our very force of will." The centurion rolled his eyes, clearing his throat. "I'm sorry, but I am a proper Roman. I don't believe in pagan superstition. And what does any of that have to do with what is happening here?" "You may believe what you wish. It does not change things. Look around you. What do you see? Open your heart. What do you feel?" Felix glazed out over the barren soul and darkened sky as they walked, giving her a brief nod. "The land, it feels sick, broken somehow." Vesper smiled at him behind the wet rag, picking up her pace as they got closer to the villa. "Jambe like me, we can see the weave and sometimes bend it to our wills. But anyone can sense it if they really try, and in a bad place like this, sense the corruption." "Jambe?" "Yes, you Romans confuse us with the pagans and would call me a witch. But in the Osei tongue it means seer and sometimes guardian," she said. "And the weave here, it is unravelling. Reality is being torn asunder." "By what?" asked the centurion, his eyes going wide. Vesper opened her mouth to speak, when a sharp scream up ahead shattered the ominous silence, giving both of them pause as Felix scanned for threats. "There," she said, pointing at the villa, both her and Felix breaking into a run in unison. "Do you see Lady Lucilla?" he said in a panicked voice, bolting ahead of her. Vesper ran after him, doing her best to keep up, but days of hard training at the Ludus left her lagging behind, her legs burning with each stride. Getting closer, she stopped in her tracks when from behind the villa a pair of men, legionaries, burst out into the open, long purple cloaks trailing after them as they ran. Behind them, a dark shape exploded through the walls, pelting the escaping men in a shower of red bricks and concrete. Felix skidded to a halt, and Vesper's jaw dropped when the creature attacking the men vanished for a heartbeat, reappearing seconds later as the land under their feet rose up like a wave, cresting over them before collapsing to bury the hapless legionnaires under a torrent of earth, brick, and stone. Vesper hardly had time to react when, like a hound with the scent, it snapped toward them, its faceless gaze sending a chill down her spine. She was about to run when Lilith's voice tore through her mind in a breathless whisper. "Don't run. Look at it. Really look at it." "Don't move," she shouted to Felix, freezing in place while the shadow of a creature did the same, waiting, sniffing around after them like it had lost their scent. Faster than she had ever done before, she shifted her sight, a wave of nausea running through her when she saw how broken and torn the weave was in this place. "Why isn't it coming for us?" whispered Felix, his voice tense. Vesper silenced him with a tiny wave of her hand, her heart skipping a beat when her slight movement set the faceless creature hunting once more, sniffing in their direction. Thinking quickly, she shifted her vision beyond the world of the mundane, and even there she could barely see the creature. It was little more than a lightless void, shapeless shadows over shadows, visible only because its darkness stood in stark contrast to the grey sky and soil. Stranger still, she could make out thin filaments, writhing like snakes over its entire form. "I think it can only see us if we move." The old centurion turned his head slowly to meet her eyes, his jaw clenching and unclenching. "We can't stay like this forever, and Lady Lucilla might still be alive. We have to find her." The beast lurched closer, and Vesper watched in fascination at the thin wires that flowed from its form, swayed like reeds in the wind, bending and twisting but never breaking. "Lilith, if you're with me, now would be a good time," she whispered under her breath. A shrill laughter echoed in the back of her mind. "I told you not to call on me," mocked the lower. "Perhaps the old man you left back at the Ludus can help you." "If I die, you die," she muttered to herself, clenching her teeth. Strangely, the lower didn't rise to her threat, and Vesper could feel it burying itself deeper into the recesses of her mind. The shadow slid closer, and Vesper flinched, raising a hand defensively without meaning to. In a rush of motion it flowed toward them like a shapeless mass of living earth. Without thinking, she moved to stand in front of the old centurion, extending her will reflexively. She gathered the loose strands of filament into a thick cord, wrapping them around its neck like a leash. A moment later, the creature was towering over them, lunging to attack, only to be held back by Vesper's will, keeping the monster at bay. "Are you holding it back?" asked Felix, his hand going to the gladius at his hip while the creature bucked and tore, a foul stench like rotting meat pouring from its faceless form. "Yes!" she screamed, holding fast in place as the shadow spun, trying to break her grip. With a roar, Felix charged from behind her, his gladius flashing brightly as he drove the fine weapon deep into the shadow. Pulling the weapon free, he glanced back at her for an instant, giving her a triumphant smile, when the blade came away dripping with black bile, and the creature let out an ear-shattering wail. The centurion pulled back for another strike, but the creature, reeling from his first blow, bolted away towards the villa, tearing Vesper from her feet as it dragged her along. Holding tight to the filaments that connected her to the creature, she half stumbled, half ran behind it, her already tired body shaking from the effort of trying to hold it back. Digging in deep with her will, she pulled with all her might, clenching her jaw while the heels of her boots left deep gashes in the earth until she, at last, managed to bring it to heel. With its movement halted, the creature turned back to snap at her, and she almost tumbled back in fear, but Felix was there, hacking and stabbing at it, his exposed arms flexing like cords of steel as he battled it back, sending the creature into a fury. "I have an idea," she said, loosening her grip just slightly, letting the beast pull away so she had some breathing room. The day her aunt had shown her the weave for the first time, Vesper had gotten lost in the wonder of it all and had found herself falling into a void that looked very much like the beast, a shadow within a shadow. But more, she knew that Ace was everywhere, in the rocks, in the trees, and even in this thing. Spreading her arms wide, she let go, focusing all of her attention on the emptiness, letting it draw her in just like she had so long ago. She half expected to be torn in half, but she blinked, and suddenly she was floating above the creature, close enough that she could reach out and touch it, the writhing filaments entwining her like a climbing vine. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she touched them, drawing on whatever energy gave the beast life. Vesper smiled in triumph when the familiar rush ran through her, and blue flames danced up and down her arms, making her stronger, faster. Below her, the creature slowed, docile as it began to dissipate, its shadowy form fading like morning mist in the sunlight. Then, just as the shadow was almost gone, she was struck by a backlash, the power ripped away from her as the weave fought back against their manipulations. She screamed while waves of bone-numbing agony shot through her, and she felt like she was being dragged underwater by a powerful tide. Calming herself, she drew in quick, shallow breaths, trying to pull away from whatever was holding her, the muscles and tendons on her arms and shoulders straining, growing weaker with each passing moment. Squeezing her eyes shut, she did her best to block out the pain, putting all of her effort in freeing herself. But the harder she pulled, the quicker she fell. Tears began to flow, and Vesper was about to give up, let the void take her, when a strong hand took her by the arm, pulling her back. "Mother," she said with a gasp when she looked back to find Lilith floating beside her, looking more real than she ever had. "You refuse my teaching, and then go and do something like this?" said the lower, shaking her head. "You have more bravery than sense, child, and one day it will kill you." "How are you doing this?" "I don't know, but in this place I am more," she said, pulling so hard that Vesper's arm was almost torn from its socket. Then, just when she thought her arm would be lost in the void, she came free, tumbling hard onto the barren soil in a heap, everything going dark. The world came rushing back a moment later, and Vesper opened her eyes to find herself on her back, Felix above her, and to her surprise, Lucilla as well. "Lady Lucilla, you're alive," she said, shaking her head to drive away the stars floating in her vision. "Thanks to you," said Lucilla, helping Vesper sit up. "The beast had me and my guard cornered. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if the two of you hadn't shown up when you did." Vesper tried to stand, only to fall back on her behind when the world began to spin. "Apologies. This took more out of me than I thought." "Don't be foolish. You saved all of our lives. I owe you a debt of gratitude," she said, nodding to the 6 men emerging from the villa. "Did you find anything?" asked Vesper, standing, at last letting out a breath. Lucilla shook her head, pressing her lips together. "This has been the worst incident yet. There were not even bodies or blood, just ash." "Jupiter's beard," said Felix, looking out over the barren landscape, his haggard face falling. "Your father told me about the site," said Lucilla, her fine brows coming together. "I need to know what you see when you look at this place. That is why I asked Felix to bring you." Vesper pushed herself away from the pair of them, standing on her own while she did what was asked of her, staring for a long time at the sky and soil of this place, her vision lingering for ages on the villa itself, shaking her head in disbelief when she was finally done. "I have never seen a place so corrupt, so broken," she said at last. "I see only death." "I've heard enough," said Lucilla. "It is past time I did something about this. Vesper, my men will take you back to the Ludus. Felix?" "Yes, my lady." "You will accompany me to see the Emperor, and together, if the gods are willing, we will somehow make him listen." Chapter 11. A morning bath. Her boots echoed like distant thunder as she strode through the private halls of the palace, her head raised high, as if all of this opulence was hers. And at one time it was, both by birth and by marriage. Lucilla had not bothered to change after her visit to the cursed insula, and she was sure that her riding boots had left their fair share of caked blood on the fine marble flooring. But at this moment she didn't care. The palace, in all its splendour, could burn for all she cared, whatever it took to call her brother's attention to the crisis at hand. "What will you do if you won't listen?" asked Felix beside her, his centurion cape fluttering behind him from the pace she set. "I must make him listen, Felix. Things are growing worse, and if today is any indication, we can't contain this for much longer," said Lucilla, turning down a hall she knew all too well, and stopping short, a foul curse escaping her lips. Behind her, Felix almost slammed into her, letting out a low whistle. "By the gods, has he gone mad?" "It seems he has," said Lucilla, gawking in disgust at what she was seeing. When Emperor Domitian had built this palace, he had commissioned a unique work of art, a fresco to line the walls that led to his private chambers, to remind him of the weight of responsibility that lay on his shoulders. The fresco told the story of Rome's humble beginnings, of the heroic men and women who grew the simple town into a powerful republic, expanded its borders, and grew it into the mighty empire it was. Senators, generals, brave legionnaires, and emperors who had spilled blood to preserve and defend the empire and its people. Now the regal halls had been vandalised by a madman, each image having been replaced by some version of Commodus, standing godlike, dressed in a lion's hide draped over his shoulders, holding a massive club, performing heroic acts. "Is he supposed to be Hercules?" asked Felix, craning his neck to take it all in. "Yes," she said, shaking her head. "He has replaced our history, this priceless work of art, with the trials of Hercules, his childhood fantasy of him being Jupiter's son." Lucilla remembered that from the day their tutors had told him the stories. He had been obsessed with the trials of the demigod, often pretending to be him on more than one occasion. Approaching a set of double doors inlaid with gold and birchwood, she stopped, recognising the Praetorian guards as men whom she knew from her time here, men she knew to be loyal to Publius. "I have urgent news for him. Where is he?" The purple-clad centurions glanced at one another, none of them daring to make eye contact with her. Finally, one of them coughed into his hand, speaking in a low voice. "My lady, he is in the bath. Shall I—" "No, I will go to him." "He is not alone nor sober, my lady." "It is nothing I haven't seen before," she said, shouldering past the men, who let her pass without argument. Entering the Emperor's private domain, Lucilla stepped gingerly over the chaos, holding her nose against the stench of sour wine and old sweat. Despite having an army of serving women at his disposal, Commodus's private chambers looked like a war zone, with discarded clothing, both men's and women's, piled high. Gilded cups and plates of fine silver and gold lay scattered around, with lakes of spilled wine pooling in random spots on the fine marble. And despite it being early in the day, the drapes were drawn tight, and a sea of candles and oil lamps lit the maze of rooms he lived in. "The Emperor clearly does not see the threat in the disorder," said Felix, frowning at the mess. "I wonder how the son of Jupiter would fare with burning alive." "He would be too drunk to care," she said, moving deeper into his chambers while following the sound of laughter and running water, and punctuated by the occasional moan or grunt. "Sister!" shouted Commodus, a wide grin coming to his face as Lucilla walked into his private baths. Without pause, he pushed his way through the throng of young men and women that were pleasuring him, bounding up the stairs of the pool to greet her. "Brother, you look well," she said, staring him up and down, amazed at his physique. Lucilla could never understand it, how he could be so perfectly chiselled, with a broad chest and shoulders and narrow waist, while he ate and drank like a glutton. "Of course, am I not perfect?" said Commodus, spinning in a drunken circle with his arms outstretched. "Blessed by my father, Jupiter himself." "I bring news," she said as he watched her expectantly, his fists on his hips as if he truly were some hero from legend. "Bring my sister some wine," he shouted over his shoulder to no one in particular, staggering closer to her. "I like this, what you're wearing. Dressed like a man, yet having the fine gifts of womanhood. Perfection." "There has been another incident, worse this time," said Lucilla, stepping back, keeping her face still despite his sour breath. "Have you bathed yet this evening, sister?" he said, roughly caressing the side of her face, leaning in closer. "It might be fun if you joined us. This lot is starting to bore me." Lucilla put a hand on his chest, pushing him back, heat coming to her voice. "It was an entire insula this time, a block of apartments in the heart of the city. Women, children, entire families slaughtered like livestock. And the evening is long past. It is a new day with the sun already high in the sky. Perhaps it's about time you began your day." Commodus bent over, laughter spilling from his lips. "Marcia!" he shouted. "We did it. We drank all night without passing out. I told you we could do it." A full-figured woman who had been in the bath with Commodus staggered to his side, falling against him and leaning on his muscled frame for support. The woman, Marcia, gave him a drunken smile, her words slurring as she spoke. "Caesar is wise and has the constitution of a god, and the virility of one too," she said, her hands drifting toward his groin. "Commodus!" shouted Lucilla. "Perhaps it would be prudent to remove these people from our presence. It would do no good to have their tongues wagging, putting fear into everyone." Frowning down at Marcia, Commodus shook his head, a playful frown coming to his lips. "If they talk too much, I will simply cut out the offending tongues," he said, gazing back at the throng of people in the pool, before raising a finger. "But that would be a shame to remove such a talented instrument. Isn't that right, dear?" Watching the drunken exchange, Lucilla wanted nothing more than to throttle the both of them. Instead, she took a calming breath, coming to a decision. "Felix, can you ask the men at the door to remove these people and have a slave sent to clean this up?" Felix turned to follow her orders when he was stopped in his tracks by a booming voice. "Centurion, hold!" shouted Commodus. Lucilla's attention snapped back to her brother, and she was shocked to find that he, only a moment ago, was a drunken fop, but was now a thunderhead of rage, his eyes clear, anger palpable. Pushing Marcia aside, he put a finger in Lucilla's face, his voice full of anger as he began, "I am Caesar, not you, sister. And that means I can do whatever I want, when I want. So if I wish to drink all night, I can. If I wish to say that night is day, and day is night, then it is. My word makes it so. And if I wish to ignore your idiotic crisis you've made up to make yourself feel important, I will do that too. I mean, I can do these things," he interrupted, towering over her now, "because I am a god made of flesh, and my will is law. But if you would just come to see, I'm sure you'll—" "No, sister, you forget your place. You forget where we are, at the heart of my empire. Do you think our cowardly enemies would have the courage to step 1 foot on Roman soil to do the things you say? Of course not," finished Commodus, spittle running down his chin. "Caesar, what she says is true," said Felix, coming back to help her. "I saw it this morning with my own eyes." For a moment, Commodus's eyes lingered on Felix, his nostrils flaring. Then, just as quickly as he had become lucid, his eyes glazed over, and he fell against Lucilla, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. "Come, sister, bathe with me. I will show you—" "No!" shouted Lucilla, pounding on his chest. "Let go!" "You deny me such a simple thing," he said, giving her a drunken smile, his hands pawing at her behind. "Commodus, you're hurting me. Stop!" "Get in the damn water!" Lucilla twisted and turned to try and escape him, but his grip was like iron, his arms like granite. Ignoring her flailing, he lifted her bodily, hurling her into the bath as if she weighed nothing. She surfaced, sputtering and spitting up warm, salted water. Then her brother was on her, tearing at her tunic, roughly groping her breasts as he pressed himself against her. Somewhere behind her she heard laughter, screams, and then the rasp of steel on leather. She opened her mouth to scream at him, only to gag when his mouth covered hers, his tongue probing and slithering down her throat, making her want to vomit. Without thinking, she clawed at his face and chest, straining against him with every ounce of her breath. "Let her go!" shouted someone behind them, and she stumbled face first into the bath once more, water painfully filling her nose as he was pulled away from her. Lucilla came up from the water to find Felix and her brother in a twisted heap, wrestling on the steps of the pool, each man grunting and cursing as they threw wet punches and kicks. She waded toward them to stop it, when Commodus tore away from Felix's grip, pounding him on the bridge of his nose with a sharp elbow. Lucilla gasped as the retired centurion's body fell limp, and her brother rolled to sit on top of him, his chest heaving, a dazed look on his face. "Commodus, is he all right? Commodus?" she asked in a low voice after having climbed out the side of the bath and then darting around to face him, her boots squishing with every step, her clothes dripping water onto the marble floor. Her brother sat swaying on top of Felix, smacking his lips together. "Good fun, that, don't you think?" he said, glancing over his shoulder at the young men and women who had been sharing the bath with him, all of whom now cowered on the other side of the pool. "Wine. Time for more wine." "Commodus?" said Lucilla, gingerly stepping toward him, arm outstretched. "Can you let him—" "Sister, when did you get here? Get my sister some wine," he boomed. Lucilla flinched like she'd been slapped, her mind reeling. "Brother, the night has been long, and I think it's high time you got some rest," she said, kneeling and shaking Felix, her eyes never leaving her brother's. "Who's this?" he asked, blinking down at the old centurion in confusion. A chill ran down her spine as she watched her brother's wine-soaked struggle to remember what was going on. "Commodus, why don't you go back in the bath? The water will do you well," she said, speaking in a calming tone. For a moment, his drunken smile returned, and he nodded to her, patting the unconscious Felix on the side of his face. But then his eyes narrowed, and Lucilla saw something inside him snap. With a roar, he slammed his fist into the old legionnaire's head. "Brother, no!" said Lucilla, blanching in horror as he raised his fist and brought it down again and again and again and again, faster and faster, one blow after another, until there was nothing left but a pulpy red stain on the marble. "That was almost as good as what you refused me," shouted Commodus, throwing back his head and running his bloody hands through his hair. Lucilla stared at what was left of Felix, unable to speak, her entire body numb. For her entire life, Commodus had always been strange, prone to drinking and whoring from a young age. Worse still, he had always had a rough tongue with the servants of slaves, but their father had always been there, had always kept him grounded. But now he was unleashed, with no one who could control him. "Sister!" With a start, she came back to the moment to find her brother towering over her. The foppish smile returned to his face as if nothing had happened. He gave her an expectant look, and she realized he was asking her if she needed anything else. Swallowing, she gave him a weak smile, her voice cracking as she spoke. "Yes. Apologies, Caesar. No. With your permission, I will return home. My husband will be arriving from the north today, and I must prepare for his return," she lied, not daring to meet his eyes. Her brother nodded, turning his back to her, and plunging bodily into the swirling waters of the bathing pool once more, slicking back his hair when his head broke the surface. "Give Tiberius my best," he said, motioning for Marcia, who was shaking like a leaf, to join him. Lucilla took one last look at Felix's battered body and sprang to her feet, backing away with caution before turning and half running to the door. She had just crossed the threshold into the living section of his quarters when he called out to her. "Sister," he said, his voice slurring. "Apologies for my temper. You know, sometimes I lose myself." "The pressures of being Caesar," she said, not knowing what else to say, fighting to keep the disbelief, the fear from her voice. "There is nothing to apologise for." "You know me too well, Lucilla. What would I do without you?" "Of course, I am here for you. Always," she lied, grateful that the dark hid the disbelief on her face. She glanced over her shoulder to see him caressing Marcia from behind, his eyes locking onto her as he whispered into the curvaceous woman's ear. "Sister." "Yes?" "Tell the men at the door to send a servant in with more wine." "Of course," she said, swallowing hard to keep her voice steady. "Oh. And Lucilla?" Her shoulders slumped, and for a moment she feared he would make her come back. "Yes?" she said, turning back to look at him. "If you ever question me again, it will be your blood that I wash from my hands. Understood?" He said in a voice that was calm and clear, a voice that made it very certain that he would carry out his threat. Lucilla couldn't answer. She only nodded, slipping out of his rooms while her heart pounded out of her chest, never having felt so afraid in her life. "My lady, are you all right?" asked a purple-clad Praetorian guard, the one who had the courage to speak to her before she went in with Felix. "No, I need to—" "Never mind," she said, taking shuddering breaths to calm her racing heart, praying to the gods that none of the men saw her hands shaking. Ignoring their questioning looks, she pushed past them, wanting to be away from the palace and her brother as quickly as possible, knowing that unless someone did something, the Empire was doomed. She was almost to the exit from the palace when, with a start, Lucilla stopped in her tracks. Publius's words from their morning meeting burning through her mind. There was no one else who could get so close. It would have to be her. Chapter 12. A Day on the Sands. The hot sun beat down on the sands of the Ludus training grounds as Narcissus gave the girl an appraising eye, smoothing out his beard while humming under his breath. It was early in the day, and he had just begun to run the men through their morning drills. Calisthenics to build strength and endurance, followed with practice against the post, a tall wooden beam stuck in the ground, to teach precision. And had now paired off, sparring with wooden weapons that were heavier than their steel counterparts. "Doctore likes what he sees," said Linus with a laugh, following his gaze. "She has good form with the gladius, and despite my misgivings, she has skill beyond her years," he said, ignoring the jibe. "I think you like the form of her hips far more than her skill with the sword, my friend," said the retired gladiator. "My only concern is that she survives on the sands," said Narcissus, shaking his head in denial. "But she is curious in her fighting style. And she does have fine hips. For fighting, of course." "Of course, Doctore, of course." Narcissus watched with interest as Vesper sparred with Tahir, one of the new Syrian recruits. She fought with a heavy wooden gladius and shield, while the Syrian preferred a blunted spear and buckler. His comments to Linus were true. The girl showed some skill as she went through the forms, some of which he had not seen since his first days in Rome. "I'm serious, Linus. Look here at her footwork, her thrusts," he began, as Vesper charged forward, her wooden blade moving in tight, alternating arcs that pushed Tahir back on his heels, forcing him to use his spear like a quarterstaff to deflect her attacks. Then, when she almost had him, she stumbled, almost falling on her face before she jumped back, shield raised high, chest heaving. "I see, Doctore," said Linus, cocking his head. "Her skills with the gladius are clear, but she lacks the physical strength, the endurance to use it properly. And look how she lowers her shield now. She tires so quickly." "Perhaps it has simply been a long time since she trained," said the old gladiator with a shrug. "Perhaps. Set the others to continue," he grunted, handing his whip to the old man and strolling out to the sparring pair. "Tahir, go work the post. Your strikes are clumsy, unfocused. I will take care of this one." "Yes, Doctore," said the Syrian, bowing at the waist before racing off to use the wooden training stand that helped them learn more precise attacks. "Doctore," said Vesper, giving him a bow of the head. Vesper, he said with a nod. They had been only training for a few days, but Narcissus found her to be an excellent student, learning quickly and respectful despite her situation. Although he would never tell her that, it would do her no good to know that he thought anything of her. "Show me the forms that you were using on the Syrian," said Narcissus, letting his arms hang limply at his sides, "and raise your shield properly." Hefting her shield, she moved to assume the first position, but then stopped. "Do you mean to insult me?" she said, her brows coming together as she looked him up and down. Narcissus smiled at her, raising his meaty hands. "No, you shall see. These are the only weapons I've ever needed." "You're a madman, then?" "We Celts are a little crazy. It's a mark of pride among us." Vesper raised her shield, sitting the flat of her gladius on top of it. "The more you talk of your people, the more I am sure of that." "Come on, then. Show me what you have," he said, dropping into a fighting stance, his hands out in front of him. With a feral growl, Vesper came at him, using her shield to mask a quick series of jabs that aimed for his eyes and face. He was faster, ducking and weaving to avoid the blunted weapon, but just barely. Twisting off his back foot, he spun in place, and her last jab with her gladius went wide, leaving her open, allowing him to strike her in the back with an elbow that sent her staggering and flailing. Not wanting to lose his momentum, he continued after her, following up with a roundhouse that he hoped would finish her. But to his surprise, he missed, as she turned her unbalanced flailing into a fall and then rolled, putting him out of position, when she sprung up underneath him, bashing him in the face with her shield, sending him reeling away from her. "Not bad," he said, shaking away dark spots that were swimming in front of his eyes. "Where did you learn to fight like the Romans, with the gladius and shield?" For a moment, she paused while they circled one another, cocking her head and muttering under her breath before continuing. "The Jambe, like me, or my mother and father, were meant to serve in Rome, to defend the emperor, so we learned all types of fighting styles." "Jambe?" said Narcissus, lunging forward, reaching for her with a meaty hand, probing her reflexes. "Doesn't that mean witch?" Vesper smirked at him, not taking the bait, instead letting her shield and sword fall at her sides, shaking out her arms. "It translates to witch in the Roman tongue, but among the Ose it means a path one follows, a way to connect with the world, to nature, and all of its energies." Seeing her defences lowered, he leapt forward, kicking out with his long legs, aiming for her chin. But instead of catching her off guard, she simply scurried aside, moving faster than he expected. "But still superstition and fairies, cauldrons full of eyes of newt and lizard's tongue," said Narcissus with a mocking grin plastered on his face. "You are too big, too fat, and too slow," she said, as she avoided him again, snorting at him as she returned to her guarded position, shield raised high. "And no, we do not believe in Roman superstition nor magic. Ace is very real. It can change the world. It can do anything." "Except help you escape," laughed Narcissus, charging at her once more, ignoring a series of brutal thrusts to his chest from her gladius as he wrapped his massive arms around her in a bear hug. Vesper strained against him, her legs kicking out and finding his shins, the sharp agony from the blows making him almost drop her. "You just have to yield, and it will be over. You are the one who will give up," she strained, just as she slammed her forehead into the bridge of his nose. Narcissus saw stars after the first blow, but held on for dear life, until she hit him again, so hard that something cracked, and he swooned, the pain half blinding him, forcing him to drop her, bellowing and clutching at his nose. "Apologies," she said, dropping her sword and shield and coming to his side. "Let me see." "It's nothing," he said, wanting to continue the fight, but then holding his tongue when he saw the look of concern on her face, felt the warmth of her body close to his. "It's not broken, and I've had worse. I lost myself for a moment. I didn't mean to hurt you. We were just—" "No, you did well. Your instincts took over. If you pick up a weapon, you should always plan to do harm, even if you are simply sparring." "That does not make sense. How are we to learn anything like that?" "Victory is life," said Narcissus, motioning that they should go again. "And it is only because of the fear of pain do we fight with all we have, do we strive to become more." "Life is more than pain," said Vesper, kicking up dust as she retrieved her fallen gladius and shield. "There is joy in the connections we make with our friends, family, even our enemies." Narcissus scoffed in protest and was about to call her a fool, but something in the way she smiled gave him pause, and he could see she really believed what she was saying. When he spoke at last, his voice was as light-hearted as hers. Spoken like someone who has never lived under the crack of the whip. Give it a few months among the Romans, you'll see. "I can't imagine living your whole life enslaved," said Vesper, dropping her gladius and shield to her side. "How could one person do that to another? It's cruel, monstrous." Flexing his shoulders, he dropped his guard, lowering his voice as he spoke. "It is the way of the world. The strong exploit the weak. The powerful have no mercy or compassion for those beneath them." "But why do we accept it?" she asked. "There are far more of us than them. If every slave, every plebeian stood up, we could—" "You dream, woman!" barked Narcissus with a laugh, shaking his head. "I have thought long and hard of such things, alone in my cell in the small hours of the night. Even if by some magic spell we could organize all those willing to fight, those who rule us have denarii to pay the legion, denarii to pay for swords and shields, and worse, denarii to pay those with weak wills, men and women who would betray their own mothers for a few coins. I'm sure they are few in number, and I remember many legionnaires stationed in my home province. They were angry men, cursing Rome and the Empire." "Yes," said Vesper. "Men say things when out of earshot of their centurion leader, but when the time comes, they are loyal to the Empire, to the denarii they are paid, and the retirement they are promised." He crouched, ready to spar once more, motioning that she should do the same, when a shadow fell over them, and his gaze was drawn to the sky. Narcissus watched in awe as a shadow fell across the sun, covering the entire disk, turning day into night. "By Mare, it's beautiful," rasped Vesper, her words strangely echoing across the training grounds. "The gods have taken the sun from the sky. We are being punished," said Narcissus, swallowing hard. "This is Idilogiu," laughed Vesper behind him. "The moon passing in front of the sun. It is nothing to be afraid of." "Bah, what do you know? It is a sign of—" Harsh words in an alien tongue so foul that set his teeth on edge tore his attention away from the black sun, and he turned to find Vesper standing rigid, whispering in vile language he had never heard before. Her eyes rolled back so the whites were showing. Pushing back a pang of fear in his belly, he went to her, but as he approached, the hairs on his arms rose and gooseflesh ran up and down his body, as if a cold winter wind had just blown through him. "Vesper, are you—" "The Romans will be punished for what they've done to you. I will burn their cities and slaughter anyone with a trace of Roman blood in their veins. And when I'm done, there will be nothing but ash. This, I promise," she said in a tone that was dripping with hatred, the light-hearted joy that was in her voice only moments before gone as if it never was. Then, without warning, her legs crumpled beneath her and she toppled. Narcissus was close enough that he caught her, holding her gently so she wouldn't hit her head. Looking in her face, he could see that her skin was dry and chalky, her lips parched. For an instant he thought he had pushed her too hard, but it was early in the day still, and only moments ago she had been fine, coming at him hard, with blows full of force and vigour. "Water!" he shouted to Linus, who came hobbling along quickly, his eyes fixed on the darkened sky. "What happened?" he asked, holding the waterskin to her parched lips. "She was fine, and then—" Booming thunder in the distance silenced him, and he looked up to see a thunderhead moving in fast, flashing white and cobalt against black clouds that suddenly filled the sky, where moments ago it was clear and bright. "By the gods, it's not possible!" screeched Linus, dropping the waterskin and falling back on his heels, scurrying away from them. "Linus!" shouted Narcissus, gently laying Vesper on the sand and racing to the old gladiator's side. I'm sorry, muttered Linus, tears streaming down his face. Narcissus grabbed his hands, wrestling with the old man to prevent him from clawing at his eyes. Another set of screams echoed across the training grounds, and Narcissus snapped around to see men all around him screaming. Many were simply cowering where they stood, frozen in place. Others buried their faces in the sand, hiding from some terror only they could see. The worst of them were like Linus, tearing and gouging at their eyes. Narcissus himself felt nothing, only an odd biting cold despite the heat of the day, and a loud wind piercing his ear that drowned out the screams of the others. "So many. I didn't know, whispered Linus, fighting against him, strong despite his many years. Not knowing what else to do, Narcissus held on to his friend, absorbing his blows until the old man was spent and slumped into his chest exhausted. Narcissus blew out his cheeks and let him go, and was about to see to the other men, when Tahir appeared from nowhere, charging in his direction like a madman with his blunted spear. Acting on pure instinct, Narcissus sprang to his feet, charging ahead and leaping over Vesper's prone form to meet him, easily deflecting a wild strike from the Syrian, and then slamming his shoulder directly into the man's face, smiling to himself when he heard the satisfying crunch of Tahir's nose breaking. To his surprise, Tahir didn't slow. Ignoring the blood flowing from his shattered nose, he came at him again, frothing, gnashing, and clawing at Narcissus's forearms while he blocked the wild attacks. "That's enough!" he shouted, slamming an elbow to the side of his temple that sent the Syrian's eyes rolling back into his head and collapsing onto the ground. Pulling his attention away from the fallen gladiator, he looked out to find the training grounds of the Ludus had descended into pure chaos. The men attacked each other like animals, training weapons forgotten as they fought with bare fists and feet. He glanced at his whip hanging off of Linus's belt, for a moment thinking it would be the tool to restore order to this insanity, only to dismiss the idea when he remembered how Tahir had ignored the pain of his broken nose. He would have to find another way to stop this insanity, or else they would all kill one another. With a snarl, he bounded to his feet, charging the men closest to him. "Attalus, Verus, enough of this!" he shouted, knocking them apart and sending them reeling. Narcissus had known these men for a long time, trained them both, but when they recovered their wits from his attack, there was no recognition in their eyes, only hate, rage. Without a word they came at him, not like men, but like animals on all fours, aiming for his hamstrings. A surge of adrenaline pumped through his blood, his heart pounding like a drum as he spun in a circle, clipping Verus on the jaw with a heavy boot, knocking the man senseless in a single blow. Attalus was faster, leaping up and slamming into his back, staggering him forward. He screeched as the gladiator's teeth bored into his shoulder, cutting skin. Ignoring the pain, Narcissus hooked Attilus's neck with a meaty hand, throwing the man over his shoulder onto the sands, and then stomping on his head. Lightning flashed across the sky, and fat drops of rain pelted him, filling his nostrils with the scent of dust and summer heat, as he watched men he had known for years, men who were brothers in arms, attempt to slaughter one another. And worse, when a man fell, the aggressors didn't stop, smashing and pounding on broken flesh and bone with a strength that was beyond human. "If anyone is to survive, I have to stop this," he said under his breath. "By Jupiter's beard, stop! Stop!" His shout seemed to have a strange effect on the gladiators still standing, and as one, they left their fallen comrades bloodied on the sands and stood as one to face him. Steeling himself for what had to be done, Narcissus squelched the bubbling fear in his belly, instead sucking in deep breaths, focusing on his anger, building his rage so that he would feel nothing. That was the way of his people. His madness, his rage would defeat all who stood in his way, or he would die trying. He was about to charge forward when he blinked, and Vesper was suddenly blocking his back, staring at him with eyes black as night. Narcissus opened his mouth to speak when her hand shot out, her fingers touching his heart, and then the world shifted, and it was all gone. The training grounds, the madmen who were once gladiators, and he found himself in a place beyond explanation, lost and blind, fearing the nightmare before him was a dream, but knowing it was all too real. Chapter 13. A Distant Storm. Icy cold seeped into her back, numbing her to the bone. Above, the sky was little more than flickering shades of amber and blue, like the faded memory of a storm. "I can't be here," she whispered to herself, not wanting to be in this place of all places, but the icy stone digging into her back telling her that she was. Vesper knew if she turned her head to the side, she would see barren, grey soil at the edge of a cobblestone path, and if she listened hard enough, the horrid wail of the damned would fill her ears. "Where in the Hades are we?" Vesper sat up with a start to find Narcissus, the big Celt, lying next to her, looking more confused than she felt. "How are you here?" she said, scrambling to her feet while sucking in deep breaths of the stale air. "Where is here?" said Narcissus, coming to his feet slowly, trying to look everywhere at once. "We were on the training grounds, and you fell. Then everyone went mad." "Yes, I remember," she said, her mind racing at what she'd done. They had been sparring, talking, and she had gotten angry, but beyond that it was all a blur. Looking up and down the cobblestone path, she wrapped her arms around herself, a void forming in the pit of her stomach. This was not like the last time, the day when she was meant to die along with her father. She was here in the flesh. She could tell by the smell, that strange mix of dry mustiness mixed with a faint odour, similar to meat left out for too long in the summer sun. "Vesper! Vesper!" She blinked in confusion, coming back to herself, and she realised the big hairy Celt was screaming at her, his brow furrowed with worry. "What?" "Apologies, my mind was wandering. Something about this place makes it hard to focus." "I asked where the hell we are. You seem to know this place." Vesper hesitated, not sure what to tell him, not sure she really understood herself. "I only know a little, but someone once told me that this place is where the blind can see and the gods cannot, a place in between the threads of reality." Narcissus scoffed at her, crossing his arms across his chest. "If you're going to make things up, at least try and make it sound real." "Really? Do you believe the Roman version of reality? That Jupiter, father of the gods, hurls lightning bolts from the sky?" said Vesper, her nostrils flaring. "Or that some fool on a chariot draws the sun across the sky every day?" "Well, no, but this is a very real place. I was a prisoner last time I was here, and I only barely escaped," said Vesper, looking out toward the horizon, thinking of the last time she was here. With a flash of insight, she turned her attention inward, searching for her mother, wondering, fearing that she was the one responsible for them being back in this horrid place, only to find nothing. For the first time in a long time, her mind was her own. "Well, if you escaped once, can't you do it again?" "It's not so easy," she said, wondering how they had gotten here in the first place. "It was different last time. I was different. And she was. Her mind was not her own. Her mother's spirit had been twisted in with her own, mixing their thoughts and memories. So much so, Vesper had managed to draw upon her knowledge, her ace, to bend this place to her will, opening a portal home. But in the intervening months, the memories and skills from her mother's had faded, leaving her powerless to return them home. "Well, this path leads somewhere. Why don't we just set out and hope for the best?" "No!" she said, louder than intended. "Distance in this place, it's not the same as the real world. We could end up someplace far worse if we're not careful." "I don't see—" "By the gods!" snapped Narcissus, putting an arm protectively in front of her as lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the distant horizon for a heartbeat. "What's wrong?" she asked, following his wide-eyed gaze, nodding to herself when she saw that the horizon was filled with moving shadows. "Did you see that? So many! What are they?" "The forgotten. The lost. Souls of the damned." Narcissus stared hard out into the darkness, his eyes never blinking. "They look like they are coming closer." "We will be safe as long as we stay on the path," said Vesper, squeezing her eyes shut, trying to remember how she had returned home last time. "Are you sure?" he said as the lightning flashed once more, giving them another look at the listless mass of shades. "Yes," she said with a confidence she didn't feel. The truth was, she had no clue. She was simply repeating what she had been told. "And what happens if we step off the path?" "I don't know," said Vesper, staring at him. "The man who took me here, he told me very little, only that I would be lost forever once I was out there." Narcissus looked at her finally, his face a mask of worry. "What sort of madman would bring anyone to this place?" "It was during a raid. The Sandawai, blood enemies of my people, attacked our village in the middle of the night, killing any man in their path, taking the women and children to be sold off," said Vesper, thinking back to that fateful night, a mix of sadness and rage welling up from deep inside her. "Papa Jafari, he was a Vodan, and could see that I was Jambe, that I would make a valuable slave to the right buyer. Dragging me here was his path to escape. He said that travelling in this place was faster and kept us from prying eyes." "I hope he put a blade into his heart," said Narcissus through gritted teeth, his pale face flushing an ugly shade of red. "I called the storm down on him," she said, a smile coming to her face at the memory. "I burned him to ash until there was nothing left but dust on the wind." "Good." He gave her a feral grin, and for some reason she felt a swell of pride, the smile on her face growing wider. "Now, if you could use that, what did you call it, ace, to bring us— Damn! I thought you said that we would be safe on the path." "What do you mean? We are." "Well, someone should tell them that," he said, pointing with a meaty hand at something down the path. Vesper cursed under her breath when a group of faceless grey shades appeared out of the darkness, turning their eyeless gaze on them as they drifted onto the path. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Now would be a good time to remember the way home," said Narcissus, giving her a questioning look. She was about to say that they should turn and run when another shade appeared beside her, its pale white fingers grasping her forearm, bone-numbing cold shooting through her from its touch. Vesper screeched in horror, trying to pull away as the skin where it touched faded from a deep brown to a pale grey, and she lost all feeling in the limb. Dark spots had just begun to appear in her vision when a heavy blow tore away the creature's grip, followed by a blur of movement as Narcissus forced himself between her and the shade, knocking the creature back off the path. "Come on," he said through chattering teeth, pulling her down the path, awkwardly locking his fingers with hers while they ran. They raced through the darkness, her breath rasping in her ears from the pain, trying to outrun the damned, dodging and darting past those who appeared on the path in front of them. "Okay, I think we can stop now," she said at last, throwing a glance over her shoulder. "And you can give me back my hand if you don't mind." "What?" "Apologies," he said, letting go and bending in half, sucking in deep lungfuls of air. Vesper had just caught her breath when she saw more of them, moving onto the path not far from them, some of the shades moving toward them, while others darted off in other directions, vanishing into darkness. "There are more. Look." "I'm no coward," said the Celt, stretching to his full height, "but facing the dead, dying in this place. Please, if you can do something, now is the time." Seeing the worry in his eyes, Vesper understood how he felt. It had been like that for her when Papa Jafari had left her alone in this place. She had been forced to fend for herself, and had made the biggest mistake of her life, listening to the muted whispers of the damned, and, in a moment of foolishness, she had called a powerful lower, a lower that haunted her to this day. "That's it," she said, under her breath. "Mother." "What?" "How to get out of here," she said in a rush. "Do you have a knife, something I can use to cut?" Backing away slowly from the blank-faced shades, Narcissus fumbled with something around his neck, handing her a small, intricate silver disc tied to a leather necklace. "Here, the edges are sharp." Vesper ignored her frosting breath as the damned grew closer. Closing her eyes in anticipation of the pain, she drew the disc across her palm, opening a jagged gash in her skin. Ignoring the pain, she thrust the bloody hand above her head, calling out in a clear voice, "Papa Jafari, come to me," she commanded, drawing on the power that was in her lifeblood. A blast of hot, fetid air blew over them, the stench almost making her halt the summoning. Swallowing hard, she continued, "Grant me your boon, so that I may vanquish my enemies. I offer my blood as payment. My body—" "What are you doing?" shouted Narcissus, trying to force her arm down to stop her. Pulling her hand away, Vesper shouted the chant over and over until a small tingle began at the base of her spine, blossoming upward in a wave of warmth, vibrating as it passed every inch of her back and shoulders, through her skull, until a spark of cobalt erupted from her closed fist, arcing madly in all directions. The hair on her arms stood up straight, and the air smelled of a summer storm as a cyclone formed around them, whipping dust and debris in a tight circle. "Little Osei still be a fool," shouted an unseen voice, deep and rough like falling rock on stone. "Now you call Papa Jafari to save you from your sins, to save you from the damned." The cyclone tightened while they waited, dust and barren earth slowing together from nothing until it took the vague shape of a man, shimmering and wavering like water trying to hold a shape. "I command you." "You command nothing," shouted the lower as he leaned in closer to her. "You are nothing. A child, suckling at the teat of her mother's power, lucky to be still alive." Vesper hesitated for a moment, doubt creeping in as she lowered her hand. "I do command," she said in a weak voice, "and I was lucky enough to stop you, to stop my mother, and cast you into this place for all eternity." The lower that was once Papa Jafari snorted at her, its mocking laugh echoing across the barren landscape. "Fool, Osei, eternity may be much shorter than you think. Times are coming for you all." She was about to relent and let the lower escape when Narcissus let out a blood-curdling scream, his massive form vanishing behind a wall of shades. Terrified for him, she steeled her will and opened her palm, pushing out a thin thread of blood at the shimmering lower. The moment it touched his wavering form, he howled like a thirsty animal, his vile features twisting and bending with a hungry look. "You will do as commanded," she shouted. "Join with my flesh. Give me your wisdom, and I will allow you a taste of life." "Vesper, hurry, please," screeched Narcissus from behind the mob, his voice full of agony. Focusing her attention on Papa Jafari, she did what she had with her mother, using her blood as a conduit, pulling the lower into her through the wound in her hand. He fought her all the way, cursing at her with words so vile that she had to block them out. For a heartbeat, Papa Jafari exulted, and Vesper could feel him taking control while she slipped away, like she was trying to climb a rope covered in grease, falling further away from her body each time she moved. She was almost out, holding on by her fingernails, when she heard Papa Jafari's mocking laughter, his mad cackle coming from her own lips. "You be mine now, fool Osei," he whispered in her voice. "No!" She screamed, her hatred of the foul Voden giving her strength. Focusing every ounce of her will, she kicked and clawed her way back in, pushing aside the wretched Sandawai, viciously taking back control while condemning Papa Jafari to the dark corners of her mind. With a final push, she broke his will, and a torrent of knowledge filled her mind. Every horrible act Jafari had ever committed boiled to the surface. Unimaginable, vile rituals and incantations that made her stomach turn. But buried deep within his tapestry of sins were memories. Memories of the Sandawai and their ways. Memories that gave her power. Grasping the necklace Narcissus had given her, she dragged its sharp edge along her other palm, bright red blood blossoming against the skin. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she raised her hands, draining power from the distant storm and channeling. The tingle at the base of her spine grew once more, and the air around her hummed. With a powerful cry, she released the energy of the storm in an explosive blast, wild arcs of blue energy rolling over the damned, burning them to ash. With the damned banished, she caught sight of Narcissus splayed on the cobblestone path, his skin pale and grey, his chest unmoving. Narcissus! She gasped, running to his side, cursing herself when she found his skin cold to the touch, like he was long gone.
He's gone, fool, I say,
muttered Papa Jafari from somewhere in the back of her mind, his tone mocking.
Lost among the damned till the end of time.
Shut up, said Vesper, forcing the Sandowai deeper into the recesses of her mind, while pounding her fists against Narcissus's unmoving body, shaking him until she was spent and her arms were numb. He had tried to save her. He didn't have to. He could have left her, but he stood as her shield, never wavering even through his fear. Without thinking, Vesper took his face in her hands, kissing him on the forehead. I did not know you long, but you were a man of honour. May Elohim the Almighty guide you to the afterlife, to be with the ones you love, for all eternity. Struggling to her feet on legs that felt like rubber, she wiped away unshed tears while tearing through Jafari's memories, hunting, probing for the ritual that would take her home. But which home? She could return to Rome. She had given her word to Lucilla, but without Narcissus there to train her, to protect her, she was sure that the Roman who had betrayed her father, who had committed her to die, would see to her end in short order. Her village was gone, burned to the ground. There would be nothing for her to return to. To Lucilla directly, then, she decided, not knowing what else to do. Using Papa Jafari's knowledge, she began to trace a rune on the ground, matching it to one of the concentric patterns that decorated her arms, repeating the motion while chanting under her breath, her thoughts focused on where she wanted to be. The air in front of her began to ripple, tiny circles that reflected the patterns on her arms, looking like raindrops on still water, and after a moment she could see Palatine Hill, in the jewel that was Rome. Vesper was about to step through when, suddenly, she felt something from Papa Jafari, deep in the dark depths of her mind where she had caged him. He was satisfied, almost happy. Using his own knowledge, she brought him closer to the surface of her mind, slackening the chains of the vial lower. "What am I missing?" she asked, full of suspicion.
Nothing, fool, I say. Papa Jafari is happy to be gone from this place. Nothing more.
Not trusting the lower, she opened herself to the distant storm, drawing in its power to augment her will, using her new strength to shred Papa Jafari's will, taking what she wanted instead of trying to cajole him. "Tell me." He resisted at first, pushing back, trying to resist her, but she was flesh and blood, full of borrowed power and wisdom, and he was nothing more than spirit, long dead. "The Celt," he whimpered, his voice frail and weak. "A part of him still resides in the flesh, but the ritual, the price is high, too high." Rushing back to where Narcissus fell, she cursed herself when she caught a hint of colour in his cheeks, bright pink against his now barren grey skin. Touching his face, she gasped when she found it warm. "My blood," she said, nodding to herself. "I can restore what the shades took from him."
Stupid, O say, so full of mercy. What is he to you? Not kin? Not ally?
"That's what's wrong with your people, Jafari. The Sandowai have no love, no heart. Kindness and friendship, even honour, is dismissed so easily."
"Those things make a man weak," said Papa Jafari, his tone full of scorn as she delved into his mind, taking what she needed.
Vesper shook her head, ignoring the lie, laughing at the lower's twisted philosophy. "A phalanx is only as strong as the men who make it up," she muttered, remembering a lesson her aunt had taught her long ago.
"What nonsense is that?" said Jafari. "Roman drivel for sure. The Sandowai have the power to break them, and we will. You will see."
She smiled to herself, knowing the truth. "That's why they defeated your people. Mine too," she said, smearing her blood all over Narcissus's hairy shoulders and chest, her spirits rising when the colour returned wherever she touched. "They understand that no one individual is greater than the whole, that an unbreakable shield can stand up to the most powerful assault, if executed properly." The lower continued to rage about the superiority of his people and their ways, but Vesper was able to mute it to a mild buzzing while she prepared, using Narcissus's trinket to reopen the wound on each of her palms. Then, drawing on Jafari's memories, she sliced deep into his chest, cringing with worry when deep red blood spilled down his torso, trickling over his ribs and staining the grey cobblestone a bright crimson.
"This will be your undoing,"
shouted Jafari just as Vesper bowed her head in concentration, placing her bloody palms against the wound she had made on his chest. Drawing on the lower's wisdom, if she could call it that, she began to sing under her breath, calling to the ace that was in her blood, guiding it through the wound in Narcissus's chest. The energy began to flow from her into him, and Vesper almost fell over from the shooting pain, like someone had plunged a needle into her skull, almost blinding her. Using all the strength she had, she somehow managed to continue. The lines of ace on her arms began to glow as she fed her life force into him with one hand, while at the same time drawing life from him with the other, cycling blood and energy through her and back to him in an infinite loop, losing herself in the rhythm of life and death. Vesper lost track of time and space, all of her senses shutting down, until all she heard was her own rasping breath. Then, as if the sun rose in the distance, she felt him, his heat beating down on her face, his heartbeat thundering in her ear, its powerful rhythm beating in perfect unison with hers. "Vesper, are you all right?" said Narcissus, holding up her wavering form so she wouldn't fall. "What? Wait. You're just tired and thirsty." "How do I know this? What did you do to me? To us?" She put a hand to her temple and smiled to herself, knowing that he already knew the answer, somehow able to feel his confusion. "I had to do something, and luckily—" "You were able to call on the knowledge of the lower you summoned," he said, hesitating. "Papa Jafari?" "Yes." Narcissus's brow drew together as he stared at her, his mouth opening and closing while he hunted for the words. "Will it always be like this?" he said at last, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I don't know," said Vesper with a shrug. "But for now, we are bound," he said, finishing her thoughts, "and it's time for us to leave this place." Vesper nodded as they both struggled to their feet, holding on to one another for support. Drawing on what little strength she had, she began the ritual that would take them back to Rome, back home, when she stopped, suddenly, shooting a look at Narcissus, who stood behind her, his face a deep shade of crimson. Shaking his head, he gave her an apologetic look before shrugging at her with a childlike grin. "You are going to have to control your thoughts if this is going to work," she began, frowning in disgust. "Bah! You do have very fine hips. It's a compliment, not an insult." Not saying another word, Vesper stilled her mind as she completed the ritual, smiling to herself when the rippling portal appeared before them. "It's time to go home," she said, proudly staring at her work. Narcissus said nothing, letting his eyes roam over her body as he stepped through the shimmering door. Vesper was about to step through when she felt it again, that odd sense of glee coming from Papa Jafari, and at last she understood. "You want me to take you through," she said. "That's what you've been trying so hard to hide from me." Jafari fell silent as he cowered deep within her, but his thoughts betrayed him, and Vesper could sense his anger, his fear. Taking him through would give him a semblance of life, just as she had for her mother. Not wanting anything more to do with the vile man, she dug deep, rooting him out as he begged and pleaded. When at last she had him wrapped in her will, she was amazed at how small and pathetic he was, and wondered how she had ever feared him. "Goodbye, Jafari," she said, casting him out, blasting his wretched spirit off the cobblestone path and onto the barren earth. "I may call on you one day, but for now, enjoy your life among the damned." In the distance, she heard him wail, his hatred echoing over the barren landscape. With him gone, Vesper could feel the power, the knowledge he had granted her, fading, along with all the hatred he held in his heart. She was herself again, and with a laugh of pure joy, she stepped through the portal, leaving the fallen Voden to his fate as she went to hers. Chapter 14. A Family Dinner. Lucilla wrung her hands under the table, her eyes darting in all directions. It had been days since the incident with her brother, and when he summoned her to this dinner, she feared the worst. Part of her was sure he was so drunk that he had forgotten the whole incident, but until she spoke with him, she couldn't be sure. So she tried to distract herself, picking at the sumptuous appetizers the servants had laid out, dates, cheese and olives, all the while conversing with the nervous senator to her right, whose name she could never remember, a small man with a weak chin and grand sense of self-importance. To her left sat her husband, Claudius, who, despite not having a drop of wine, was falling asleep. The rest of the dinner guests were a mix of her brother's sycophants, along with a few of his favourite courtesans, both men and women, their provocative dress leaving little to the imagination. "Are you all right, my lady?" said the senator, giving her a concerned look. "You seem taken by worry." "What? Yes, of course," said Lucilla. "I'm just tired." "Oh, yes, with all the strange goings-on I can hardly sleep myself." "What do you mean?" she asked, her worry about Commodus forgotten. "You must have heard, Lady Lucilla. I mean with all the sightings and that strange storm the other day. Terrifying." Lucilla's brows drew together, and she leaned in closer. "Heard what? I remember the storm, but sightings?" The senator took a deep swallow of his wine, and then leaned in close, lowering his voice. "At first I thought it was just my slaves being stubborn, not wanting to work the harvest after dark. But then I heard that there were incidents all over the countryside," he said, his eyes growing wider with each passing moment. "And then, on my estates, in the garden, I saw my mother sitting in the garden humming to herself, just like she did when I was a child." "I'm not sure that is so strange, Senator. I mean, my mother last drew breath when Antonius Pius was Caesar. She has been gone for a long time," he said in a loud whisper. "I see," said Lucilla, drawing in a deep breath as a chill went through her, gooseflesh running up and down her arms. With Felix gone, she had lost access not only to him, but to the eyes and ears of his men, and now, looking around the room, she could see what the senator was talking about, the tired eyes, the nervous laughs. At first, she thought it was the fear of her brother. The stories of his mad antics had spread among the nobles and plebeians alike, and an invitation to be in his presence, for whatever reason, made most nervous. But now she understood. The incidents were growing worse, and now everyone had been touched, from slave to senator. She was about to probe deeper when a hand fell on the senator's shoulder. "Senator Magnus, would you do me the pleasure of granting me the lady's company?" Lucilla cringed inwardly when she heard the powerful voice, cursing the weak-chinned senator, who easily gave up his seat with a simpering smile and not a hint of fight. "Saltaris," she said, as the tall chamberlain squeezed in beside her, showing her his teeth that glowed a bright white against his dark skin. "Augusta," he said, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Lucilla bristled, raising her chin in anger but not taking the bait. Instead, she took a sip of her wine, giving him a polite smile as she spoke. "It has been a long time since I was empress. Augusta is no longer an appropriate title." The chamberlain looked disappointed as he smoothed the purple sash of office at his shoulder while adjusting his tunic. "Of course, my lady. My memory is not what it should be. Of course it must be difficult, having risen so high, to have fallen so low." "And what do we call you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at his boldness. "Do we call you Caesar now that my brother has tasked you with running the empire?" Saltaris laughed, bowing his head slightly before continuing. "No, my lady, I am but a humble servant, and I do not have such lofty ambitions. I am simply doing whatever Commodus commands of me." "That's all?" "Of course, my lady." Lucilla took a calming breath, but something in the chamberlain's mocking tone put her on edge. "Well then, servant," she said through clenched teeth, "you should know better than to address my brother as anything else but Caesar, and that, as a humble servant, Your very presence at this table is an offence against protocol. Your place is among the other servants in the room, waiting to— how did you say it? Do as Commodus commands? You cannot speak. Yes, I can, she said. You seem to forget your place. You are nothing. A whore suckling on the reins of power, little better than the courtesans fluttering about the room, sniffing for coins. You exist only for the pleasure of your betters, and, don't worry, once my brother tires of your lips on his bottom, you'll be disposed of just as quickly. Satyrus flinched, his jaw clenching and unclenching. For a moment Lucilla hoped he was about to lose control and do something stupid, but instead he gave her the slightest of nods, while keeping his face perfectly still. "As my lady commands," he said at last, quickly leaving her side. "Was that Satyrus?" asked her husband on the other side of her, his voice tired and weary. Lucilla's shoulders slumped, and she emptied her cup, motioning to a servant to fill her up while she stared straight ahead. "Yes." "What did he want?" "He was just making idle conversation," she lied, at last turning to look at him with a tight-lipped smile. "Be careful of that one," he said, popping a date in his mouth. "He's been given a great deal of authority to manage the affairs of the Empire, and I've heard rumours that he warms the Emperor's bed." "Of course, husband," she said, patting his age-spotted hand. "Good, good. It is best we stay out of these things," he said, turning his attention back to the man on the other side of him. Lucilla pressed her lips together, grateful that he saw her as nothing more than an accessory on his arm. Claudius was her second husband, almost twice her age, and she still cursed her father for arranging the marriage. While he was wealthy and well-placed politically, he was Syrian by birth, and thus limited in how far he could rise. But more than that, his best years were well behind him, and the fire of ambition had gone out of him, and he was now content with where he was in life. She, on the other hand, was still young, full of vigour, and she had already tasted the heights of power and hungered to return to it. The servants brought another course, roasted peacock covered in garum, a dish most nobles enjoyed, but Lucilla found it bland, with all the flavour coming from the spicy fish sauce instead of the meat. Catching view of Publius, she pushed the plate aside and left the table, threading her way through the throng of guests. "My lady," said the thick-waisted prefect when she came close, running a finger under his red, bulbous nose, indicating he was well into his cups despite the sun having just set. "You look like Venus herself on this fine evening." Lucilla ignored his leering smile and gave him a polite nod. "Thank you, Publius, you are too kind. I'm surprised to find you here," she began, taking him by the elbow and leading him out onto one of the balconies off the feast hall. Lowering her voice, she continued, "Were you informed of what happened a few days ago?" "Of course I am," he said, moving closer to her, rubbing a hand up and down her arm. "Are you well? Something like that would shake anyone to the core." "I'm fine," she said, wanting to pull away but forcing herself to endure his touch. Keeping him as an ally was important, now more than ever. "Is he always like that now?" "I tried to tell you that very morning. His mind. One minute he is as sane as you or me, the next a madman, killing slaves because his bath is not the right temperature." "Is it the drink?" asked Lucilla. Publius took a sip of wine, covering a belch with the back of his hand. "No, I don't think so. He was always impulsive. But after your father died, it was like the shackles had been thrown off, and he's growing worse with each passing day." Lucilla was about to ask about the incidents, desperate to know if her brother took the threat seriously during his moments of lucidity, or if he truly didn't care. But just then Satyrus called out for the attention of the room. "Honoured guests," he boomed, his powerful voice carrying across the vaulted chamber, "I give you his greatness, Caesar, Marcus, Aurelius, Commodus, Antoninus, Augustus." "By the gods," she whispered when she caught sight of her brother, her jaw falling open. Her brother, Caesar Augustus of the greatest empire in all the history of mankind, strolled among his adoring sycophants, dressed in nothing but a loincloth and a giant club, casually draped over one shoulder. "Well, he certainly looks like Hercules," said Publius, licking his lips. Lucilla said nothing, keeping her thoughts to herself. She couldn't understand how he had fallen so far so quickly. It was clear Commodus enjoyed the attention as he played to the crowd, assuming heroic poses and flexing his fine physique while the crowd gawked and cheered. The lamps suddenly dimmed, and Lucilla thought the show was over until Commodus raised his voice. "Make room, he shouted, pushing his circle of onlookers outward into a larger circle before raising the club above his head, while he pointed to a door at the back of the hall. "Now, my friends, witness the terrifying monster, the beast whose golden fur is impervious to any weapon forged by man, the Nemean lion." The crowd, as one, gasped in awe when the doors opened, and a massive beast with a golden hide stalked through. In the flickering light, she could see its ivory-coloured fangs and proud mane adorning its neck, and for a heartbeat Lucilla thought it was a real beast, a monster out of legend. But when it drew closer, the strange lumpy protrusions in its back and filthy, bootless feet peeking out from under the hide made it clear that a lion's hide had been draped over someone hunched over. More than someone. "Dwarfs!" laughed Publius, spilling dark wine like blood onto the fine marble. Ever the showman, Commodus pointed with his club, dropping into a fighting stance to face the mock beast. "Fear not, citizens of Rome. I, Commodus, son of Jupiter, will slay this monster." As he finished speaking, the lion awkwardly charged, its gait clumsy and uneven. At first she thought the battle was going to be little more than Commodus and the beast circling one another, with her brother taking a few amusing swings. But the instant the monster closed in, Commodus unleashed a vicious swing, everyone falling silent when the club slammed into the side on the lion's head, filling the room with the sound of snapping bones. Her brother followed up his first blow with a powerful overhand chop, driving it to the floor. "This can't be happening," said Lucilla, covering her mouth, as the rear portion of the creature struggled to get up, only to be bashed again and again by her brother, who smiled gleefully each time he brought the club down. "It is done! I have saved you!" shouted Commodus, throwing away the club and reaching down to tear the golden mane off the twitching body. Raising the bloodied pelt over his head, he turned in a circle, breathing hard with a beaming smile on his face. "Now, let us celebrate my victory. Drink, eat." To her horror, Commodus draped the bloody mane over his shoulders, not caring or noticing the blood streaming down his shoulder and chest. Turning her attention to what was left of the lion, Lucilla shuddered when she realised the beast was nothing more than a pair of misshapen dwarves, who were now little more than a quivering pool of broken flesh and blood. "I must see to the servants," said Publius, wiping a shaking hand down his face. "We can't leave this mess here, not in the palace." As he moved to get someone to take care of the mess, Lucilla grabbed him by the wrists, turning him so she looked him directly in the eyes when she spoke. Her voice was shaking. "I think it would be best if we did not wait for our weekly meeting. Come to my villa in the morning." "Of course, I'm always at your disposal. But what for, may I ask?" Lucilla bit the inside of her cheek, her stomach fluttering just as she spoke the words. "Because I may have misspoken the other day. Because I believe it is time to do as you said." Publius came closer, his eyes darting in all directions. "Do you mean yes? My brother must die." Chapter 15. The problem with beards. "I don't understand any of it. I only know that it's driving me mad and it has to be undone," said Vesper, dragging her nails across her cheeks, sighing in sweet relief. The lower, that was once her mother, shrugged at her, a pained look coming to her face. "I cannot explain it, daughter. What you did has never been done by any Jambe. It is unknown among the Oze. And the smell," she continued, wrinkling her nose. "It is like I have a wet dog in my nostrils all the time. How does he live like that?" Vesper knew The lower did not have the answer. She had asked the same questions over and over, and her mother could only shrug. Frustrated, she got up from her simple, narrow bed and began pacing her small cell, every few moments itching in places she didn't know she had. It had been like this from the moment they had returned from the barren wasteland of the other place, or maybe a bit before when he had awoken. She wasn't sure, but she could feel him all the time, like he was an extra limb, even now, in the middle of the night. Whatever he ate or smelled, sometimes even touched, she felt it too.
I'm sure it is some twisted form of ace that the Sandawai practice,
said her mother, leaning against the cell wall.
If you could remember what you did, we could find a way to undo it.
Vesper had returned to her cell that day to find the lower waiting obediently for her, still in the shape of a cat, so Narcissus wouldn't suspect, although she was sure he knew. To make matters worse, the connection between them was two-way, and he complained just as loudly about the things he felt from her. He complained non-stop over the tightness of her braids, and apparently she had an odd habit of licking her lips in a way that drove him mad. Yes, I'm sure the answers lie with the knowledge I borrowed from him, but Jafari's memories faded much faster than my time with you. Within a few minutes I remembered nothing of what I did, or how I did it.
Lower are not meant to be used in such a way,
said her mother, her mask of beauty slipping so that Vesper saw the boiled flesh and rotting grin she knew was her real face.
They are summoned to grant a bit of wisdom or perform a simple task, but to possess their knowledge, to share a body with them like you do. I've never heard of such a thing.
Well, you have only yourself to blame for all of this, she said, crossing her arms. If not for your trickery.
You don't understand. I had spent decades trapped in that horrible place, desperate to be free,
said her mother, raising her voice.
I would have done anything, to feel sunlight on my face, to eat food, drink wine, to live.
Vesper scratched at her face once more, her nostrils flaring. Including murdering your daughter?
I don't expect you to understand the ways of the world. Magda was a fool to shelter you so much,
said the lower, hissing in anger when her form shifted from that of a beautiful woman to that of a small, sleek, black cat, and then back again.
And now you are not ready for the darkness that we face.
Don't talk about Magda that way. She was a good person, far better than you. She was at my side for every day of my life. She died trying to protect me, trying to protect our people, she said, her memory of her aunt's wide smile and round face flashing through her mind. And why do you keep doing that?
Only Olojima knows, said her mother, throwing up her hands in frustration. I was the most powerful Jambe in the history of our people. Generals feared me, and the wisest Caesar of the last 100 years heeded my counsel. My control of Ace was so great that I could summon lightning from a clear sky. And now all my strength is gone. I can hardly maintain a simple glamour. The minute my thoughts wander, or let myself get distracted, I lose control.
For a moment, Vesper felt a pang of sympathy, and her hand twitched to reach out to her. But then she remembered the pain her mother had caused her with her lies and deceit. You made your choices, and you paid the price.
Yes, I did,
spat her mother, her beautiful face twisting in fury.
I was willing to sacrifice everything, including my life. But I've been given another chance to make things right, to fulfill my destiny and protect the world. But to do that I need Ace, power. But nothing works. And I am beginning to suspect that whatever I am, I cannot truly touch the world.
But you're not just in my mind anymore. You're flesh. I can feel you. And the other day Narcissus saw you. I'm sure of it, said Vesper.
I'm not spirit nor flesh. I'm something in between, trapped once more. But now it's worse because I can see and smell all the things I long for. But the sun does not warm my skin, and I cannot taste wine on my tongue.
Vesper bowed her head, a disturbing thought burning through her mind. Do you truly wish to make things right, to protect the world for the chaos that we know is coming? Or are you playing me in hopes I will be foolish enough to help you do those horrible things you tried to do last time?" Her mother nodded.
"I understand what my goals looked like to an outsider, to Magda. She must have thought me insane in my desire to destroy Rome and her people. But your aunt did not see my years of frustration trying to bend the will of Marcus Aurelius, to prepare for what I knew was coming. And in the end, when he wouldn't listen, so I took matters into my own hands. If I would have succeeded in my plans, the Osei would be an empire once more, strong enough to endure the coming darkness. But because I failed, there is no one to stand against the oncoming crisis. The empire is weak, and we have a fool on the throne."
"Then teach me," said Vesper, licking her lips. "Not just what my aunt was willing to show me about drawing on ace from nature, but all of it."
"Do you know what you are asking?"
said her mother, leaning back. "I have done things, seen things," began Vesper, taking a deep breath to control her excitement. "Things my aunt could not explain, things I couldn't explain."
"What things?"
said the lower, steepling her fingers. Vesper looked at the ceiling of her tiny cell, imagining the stars underneath the open sky, before she continued. "The first time Magda opened my eyes to the greater world and showed me the tapestry that makes up the night sky, the connections that bind us all together, and our history, I looked for you."
"And found nothing,"
said her mother, swallowing hard. "Yes," said Vesper, continuing. "There was only a ragged hole where your image in the tapestry should have been. And then I went deeper, through the void. I found many, many places where the weave was frayed and torn." The glamour shrouding her mother vanished entirely, revealing her blighted appearance.
"This has been known to the Jambe for a long time. It is the reason we made our pact with Rome. This is what I saw every time I looked at the night sky. Not the stars, or even the connections, but the void. Then when I came to Rome, the stars were gone entirely, and only the emptiness remained."
Vesper nodded along as the lower spoke, having seen the same things when her aunt brought her on that fateful night to Palatine Hill. "But there is more."
"More?"
"On the night Magda died, she killed a Sandawai warrior, and as he was passing, I don't know what I did, but I took his
essence."
"Yes," she said, her entire body shuddering at the memory. "And the day I locked you away, on the cobblestone path, I drew power from the dead." Her mother fell silent, her form locked into that of the shade, never once changing. When she spoke at last, her voice was hollow, her eyes distant.
"The power to bend reality to your will, ace as we call it, can come from many sources. Your aunt and most of our people choose the path of nature, to draw on only simple plants and trees for strength. That is why your aunt placed the image of the mighty baobab on your chest, to serve as a guide to your ace, to strengthen your connection to the natural world."
"But there are other paths," said Vesper, understanding dawning.
"There are those that draw on the power of the spirit, of death, directly from the void."
"Like Papa Jafari and the Sandawai."
"Yes," said her mother, "but they have lost so much of their power through foolishness and superstition. They are poor practitioners."
"What else?"
"Life itself," whispered her mother in reverence. "But it is a rare talent, and dangerous."
"Dangerous? Dangerous how?"
"The touch of life is intoxicating," said her mother, her entire form shaking. "It is better than any drink or food, better than the touch of a lover. It is like being wrapped in pure joy."
"That doesn't sound—" Vesper snapped her mouth shut, raising a hand to silence her mother when she felt Narcissus come awake. She could tell he was angry, irritated. "This connection is maddening," she said after she felt him return to sleep.
"I will teach you," said her mother suddenly, pushing out her chin, "but for a favour."
Always a price or a favour with you, said Vesper, pushing back the boiling anger in her belly, even after all your nonsense about protecting the world and fulfilling your destiny.
It's not like that. It is not something for me, but to honour the promise to a friend,
said her mother, looking away. What is it then? Tell me.
That you let me join with you, she whispered, that we go out to the city as one to see my friend. After that I will teach you as best I can.
Vesper almost laughed, but stopped in fear of waking Narcissus once more. Instead, she gave the lower an incredulous look. You must take me for a fool. Never.
I know you have no reason to trust me, but I give you my word. I only wish to find my friend, and even then, I wouldn't risk losing my foothold on the world. What happens if I fail, and you send me back to that barren wasteland?
Vesper fell silent, her mind racing. The last time she had made a bargain with the lower, she had nearly lost her life, as the vile spirit had pushed her out of her own body, leaving her disembodied in that barren wasteland. But she had kept her word that day on the sands, saving Lilith's life. You give me your word, no tricks.
I give you my word, daughter. I only want to find my friend and keep my promise, said her mother. And during the time we spend joined together, I will teach you as much as I can, and more in the days to come.
Rising to her feet, Vesper removed the linen tunic she wore to sleep in and put on a longer one that allowed her legs to be free, so she could move easily if she needed to. Finally, she buckled up the leather vest that Narcissus had found for her, hoping that if things went poorly, it could provide some protection. At last, she turned to her mother, who watched her expectantly. I know I'm going to regret this, but as the Romans say, fortune favours the bold, does it not? Her mother rose and smoothed her tunic, a crooked smile on her face.
That it does, daughter, that it does, she said,
reaching out for Vesper's hand.
Let us go and see Rome, as only I can show you. And if we happen to have a little wine and some fun, it'll do us both a world of good.
Chapter 16. A Little Mustard. Honoured guests, senators, nobles, the Emperor has had a special feast prepared to celebrate all the good you have done for the Empire, and to honour you for all your kind words that have reached his ear. Please sit so that the main course may be served, said Sauterus, the Emperor's chamberlain, standing at his side at the head of the table, a brilliant white smile on his angular face, while he motioned that they should all sit. Commodus, for his part, said nothing. He simply sat with the lion's mane atop his head, the still warm blood from the murdered dwarves streaming down his shoulders and chest. I half expected this feast to be over with the Emperor's victory over the beast of Nubia, said Lucilla sarcastically, taking her seat next to the weak-chinned senator, Magnus, once more. I don't think I've ever seen anything more disturbing in my life, said the senator, wine sloshing over his shaking hand as he emptied his cup. Lucilla smiled into her drink, thinking that the senator had not spent enough time around her brother. Commodus was disturbing at the best of times, but today was beyond the pale. That was terrifying, she said at last, looking over to see that the senator was pale and waxen, like he was about to vomit. To murder anyone like that, even a slave, he began, bending over the side of his seat and breathing hard. Recoiling in disgust, Lucilla looked away from him, turning her attention to her husband, who frowned at the whole scene. The men of the Senate have grown soft, he said. I'm sure he has never swung a sword or slept a day away from his estates. He is a symptom of a greater plague that threatens the Empire, sniffed Lucilla, pulling away from the senator and raising her cup to her brother. It feels like we are surrounded by weak men pretending beyond their abilities, don't you think, Tiberius? Her husband followed her gaze to the Emperor, matching her gesture by raising his cup to Commodus with a tight-lipped smile. "He is nothing more than a pompous idiot," he said, turning back to her, "and I rue the day I refused the rank of Caesar when your father offered it." "At least you would have been able to temper the worst of his impulses," she said, leaning in close. "With my father gone, and the Senate full of impotent men like Magnus over there, my brother will drive the empire to ruin." "Well, there is nothing we can do about him now but wait," said her husband. "I only hope that his reign is short and that whoever replaces him is a better man." Lucilla gave her husband a sidelong glance, debating if she should inform him of her plans and hopes for her brother. He had spent most of his life serving the empire and hated to see it fall to ruin. But he was also one of the most honest men she had ever met, frustratingly so, and she had doubts he would ever participate in a murder or coup, no matter how disgusted he found her brother. "We do not have to wait," she blurted out, coming to a decision in that exact moment. "It's been done before, to better emperors, for less." An angry line formed in her husband's brow, and she recoiled at the thundering rage she saw in his eyes. "You will do no such thing," he seethed, coming to his feet. "I forbid it. Do you understand?" "Yes, husband," she said in a small voice, cursing herself for being impulsive, for misreading the situation. It was certain he wanted Commodus to leave this world as much as she did, but he would never do anything dishonourable. He was content leaving the murder to someone else, while he did nothing. "Good," he said, offering his hand for her to stand. "I've had enough of this idiocy. Your brother can be a fool on his own time. We're done here." They were about to depart when a troop of slaves, dressed in very little, entered the room, carrying a pair of covered silver serving platters, each one as long as a man and just as wide. "What in the name of the gods is he serving?" cursed her husband, covering his nose as the slaves walked by them, the dish reeking of mustard. "I don't know," she said, "but there's another one. We'd better sit." Her husband swore under his breath, taking his seat while grumbling about some warm milk and his bed. "This is the meal you all deserve," shouted Commodus from the head of the table, smiling like a young boy bedding a maiden for the first time. With the flick of his wrist, he motioned for the slaves to remove the covers of the serving platters. The slaves did so, ever so slowly, like it was part of a show, a spectacle for the emperor, whose gaze never wavered from the scene. "Monster," whispered Lucilla, covering her mouth in disgust when she finally saw the feast her brother had prepared. Lying on each of the platters, surrounded by a bounty of turnips, carrots, and onions piled high, were a pair of dwarfs, each one slathered in a pungent mustard which clotted and clung to their hair-covered arms and chests. "They are still alive," muttered her husband, his jaw clenching. Looking closer at the platter closest to her, she could see the diminutive man's chest rise and fall, his entire body shivering from fright or from cold. She wasn't sure. "Why would he do such a thing?" she said, leaning in close to her husband. "I don't give a damn, but I've had enough of your brother's childish antics for one evening. It's well past time we returned home," he said, standing once more. "In fact, I think I've had enough of the city for a time. At first light tomorrow we will go to our estate in the countryside. The fresh air will do us both a world of good." Lucilla moved to follow her husband when her brother shouted from the head of the table. "Lucilla, sit down!" he yelled. "You too, Tiberius!" Her husband stiffened, his dark eyes flashing with anger, as he locked his gaze onto Commodus. "It's consul, or at the very least general." For a moment, it looked like her brother was going to lash out. But then, to her surprise, he gave her husband the slightest nod, turning his attention to the weak-chinned senator at her side. "Senator Magnus," said Commodus. Lucilla turned to see the senator shaking in his tunic, his eyes wide. "Yes, Caesar?" he said in a shaking voice. "As you seem to be fond of calling me an ass," said Commodus, "I have reserved the rump of our feast just for you. Eat." Senator Magnus whimpered like a beaten dog as the emperor stared him down. But those words were spoken only in jest. I never—"
"Eat!" shouted Commodus, hefting the blood-soaked club at his side and standing to his full height. A hush fell over the crowd as the senator reached for a knife, his hand shaking. "Please, Caesar, Lucilla blinked, and Commodus raced down the length of the table and was top of the smaller man, elbowing her aside while manhandling him over the side of the sprawling table. "You disloyal turd! Do as I command!" he seethed, forcing the senator's face onto the serving platter. The room fell silent, the only sound coming from the senator's pleas and half-choked sobs as he fought against the emperor's iron grip. Taking a calming breath, Lucilla pushed away from the table. "Commodus, stop this," she began, cursing herself for not just letting the idiot senator die. "Magnus is a loyal citizen of the empire. That means he's loyal to you." The emperor continued to force the hapless senator's face into the dwarf's flesh, and for a heartbeat Lucilla thought he didn't hear her. But then he relented, his dark eyes falling on her. "And you, sister," he said, giving Magnus a last shove for good measure. "What part of this feast would be good for you?" he asked, towering over her. Lucilla swallowed hard, and for a moment she thought that somehow her thoughts had been uncovered. Whispers of her plot to see him dead had reached his ears. But then, to her relief, he pointed at the dwarf. "Perhaps the loins. You always—" Before she could stop herself, she slapped her brother so hard that her hand left an imprint on his face. "I'm a married woman," she spat, not daring to back down now, knowing that doing so meant her life would be forfeited. "Not a courtesan plaything to amuse you." Her brother's eyes darted around the room, glaring at everyone at once, daring them to speak, until, one by one, they all looked away. "You are what I say you are," he began, lacing his fingers into her hair and pushing her face down onto the table. Lucilla opened her mouth to scream when the taste and smell of mustard filled her senses, the bitter paste filling her mouth and nose, her eyes stinging as Commodus smeared it all over her face before continuing, "And next time you disrespect me, I will send you to the arena to entertain me with your blood on the sands." Lucilla grunted when her brother threw her down to the floor, stepping over her to return to the head of the table. Spitting up the mustard and wiping her face on her tunic, she stood up, her face red with fury. "Do you think you are the only emperor who has ever been laughed at by the plebeians, by the Senate? This is the way of things. It is a strong ruler who makes the lives of those mock him better, and a foolish one to think he can bully his critics to silence." "Not in my empire!" he shouted, slamming his club down on the table, shattering wood and sending bronze and pewter cutlery in all directions. "I don't care who you are, or how your families are. If you speak ill of me again, it is you who will be on the serving platters next time." She was about to rush forward to speak to him, when a hand pulled her back. "Lucilla, don't," said her husband, shaking his head. "Someone must stand up to him before it is too late," she said, pulling her arm away and raising her voice. "Commodus!" she shouted. Her brother stopped in his tracks, cocking his head and slowly turning to face her. "Sister," he said, "choose your next words very carefully. I have been merciful so far, but my patience is wearing thin." "Merciful?" she said, approaching him slowly like she would an unbroken horse. "Brother, I worry for you. You spend all of your time drinking and carousing with whores, and you leave the governance of your empire to—" "Enough!" he said, his handsome face twisting with rage. "My father spent almost every day of his rule in the saddle in some far-off frontier, warring with our neighbours, ignoring the people, in his pursuit for blood and glory. I have given the empire peace for the first time in decades. My citizens and slaves love me. I have opened the games to all. Wine and bread flows freely to every insular in the city, filling every hungry belly. Rome is made greater by my very presence. Are you and these nobles so blind that you can't see that?"
Lucilla knew that part of what he was saying was true. He had done exactly as he said, and the plebeians, the common folk, loved him for it. Ruling an empire is more than just handing out denarii to the poor. "What would you know of ruling, sister?" he said, shaking his head. "Lucius was Caesar when you were married, not you. And when the poor fool died, father raised me to be co-emperor, not you. You cannot leave the rulership of the empire to your chamberlain while you drink yourself blind," she countered, a murmur of approval running through the room. Commodus let out a deep sigh, lowering the club while he looked around the room. "You don't understand. None of you do. But then, of course, none of you have been blessed by Jupiter, as I have. You lack the wisdom of the divine. I will have to teach you, to make an example of one of you, so that you will all understand. You are the son of Marcus Aurelius," said Lucilla, lowering her voice, reaching out to take his hand. Her brother ignored her outstretched hand, while giving her a thoughtful look. "You will be my example, sister," he said, raising his head and speaking to the room. "Your sacrifice will show everyone that I am willing to risk the things I love for the good of the empire." "Commodus, what in the name of—" "My dear Lucilla," he said, laying a heavy hand on her shoulder, "in tomorrow's games, you shall stand trial by combat." "Trial? For what?" she scoffed, blinking in confusion. "For your defiance, for questioning my divine rule." "You can't do that," said her husband, suddenly at her side. "She is not some common—" "You forget yourself, Tiberius," boomed Commodus, puffing out his chest. "I am Caesar. I can do whatever I want, and tomorrow, in the arena, Lucilla will face a trial by combat. If she wins, then it will be as if nothing ever happened, and I will welcome her back into my arms with love and affection." Lucilla raised her chin, giving her brother a defiant look. "Why not just kill me now? I have never held a sword. To throw me in the arena is a death sentence." Her brother fell silent, hefting the blood-stained club he had used to kill the dwarves. "You are right, and I am nothing but fair," he said, narrowing his eyes. "South Terrace, the traitor girl from the games the other day, the one that ignited the crowd by surviving her execution. What was her name again?" "Vesper," said the chamberlain with a wide smile, appearing at his side as if by magic. "There you are, sister. This Vesper certainly has some skill. She will fight in your place. She wins, you live. She loses, you die." Chapter 17. Old Friends. Vesper swayed in place, bracing herself against the wall of her tiny cell to not fall over. She had thought that sharing her body with her mother would have become easier each time, but even without the battle for control, for dominance, it was still a struggle, and her stomach churned in protest while her head spun. "Stop fighting it," said her mother, once more fully in her head. "If I had a belly, I would be vomiting now." "Well, it's my stomach, and if you don't stop talking, I will vomit everywhere," she said, taking deep, slow breaths. To Vesper's surprise, the ritual had gone as planned. She had done as she had before, cutting into the flesh of her palm while calling her mother's spirit to join with her, the wound healing almost instantly once their spirits were together. Knowing her mother, part of her had expected some sort of treachery, but there was none of that. Only the strange nausea of joining two souls into one body. "No treachery, daughter," said the lower, reading her thoughts. "This will not be as before. There is no conflict. I will honour my word." "I know. I can feel it now that we are sharing our thoughts. It certainly doesn't feel like last time." Nodding to herself, Vesper stood up straight, trying to steady herself while decades of her mother's knowledge and experience mixed with her own, memories of people she never met, rituals she could only dream of, and ways of using ace she thought impossible were as simple as breathing. It all came forth in a rush, nearly overwhelming her. "What do we do now?" she said, catching her balance at last.
"Now we go out and enjoy the spoils of night in the greatest city in the world,"
said the lower with excitement in her voice, while she tightened the leather vest that Vesper wore, pushing up her bosom while she adjusted her tunic so that the long shirt showed her legs. "I thought you were going to look for a friend," asked Vesper. Vesper found herself smiling as her mother gently took full control of her body, and she herself faded to the background, finding it strange every time she heard herself speak, knowing that the words were not her own.
"Yes, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves. A cup of wine or two never hurt anyone."
"I've never drank. Magda forbade it," she said sheepishly, watching with curiosity while her own arm drew a pattern on the cell door, and a rush of heat coursed through her, making her heart beat faster.
"That sounds a lot like my sister,"
said Lilith, as the cell door opened on rusted hinges.
"This could be a good thing. It always took me far too much wine to enjoy myself. Now it seems like I'll be a young girl again, drunk on a few sips."
"Mother," said Vesper, "you can't get me drunk."
"Someone has to,"
she said, strolling out into the corridor, much to the surprise of the gladiator in the cell across from her, who sounded like he swallowed his tongue when she walked by.
"Wine is a gift from the gods. It soothes a troubled heart and makes fools far more interesting. And, best of all, men more handsome. You'll see."
Vesper cringed, inwardly terrified. Her Aunt Magda had told her horrible things about drinking, stories of men losing their minds, fighting, carousing, forgetting their families. Women who lost all of their inhibitions, engaging in the vilest perversions. She had seen the truth for herself one afternoon, when some of the men in her village, and even some of the women, had forgotten themselves on a feast day, losing themselves to drink, and making fools of themselves by exposing everything in the middle of the day for all to see. She swore that very day that she would never drink. The wafting smell of a chamber pot assaulted her nose, and Vesper realised that they were no longer in the cells, or even the ludus. "Where are we? And how did we get here so quickly?" she asked, noticing that they were on a narrow street with high tenements on either side of them.
"We left the ludus some time ago. Time tends to slip away when you're not in control," said her mother, stepping gingerly around piles of filth. "As to where we are in a back alley, heading to a place I knew well from my time here long ago."
"This place is vile. The Romans live like animals," she said in disgust.
"Did you think it was all plazas of marble and flowing fountains?"
said Lilith, turning down a darkened street that was lit by a few thin shafts of moonlight.
"No. For the poor, most of the city is nothing more than a labyrinth of slums and narrow streets, dangerous at the best of times come nightfall."
"Why do they live here, then?"
"Some came chasing wealth, hoping for a better life than working the land,"
said Lilith, coming to a street where the buildings were all covered in graffiti, some of it so perverse Vesper wished she could look away.
"While others are forced here, slaves, freemen, given no choice."
"So why don't they leave? I mean, Aunt Magda said that city life was horrible, and seeing it for myself, I agree. I could never live in such a place."
"Oh, it has a certain appeal,"
said her mother, just as the narrow street they were walking down spilled into a large, brightly lit square, bordered by tall buildings, teeming with more people than she had ever seen in her life. "Oh my," said Vesper suddenly, breathing in deep the mouth-watering aroma of meat cooking over charcoal, the odours of the alley quickly forgotten. "This is more like I imagined," she said, as they threaded through throngs of people laughing, talking, dancing. One gentleman, with a deep, resonating voice, stood on top of a rickety cart, spouting poetry, while another group was arm in arm, singing at the tops of their lungs while swaying back and forth.
"You see, it has a certain charm once you live here for some time.
It's a good life. Give it some time and you'll see. In the past, when Lilith's conscience was mixed with her own, she could only feel anger, pain, and loss. But the joyous, rambunctious mood in the square was infectious, and the pair of intertwined minds began to hum along with a particularly bawdy tune, before outright singing, like some bizarre duo trapped in one body, skipping, spinning, and dancing without a care. Lilith's good mood turned to sadness in a heartbeat when she stopped in her tracks, staring dumbstruck at a graffiti-covered building that looked like it had seen better days. "It's not here," she muttered to herself, looking around the square. "What's wrong?" asked Vesper, annoyed that her mother had their eyes fixed on the boarded-up building, its red brick covered in soot. "It's gone," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "It was here for so long. I never thought it would not be here." Vesper felt a wave of sadness mixed with anger from her mother, and her thoughts were dominated by images of this place, mixed in with memories of a short, bearded Roman with curly hair, and another man with bronze skin and jet-black eyes, his face highlighted by a puckered scar down the side of his face. For a moment, she felt tears well up in the corner of their eyes, and Vesper spoke quickly, trying to calm her. "It's been a long time. Maybe they moved, or there was a fire. Look at the brick." Her mother was pensive for a moment before her sadness was pushed away by Vesper's words, a surge of hope, making her heart beat faster. "Yes, of course. Akif was always careless," she said, turning away and slowly threading her way through the crowd, her eyes scanning the buildings surrounding them. "I'm sure we can learn what happened. There's nothing better than a few drinks to get people talking." Her mother immediately set off like a woman on a quest, shouldering her way through the crowded square, occasionally stopping to chat with some of the older folks, while every now and again ordering a cup of wine or some olives and bread from one of the many storefronts that line the main floor of the buildings. "Who are we looking for, and why do we keep stopping to drink in these dingy places?" said Vesper, her head spinning after Lilith had finished her third cup of a dry, tangy wine she seemed to favour. "A friend," she said, ignoring a portly man who offered her a shakerful of dice and a leering smile. "And they are called Pompinas. Simple places where one can forget their troubles while having a bit of wine and bread." "Pompina sounds strange, like a place you go pee," said Vesper, giggling to herself. "Yes, we could call them peepinas." She didn't know why, but she lost control, laughing hysterically, repeating the word peepina over and over again, getting lost once again in the back of her mind. "Vesper, calm yourself," said her mother, slurring her words. "Am I drunk? Is this how it feels? It's so strange." "We are a little tipsy." "No more," said Lilith with a hint of irritation in their voice, stopping at the high stone counter at the Pompina, ordering more wine and exchanging a few coins and a few quiet words with the server. "Where did we get denarii?" asked Vesper, her thoughts feeling sluggish. "How are we paying for all of this?" "You have travelled to the land of the dead, summoned Loa to serve you, even called lightning down to destroy your enemies, and you wonder about a simple trick of conjuring coins?" said her mother with amusement in her tone. "I didn't think of that," she said, her attention drawn to all the different people in the Pompinas and on the street. Men, women, even some children of every shade she could imagine, and even some that she couldn't, ate and drank, living like they never had to go to sleep. "Do these people ever go home? I mean, do they spend all night drinking and eating on the street?" "Life in Rome is very different from back home in our village," said Lilith, entering a smoke-filled Pompina that was much bigger than the others, having low stone benches and tables, including a wide-open area in the back where a group of rowdy men and women cursed or cheered, depending on the throws of clattering dice. "The insula most plebeians live in are tiny, leaving little room for cooking a meal or socialising, so the poor spend their nights in places like this, trading a few coins to buy what happiness they can." "That's so sad," said Vesper, noticing a few men and women passed out in a corner of the Pompina, spilled cups on the tables in front of them. "I wonder if—" "There he is!" shouted Lilith, her heart pounding faster as she strode with purpose to the back of the Pompina, elbowing aside a group of startled patrons who were watching the dicing with interest. "Quintus Lucius Ananias, you owe me 200 denarii," she shouted, a sense of relief flooding her thoughts. At the heart of a large group of dicers, a barrel-chested man with streaks of grey in his dark hair winced as if he was struck, hastily scooping up his dice in a pile of coins in front of him, his eyes darting about like he was a trapped animal looking for escape. The moment he laid eyes on Vesper, the stricken look of panic on his face vanished, replaced by confusion. "Who in Hades are you?" Vesper could feel a wave of amusement bubbling in her mother's chest. "I don't know why you dice, Quintus. You always lose," she said, a wide grin spreading on her face. "How many times did Antonius and I have to clean up your mess?" The dark-skinned man swallowed his tongue, stuttering and stammering as he made his way to his feet while his knees protested. "Jupiter's beard," he said in awe, slowly backing away. "You look like her, but you can't be her." "Really?" said Lilith, following him as he pushed through the back of the crowd, inching his way to the wall. "Who else would know about the time you slept with that senator's wife in the baths, and how we had to smuggle you out of the city to keep him from having you executed?" "Lilith? It's really you?" "Yes, Quintus, it is." Without another word, Quintus forgot the coins and dice in his hands, letting them clatter to the floor while he threw his arms around them, half sobbing, half laughing. "I don't know how you're here, but it's damn good to see you." Her mother returned the hug with as much force, and to Vesper's surprise, tears threatened to spill from the corners of their eyes. "You look old, Quintus, and fat," she said, holding him at arm's length after a time, beaming at him. "But still handsome. I'm surprised some woman hasn't spirited you away to some distant estate where she could have you all to herself." Quintus looked away, nodding to himself. "Never. I'm too canny for that. I'm gone the moment their eyes closed, and they wake wondering if they dream the hours of pleasure I have provided them," he said, rubbing his thick middle with a smile. "But come, let's have some wine, and you can tell me how you, again, did the impossible." Chapter 18. Gossip. To Vesper's dismay, Lilith and Quintus spent hours revisiting old memories, laughing so hard that tears were rolling down both of their faces as they told one unbelievable tale after another. It was late into the small hours of the night, and Vesper had completely lost count of how many cups of wine they had drank, when Quintus leaned over the low stone table, speaking in a loud whisper to be heard over the din. "You've told me some ridiculous stories before, Lilith, but no matter how drunk I am, I still can't believe half of this one," said Quintus. "I mean, you look like you, especially around the eyes and cheekbones, but I'm still not sure this isn't some sort of trick." "Ever the doubter," said Lilith, leaning back on the stone chair and putting a finger to her lips in thought. "You know, from what I remember, you tell everyone that you got that pretty little scar on your face protecting some maiden's virtue from Sicilian pirates. But I remember that you were on the back of a horse with—" "Never mind," shouted Quintus, raising his hands defensively. "You're you, I'm sure of it now, but still—" "How am I here?" finished her mother, reaching for her cup, disappointed to find it empty. "That is a story that requires more wine." "Have I ever been able to say no to you?" he said, waving over a serving woman who took their order before scurrying off. "Only when it comes to the coins you owe me," said Lilith with a wink. "In any case, after I left—" "You mean after you disappeared without telling us?" Her mother nodded, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. "I know, I'm sorry, but Antonius wasn't thinking straight anymore. He'd changed so much, and we just stopped seeing the world the same way," she said, her thoughts a confusing jumble of anger and disappointments. "The last thing either of us wanted was for you to go," said Quintus, leaning back as the serving woman placed a full cup in front of him. "He sent me with an entire legion after you." "Apologies, I didn't know," said Lilith, shaking her head.
You didn't just leave him. I was your friend too, and I woke up in camp one morning to find you gone. I know what I did, but he didn't understand. I had to go. I had a duty to. We both know your leaving had nothing to do with duty, said Quintus, his eyes never leaving hers. He was never the same after that, you know. He grew cold, distant. It was like you took his heart with you when you left. It was different for me. I was the fool who held on to hope until the end, following rumours of you all over the empire. I thought I had finally tracked you down in Antioch, but by the time I got there was nothing left, and the city was in ashes. The few witnesses I found said that you had a child with you, and that you fought with someone in the market, and that you turned to dust at the end of it all. I didn't know what to believe, but the trail went cold after that, so I gave up. What is he talking about? Asked Vesper, her thoughts a jumble of confusion as her mother's memories mixed with her own. She could remember bits and pieces of what Quintus was talking about. Antioch's market in flames, her mother clutching at a small bundle, Magda finally confronting her, harsh words spoken by sisters who loved one another, even at the end. It is nothing, Vesper, said her mother, speaking to her through their combined thoughts. Perhaps it would be best if you slept. For a moment, Vesper wondered how she was supposed to sleep with all the noise in this crazy place, but then she realised that if she nestled herself deep enough away from her senses, it was possible, even desirable. The shouts from the dice game and the clatter of cups faded as she fell deeper into herself, and parts of her enjoyed the sensation of letting go, being completely detached from the world. She was almost asleep when a memory hit her like a bolt of lightning, snapping her fully awake. It was a memory of her Aunt Magda and Lilith facing off against one another, a tiny infant in her mother's arms, its pitiful wails echoing across the burning market. I was the child, said Vesper out loud, taking back control of her body. What in the name of the gods are you talking about? Said Quintus, smiling into his cup. What child? You mean you? The child, said Vesper, bolting to her feet and immediately regretting it as she plopped down hard onto her seat once more. That day in Antioch. Oh, why is the room spinning so? Daughter, please, he does not need to know these things, whispered her mother, gently pushing her aside, trying to take control once more. But I will explain later, I promise. For now, just let me finish my business with Quintus here. With a mental shrug, Vesper let go completely, fading into the background. Are you all right? Asked Quintus, swaying on his seat. Lilith nodded, clearing her throat before continuing. My time is short, Quintus, and I need to know what happened to Antonius. Quintus narrowed his eyes, suddenly looking very sober as he pushed away his wine. He passed in his sleep, taken by the gods. At least that's what his advisers said. You weren't with him? No, said Quintus, giving her an angry look. After you left, and I couldn't find you, he blamed me. We had a terrible fight, and afterward, it was never the same. I was part of his circle as a military adviser, but he kept me at arm's length, and I rarely saw him outside of strategy sessions. I'm sorry, Quintus, I couldn't foresee. I don't know what to say. There is nothing to say. No one could have foreseen his reaction to your leaving, he said. Especially me. We had been the best of friends since childhood. He was there the first time I picked up a sword, the first time I rode a horse. I was there for him when his tutor beat him for not learning fast enough, and when he understood who he was, and what his duty was to his family. I was there when he bitterly married a wife he did not love, and years later I talked him out of running off with you and abandoning his obligations. I never thought anything could come between us. I was nothing more than an amusement, an exotic fantasy fulfilled, said her mother, hugging herself. You know that's not true. I spent years with the pair of you. You had eyes only for each other. Lilith could only nod, brushing a hand across their eyes. Did you look into his death? She asked, finding her voice. Quintus nodded, leaning forward so that he almost lay on the table. It wasn't the will of the gods, as some of his other advisers claimed, he said quietly. I'm sure he was murdered. Are you sure? Was there proof? Said Lilith, taken aback. No, he said, shaking his head, but a great deal of coin was suddenly in the camp. Men who rarely had more than 2 denarii to rub together were dicing with small fortunes. Men that I know whose duty it was to protect him. That doesn't mean anything. They may have simply... I'm sure of it. He was fine the day before, seethed Quintus, knocking his wine from the table. They murdered him, and then passed around enough coin to silence those who would talk. Did you see the body? There would be signs. He was on the funeral pyre before the sun was fully risen. No one would let me get close. After that, his son ordered that he be deified, and his ashes returned to Rome. Vesper was glad to have the drink in her. Even through the drunken haze, her heart was breaking, and Lilith, while on the outside, put on a brave face for Quintus. Inside, her thoughts and emotions were a volatile mixture of self-loathing and anger. Where is he now? His ashes, I mean. Hadrian's mausoleum, he said with a deep sigh, blowing out his cheeks. His urn sits under a bronze bust that looks far more handsome than he ever was in life, but then the sculptors always exaggerate. Tears began to trickle down their face as Lilith finally broke, her voice weak and frail, as she tried to speak through sobs. Can we go? I want to see him. I have to see him. I have to tell him. Quintus looked everywhere but at her before shaking his head. It's not possible. Only senators and the imperial family are even allowed. That's never stopped us before, shouted her mother, reaching across the table and grabbing her old friend by his tunic, half lifting him out of his seat. I need to! I need to! The old soldier gently took their shaking hands, pulling them close against his chest as he stood. It's just bronze and dust down there. The man we knew is gone. He exists far more in our hearts and minds now than in that sad place. Vesper was grateful that Quintus held her when, with a silent wail, her mother fled, vanishing deep into the back of her mind on a wave of heartbreak and pain, leaving Vesper in full control of her body and all the nauseating sensations that went with it. I think I'm going to be sick, she said, pushing away from Quintus and, faster than she thought possible, bolting from the table, darting around drunk patrons in a clumsy shamble. Just as she stepped over the threshold, Vesper's stomach heaved, and everything they'd eaten and drank over the course of the last few hours was noisily expelled just beyond the entrance of the Pompina. Are you well? Asked Quintus, appearing at her side and giving her a worried look. I've seen you drink all night and then go into battle the next day as if it were nothing, he said. It was like a competition between you and Antonius, to see who could outdrink the other and still sit in the saddle. She's gone, said Vesper, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, fighting the urge to give Quintus a hug while she tried to separate her mother's feelings from her own. What? My mother, she's gone, she said. It was too much for her, the pain. Lilith, I'm in no mood for games, said Quintus, his brow furrowing. It's a long story, she said, her mind hurting as she searched for the words to explain. But Lilith left the world that day long ago in Antioch. I am her daughter, Vesper. Quintus stumbled back, clutching at his head. Have you gone mad, woman? Lilith, she's my mother, and her spirit is with me. But right now, she is in pain. She loved him so much. I think more than she ever told either of you. It was one of the reasons she left. It was interfering with her duty, said Vesper, getting bits and pieces from my mother's memories still. Quintus shrugged, eyeing her up and down. I've been Lilith's friend long enough to have seen crazier things, and it does explain much. It was good to talk to her again, even for a little while. She and Antonius were my only true friends. I didn't realise how much I missed her until now. Vesper let out a breath she'd been holding, her head feeling a little clearer. I can only imagine. Well, said Quintus, clearing his throat. What now? Will I be able to speak with her again, or was this... She is with me always, said Vesper, nodding at him, and I can feel that she has more to say to you, I suppose when she is ready. Quintus let out a breath, a sheepish grin coming to his face.
Tell her if she wants the coin I owe her, she'll have to. I suppose it would be best if I saw you back to your home. The streets are not safe. I would be very grateful. Mother got us here, and I have no idea how to get back to the Ludus. Ludus? You mean the gladiators? Said Quintus, his eyes going wide. Yes, Ludus Magnus. Another long story, said Vesper, seeing the questioning look in his eyes. Then I shall take you there, but you must promise me that you will explain all of this to me over a cup of wine sometime soon. I shall, said Vesper, following as he led the way through the narrow streets and back alleys that made up the underbelly of Rome. Antonius. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, Caesar of Rome, said Vesper suddenly, understanding dawning in her alcohol-soaked mind. That was the man my mother loved. Your friend. Quintus cocked his head, slowly nodding. We knew him long before the titles, before he was anyone but a senator's son. To us he was always Antonius. Marcus Aurelius was a mask put on for his family, for the Senate and plebeians alike. Did you ever find out how he really died? Asked Vesper, not sure if it was her own curiosity or her mother's desires bubbling up from deep within where she was hiding. No, but I had my suspicions, he said. A healthy man just doesn't die in his sleep. And now we've had 2 emperors die suddenly in the same way. I don't understand, she said, wrinkling her nose while she stepped around the waist from someone's chamber pot. Lucius Verus, the man who ruled the empire before Antonius and was his co-emperor for a time. He died in much the same way, falling ill in the prime of his life, dying quickly after only a few days. How do you make a murder look like a man fell ill? Asked Vesper. Poison. The weapon of a coward. Vesper nodded. By Logima, that's evil. Who would be so cruel? Quintus glanced over his shoulder, lowering his voice to speak when he was sure no one else was within earshot. The one man that would benefit from his death, his bastard of a son, Commodus. Commodus, said Vesper, gooseflesh running up and down her arms as a chill ran through her. But that was his father. I can't believe. Even as a boy, that man was heartless, cruel. But while his father lived, the worst of his urges were kept under control. But now he is like a wild dog set off his leash, slaking his hunger for cruelty more and more every day. You need to make him pay, said Vesper, through clenched teeth, her mother's anger boiling up from deep inside her. Sorry, Lilith's feelings, they are hard to control. I will, he said, his scar flushing a deep shade of red against his bronze face. If it's the last thing I do in this life. Are you all right? Vesper stopped in her tracks, clutching at the wall to hold herself up. Her mind aflame with anger, her pulse racing with worry. Narcissus, she whispered. Who? I have to get back to the Ludus. Something terrible has happened, was all she could say. The wine had dulled her connection to the big Celt, and she had almost forgotten about him. But now, as her head cleared, she could feel him once more, and the only thing she could feel from him was fear. Chapter 19. New Friends. The Emperor has ordered that the girl be brought to the Colosseum for today's games. I don't understand the delay, sneered the purple-clad Praetorian guard. I told you, she's being prepared, growled Narcissus, leering down at the smaller man, wanting nothing more than to reach out and snap his skinny neck. The skinny man puffed out his chest, resting a hand on the ornate gladius hanging off of his hip. If I don't have the girl in front of me before the sun fully rises, I will... Will what? Snapped Narcissus, eyeing the clean leather on the man's hilt. Try to poke me with a sword you haven't removed from its scabbard in months? I don't think so. The guard inched back, raising his cleft chin. We are here at Caesar's command. If you do not give us the girl, I will be forced to take her. Narcissus gave him a feral grin, letting his hands dangle loosely at his side. Just the 2 of you, he laughed. You know who I am. You've seen me in the arena. If you want to force me to do anything, you're going to need to run along and get more of your friends. That is, if I let you leave in the first place. You can't threaten, I can. he said, looking around the dark corridor of the ludus. "Lots of places to make a body disappear down here, and I doubt you'll be missed any time soon. The Emperor has lots of disposable men like you, doesn't he?" The pair of Praetorian guards looked at one another, their faces creased in worry as they whispered to each other in low tones, before finally returning their attention to the big Celt. "Apologies," said the one Narcissus had been talking to. "I forgot myself, but please, Commodus, the Emperor, he is not a patient man." "That's better," said Narcissus, feeling a twinge of pity for the guard. "I understand your situation and will do my best to bring her to you with all haste. Now, the pair of you do what you do best, and stand there and look pretty." He finished, showing them his back, cursing Vesper under his breath while he walked away. Stalking through the corridors of the ludus, he let out his anger in small bursts, smashing his fists into the brittle limestone walls, daring any of the guards he crossed to say the wrong thing. He had no clue how Vesper had left her cell, much less completely escaped the ludus. Stalking through the corridors of the ludus, he let out his anger in small bursts, smashing his fists into the brittle limestone walls, daring any of the guards he crossed to say the wrong thing. He had no clue how Vesper had left her cell, much less completely escaped the ludus. The only reason he had not gone completely mad was due to the strange connection she had forged between them when they were in the other place. Even now he could feel her coming closer, and he prayed to the gods she felt the worry, the panic running through his mind. "Did you manage to stave them off?" asked Linus, waiting for him as he rounded the corner, the retired gladiator looking dumbfounded while he examined the lock on Vesper's closed cell door. "I scared them enough that they'll shut up for a little while. Men like that are only brave in numbers," he said, half-heartedly rattling the cold iron bars, not surprised to find everything as they had left it, locked up tight. "Did you find anything?" "It's untouched, like she had a key," said Linus with a shrug. "Or maybe she used some sort of dark magic, like she did during the storm." "Oh, now you believe me," he said, throwing up his hands. The day of the strange storm, the day half of the ludus went mad and tried to kill one another, he and Vesper had vanished, leaving the rest of the men to fend for themselves during the chaos. "Who would believe that story?" said Linus, blowing out his lips. "It seems more likely the pair of you sneaked off to enjoy the comforts of the flesh. It was a good thing most of the men had only blunted training weapons, or you would have come back to no more than just bruises and black eyes." "Not everyone is like you, Linus. Some of us think with our heads, not our loins." "Bah, I've seen you look at her, and she you. You're both just as bad as I am. But you'll see, once you get to be my age, you'll understand that it's the only thing that really matters. Besides, what's wrong with a little afternoon delight in the baths?" Narcissus waved away the old man, knowing that if Vesper didn't show up soon, he would have bigger concerns than what she looked like with water rolling off her smooth skin and firm body. "She is close now, but something is wrong. I can feel it." For some reason he couldn't imagine, the closer she came to the ludus, the more his head throbbed and his stomach turned. "And you wonder why I doubt your words," he said, shaking his head. "You sound like a man who's been hit on the head one too many times when you say things like that." "Says the old man who has been hit on the head too many times," said Narcissus, using the wall to hold himself up as he took slow, shallow breaths. "Next time, maybe she'll cast her charms on you, and we'll see how you deal with it." "Of course. Doctore, are you well?" asked Linus. "I am," said Narcissus, stretching to his full height. "Come, she is close." He turned to leave when from the corner of his eye he caught a shadow. Looking back, he caught a glimpse of Vesper's cat laying on the corner of her cot, fast asleep. "Was the cat in there before?" asked Linus, catching it too. Narcissus eyed the strange animal, mumbling to himself. "Damn thing's not natural. I swear it was a woman last time." "You saw her too. I thought tall, with high cheekbones, dark eyes. That's her," said the old gladiator, hobbling along to keep pace with Narcissus's long stride as he raced to meet Vesper. "I thought I was going mad." "Going mad?" said Linus with a smile. "I think you're well past mad, all of you Celts are. Not an ounce of good sense in any of your hairy, oversized bodies." "Well, if you had any sense, you wouldn't provoke a man half your age and twice your size," said Narcissus, taking the stairs 2 at a time as he headed up from the cells onto the main level, heading towards one of the side entrances of the ludus. "I may be past my prime," said Linus, "but I saw you in the baths the other day. You're more fat than muscle. I think I can take you." Narcissus laughed, grateful to have the old man at his side. He always seemed to know just what to say to calm his nerves, even at the worst of times. "If we survive today, my friend, I will give you the chance, and we'll finally put the question to rest as to who is the greatest living gladiator in the Empire." "You think I would sully my perfect reputation by fighting the likes of you?" said Linus with a snort. "No. I think it would be best if I just let the record stand that I was the greater warrior." Narcissus turned to face the old man, stopping him in his tracks. "That it would be best if you were quiet. No one likes a braggart. I only meant that we would have a little match here at the ludus, maybe take a few wagers with the other men." "I think you just want to make a few denarii at my—" he began, the words catching in his throat as his world began to spin, dark spots appearing in the corners of his eyes. "Are you well, Doctore?" asked Linus. Without another word, Narcissus bolted, leaving the old gladiator far behind, his long legs carrying him quickly through the near-empty upper corridors. Something was wrong with her. He could feel it. Arriving at one of the smaller side entrances, Narcissus threw open the heavy wooden door, prepared to give Vesper the rough side of his tongue for making him worry, for risking his freedom and both of their lives for a night of gallivanting. "Who in Hades are you?" he asked, taken aback to find that she was not alone. Holding up her limp form was a swaying, bronze-skinned stranger with salt and pepper hair, a puckered scar running down the length of his face. The stranger gave him a drunken smile, staggering as he held up Vesper. "Ah, it all makes sense now. I was confused when she told me to find the bear man," began the stranger, sniffing at him and then wrinkling his nose. "Take her, please. She's heavier than she looks." "Bear man? What the hell did you do to her, Syrian?" he said, taking her. "Me? Syrian? No. I am Quintus Lucius Annianus, formerly of Sicilia, now of nowhere," he said with a bow. "The young lady simply drank too much." "This doesn't look like nothing," said Narcissus with a frown, lifting her in his arms. "The girl simply can't hold her wine. She admitted as much, told me she'd never drank before tonight." "And you did the honourable thing in returning her home instead of taking advantage of her?" he said, frowning at the Sicilian. "Well, yes," he said, raising an eyebrow. "I assure you, I did nothing untoward. She could be my daughter." "Yes, I know how old men like you are toward young girls," he said, shaking Vesper in an attempt to wake her. "I wouldn't do such a thing," said Quintus, slurring his words. "The girl is the daughter of a friend. She was fine, but the wine got the better of her on the way here. I had to help her walk for the last few blocks." "Doctore?" asked Linus in a worrying tone, appearing behind them. "Linus, good. Take her to the medicus. Make sure it was just wine," he said, handing her off to the old man, never taking his eyes off of the stranger. "I will deal with this." "Deal with what?" said Quintus, adjusting his stance, putting one foot in front of the other, and letting his arms hang loosely at his side. "She said that you were kind, that you were a good man, but I'm not so sure, given that you were so blind to the obvious. All I know is that she disappeared from the ludus in the middle of the night, and now you, a drunken stranger, returns with her unconscious," said Narcissus, eyeing him up and down with deep suspicion. The big Celt could see that despite his appearance, this wasn't some random drunkard. His long tunic, while old, was well made, and unlike a plebeian or slave, he wore the heavy-soled caligae of a soldier, as opposed to the more common sandals that most wore. But most noticeable was the notched leather scabbard around his waist and shoulder, giving Narcissus the impression that he had weapons cleverly hidden in the folds of his toga. Quintus, seeing his look, inched back, giving Narcissus a dismissive wave. "It's been a long night, and I'm in no mood to suffer fools. I'll be taking my leave." "Fools? That's the second time you've insulted me. There won't be a third, and you are not going anywhere. Until I know she is all right, you will stay here in the ludus." The Sicilian's shoulders shook with laughter, a cat-like grin stretching across his face. "A Celt who can count to 3. I'm impressed," he said, taking another step back,
I warned you, growled Narcissus. Out of patience, he lunged forward, reaching for the man's throat, intending to choke him to unconsciousness and then drag him to the nearest cell. To his surprise, the Sicilian's arms shot up, deflecting his blow well over his head. Then, just as quickly, Narcissus had a notched steel dagger at his throat, appearing as if by magic. "You Celts are all the same," said Quintus, showing his teeth. "I killed enough of you in Britannia to—" Reacting viper-quick, Narcissus twisted his neck, accepting the shallow cut near his throat, while grabbing the hilt and blade in his meaty palm, ignoring the pain as the blade dug into his flesh. "And I've killed enough of you Romans to know your tricks," he rasped, lifting him by his throat and squeezing. Narcissus was thrown off when the smaller man didn't panic. Instead, he slammed his elbow downward once, twice, and a third time on his forehead. Staggering back and seeing stars, Narcissus let him go, but not before kicking out instinctively with a heavy boot, a smile coming to his face when he connected with a satisfying crunch to his chin. "You're better than the average beast," spat Quintus, wiping blood from his lip. Shaking away the dark spots in the corner of his eyes, Narcissus crouched down, his blood pumping like fire in his veins, his body shaking in anticipation of battle. "Come on then," he said, daring the bronze-skinned drunkard to come at him. Quintus drew out a pair of steel daggers concealed beneath his toga, deftly spinning each of them. "All right, might be good to get some practice in. Just don't die before I've had my fun." Narcissus ignored the insult. Instead, he used his great reach to lash out with a set of quick jabs, pulling back when Quintus countered, slashing in wild arcs that would have shredded his forearms if he got too close. The Roman then feinted toward him with his lead dagger, only to switch tactics and hurl the blade directly at his head, forcing Narcissus to duck and spin away to avoid losing an eye. He had lost sight of the stranger for only a heartbeat, but when he caught sight of him again, the Sicilian was almost on top of him, a dagger aimed directly at his heart. Narcissus, acting on instinct, felt his heart skip a beat as he rolled backward, falling onto his back and catching the Roman with the balls of his feet, and then pushing out with all his might, launching him up and over, sending him hurtling through the ludus door and slamming into the opposing wall, before landing in a groaning heap a few feet away, his daggers spinning out of his reach. Narcissus surged to his feet, scrambling after him, howling like an animal as he gave in to his rage, stomping and kicking in an attempt to crush the smaller man, who rolled and dodged on his back like a snake, coming away without a scratch. In a fury, he lifted Quintus bodily, hurling him down the corridor as if he were a rag doll. The Sicilian, to his amazement, twisted in mid-air, landing on his feet like a cat, his boots sliding on the marble tile. With a roar, Quintus charged, leaping above his head, his fist clipping Narcissus on the jaw with enough force that he staggered back. "Is that the best you've got?" spat Narcissus, giving him a bloody smile. "I'm just getting started. I think I'll skin you for a rug once I'm done." The two men slammed into each other, fists flailing, elbows smashing into flesh, neither of them offering mercy or quarter. Narcissus managed to grab him by the hair, thinking he had him, when Quintus reached under his tunic and threw a white powder into his eyes, the burning grit stopping him in his tracks, a pang of fear boiling in his belly when he felt the man stalking toward him. "See, you don't know all our tricks," said Quintus, breathing hard somewhere to his left. "Damn coward," said Narcissus, trying to blink away the pain in his eyes. "Come on then, finish it." Narcissus flailed his arms, lashing out randomly in hopes of at least slowing the killing blow he knew was coming. He winced when the Roman slashed him on the outstretched arm, playing with him like a cat would with its prey, cursing when he cut him once more, a shallow wound on his leg this time. He braced himself for the end, when he felt a familiar presence. "Stop!" shouted Vesper. "What in the name of a logimar are you two doing?" "This beast attacked me," he heard Quintus shout. "Who's asking for it?" said Narcissus, rubbing his eyes. "And when Linus and I found out you were gone, we feared the worst. Then I could feel something was wrong, and you show up barely conscious with this drunkard claiming he knows you." "Quintus, what did you do to him? Why can't he see?" asked Vesper. There was a commotion.
harsh whispers being spoken before Quintus spoke up, his tone apologetic. "Apologies. It is a simple thing to fix. If you allow me, I will give you a damp cloth. Simply wipe it against your eyes." Narcissus grudgingly took the wet cloth from the other man, sighing in relief when the burning vanished from his eyes the moment he rubbed them with the bitter-smelling fabric. His sight fully returned. The first thing he saw was the Sicilian offering him a half-smile, and standing sheepishly at his side was Vesper. He had sensed from their bond that she wasn't well, but seeing the dark bags under her eyes, the cracked lips and swaying stance, he understood what was going on. "Are you well?" he asked, eyeing her up and down, his brow creased with worry. "It feels like I have a lion in my skull clawing to get out," she groaned, clutching at her midsection. "I'm just grateful I have nothing left in my stomach. I must have thrown up a dozen times on the way here." "What the hell were you thinking? The city is dangerous. You could have—" "Never mind, none of it matters now," said Narcissus, snapping his mouth shut, a million questions running through his mind. But only one thing mattered now, for all their safety. "We need to get moving." Vesper swallowed hard, nodding. Yes, some rest will help. She moved to head toward her cell, when Narcissus blocked her path. "You are not returning to your cell. There is no time to rest." "Where could I be going? You don't expect me to train like this, do you? Apologies, but I can hardly see straight." Narcissus stilled his face, keeping a tight rein on his emotions. "Right now it is Doctore. You forget yourself. You are no longer a free woman to come and go as you please. You have a responsibility and obligation to your domina, and therefore to me and this ludus." "Apologies, Doctore," she said, her eyes narrowing. "If you could give me a moment, I can explain." "We are out of moments," said Narcissus. "Right now there are a pair of Praetorian guards waiting for you. For us." "I don't understand. Why? Have I done something wrong?" "I told you that being a slave means that you must suffer the whims of fools," he said, looking away so that he would not have to meet her eyes. "And now the Emperor himself has demanded your presence on the sands today." "But I'm not ready. I can hardly stand." "It does not matter. Today, if you lose, you die," said Narcissus. "Today you live only through victory." Chapter 20. The Whims of Fools. Vesper remembered standing on this very spot not so long ago, chained with the rough wall against her back and coarse sand beneath her feet, watching her father's execution. "Explain to me once more what I'm meant to do?" she asked, gazing out through the gate of life to the stands of the Colosseum, filled with Romans hungry for blood, despite it still being early in the day. Behind her, Narcissus stood with his arms crossed, his face unreadable. But through their bond, she could feel his stomach was tied up in knots, and his heart pounding like a drum. Whether it was fear for her or for himself, she wasn't sure. "You go on at the start of the day, which means you are meant to entertain the crowd," he said, "and if the gods are willing, survive. But remember, if you fall, others fall with you. As to why the Emperor is vexed with his sister and wishes for you to stand in her place, who knows? He's not required to explain his whims to us or anyone else." Vesper leaned the gladius she was holding against the rough-hewn wall, adjusting the straps on her leather vest, and then wiping her palms against the length of her tunic before picking it up again. She was glad to have a weapon directly from the ludus, a weapon that was far more balanced than the notched weapon she fought with last time she was here. But his own sister. "He is a madman, a rabid dog who needs to be put down," said Quintus, glancing back at the pair of guards who had escorted them from the ludus to the Colosseum. Her mother's old friend had insisted that he come along, and despite not really knowing him, enough of her mother's memories lingered that his presence was a comfort. "He and Lady Lucilla are in the midst of some sort of argument," said Narcissus, rolling his eyes at Quintus. "But you cannot allow yourself to get distracted. Focus your attention on killing whatever man or beast they put in front of you. Nothing else." "Beast?" Quintus hooked his thumbs on his worn leather belt, his gaze drifting to beyond the gate. "Yes, all sorts of exotic animals are brought in to amuse the crowd. Wild dogs, bears, lions are a particular favourite." She turned away from the pair of them, letting the gladius fall from her hand while leaning her forehead against the rough wall, relishing its coolness against her skin. How am I to do this? My head feels like someone is pounding on it, and I can barely stand. Behind her, she heard Narcissus shuffling his feet, and, an instant later, she felt his strong hand on her shoulder. I stood at your side in that other place. I watched you fight. You are not without skill, he said, in a low voice for her ears only. Besides, can't you use ace and magic up whatever you need to be victorious? Maybe, I don't know, she whispered. I don't feel well, and nothing is as it should be. From the moment Narcissus had told her she was to fight, Vesper's first thought had been to use her ace, her will to change things in her favour. But every time she tried to do anything, her head spun and her stomach heaved. Worse still, when she had tried to call on Lilith for help, her mother was silent, and their connection distant and fleeting. Looking down at the gladius leaning against the wall, she realised it was the only tool she would be able to depend on today. Lucky for her, she had joined spirits with her mother last night, and her memories still lingered. Her skill with the sword, combined with Lilith's own limited abilities, would hopefully be enough to give her a fighting chance, or at the very least, she would not make a fool of herself. Here, take this, it will help, said Quintus. She turned to find him offering her a wineskin. I hope that's water, she said, eyeing the well-worn bag as though it were a snake. Quintus uncorked the wine, shoving the skin into her hand. The best cure for too much wine is more wine. You'll feel better, I promise. Are you mad? I can barely hold down water. How? He's right, said Narcissus, eyeing the bag. Not too much, but a few sips will make things better. Vesper gave the pair of them a sidelong glance, not believing a word, but willing to try anything to make the pain and dizziness go away. Taking a deep draw on the skin, she coughed and gagged as the liquid ran down her throat, a warm feeling spreading across her chest a moment later. How do you drink that? It's so sweet, she coughed, wiping her mouth, and then taking another mouthful before handing it back to Quintus. You are truly your mother's daughter, said Quintus, frowning at the wineskin and then looking back at her. She hated sweet wine. You knew her mother? Asked Narcissus, cocking his head at Quintus. Quintus opened his mouth to speak, but Vesper silenced him with a look. The last thing she wanted was for Narcissus to ask questions about her mother. Already he was suspicious, and she was sure he had caught a glimpse of her true form once or twice while he visited Vesper's cell. It's a long story, one that put me in the condition I am in now. Hangovers build character, mumbled Quintus, taking a deep draught and then handing the skin back to her. She was about to refuse, but already her head throbbed less, and her stomach had settled. There may be something to this, she said, taking another draught, squeezing her eyes shut as the wine's sweetness burned down her chest. That's not bad. Look, the auditor is calling for the first match, said Narcissus, pointing to an older man who rose to speak from the emperor's box, quieting the milling crowd with outraised hands. People of Rome, began the auditor, the shape of the amphitheatre amplifying his booming voice so that all could hear. In his infinite wisdom and brilliance, Imperator Caesar Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus Augustus, son of Jupiter, has blessed you with games to celebrate the glory of Apollo. What is that, the 5th set of games this month? Shouted Quintus above the cheering crowd. You have to admit that while the Senate hates him, the plebeians and slaves love him. Of course, said Narcissus. He showers them with denarii, wine and games, all paid for by taxing the men of the Senate. As you said, brilliant. Quiet, said Vesper, as the auditor calmed the crowd once more before continuing. Now, to start the day's amusements, we have a contest between the vicious Osei traitor, the black-hearted stealer of men's souls, who single-handedly slaughtered 4 gladiators, Vesper! He finished with a flourish, his words sending another wave of cheers through the masses. Black-hearted? Stealer of souls? She asked, frowning at the auditor as the gate of life began to grind open on their own as if by magic, thin shafts of hot sun caressing her flesh. The arena is as much spectacle as battle, said Narcissus, speaking quickly after her as she walked out of the gate. And the auditor has introduced you first. That means you are being cast as the worst of the worst, a terrifying villain to stoke the fear and anger of the crowd. Vesper raised her chin in defiance, as she walked to the centre of the Colosseum, ignoring the thousands booing and hissing at her as if she were some vile creature that had somehow wronged each of them in turn. "To face this vile creature," proclaimed the auditor, "Commodus has called on Vulcan, god of fire, who has so kindly sent his servants to serve as champions. Philetus and Spinther will use their god-blessed strength to destroy this traitor of the Roman people." The crowd burst into applause, cheering as the gates on the other side of the arena ground open on squeaking hinges to admit a pair of squat shapes, glittering like gold in the early day sun. Vesper cursed under her breath when the cheers of the crowd turned to peals of laughter when the shapes emerged fully into the light. Hobbling toward her were a pair of misshapen dwarves chained together at the ankles, their skin covered in crude gold-coloured paint, each of them armed with iron hammers. For a moment she hesitated, glancing back at Narcissus and Quintus while the dwarves shambled forward, their faces twisted and snarling, while the crowd fell over themselves with laughter. Thinking it was all some strange joke, she was about to drop her guard and return through the gates of life, not wanting any part of this mockery, when the dwarves began to run, tearing across the sands after her, their iron hammers promising pain, their wild eyes promising death to her and anyone else who stood in their way. Chapter 21. Rage. "You shame me, brother," said Lucilla, standing at her brother's side, just behind the heavy wooden throne he had made specifically for the imperial box, for the second time today. In response, her brother took the hand of a rounded woman who sat at his side, dressed in imperial purple. "You question the bonds of my marriage?" he said, his eyes locked onto the bizarre spectacle on the sands. "Besides, how can you not enjoy my little jest?" "Jest?" "Of course," said Commodus, throwing back his head in laughter. "Don't you recognise who I have fighting your little gladiatrix? Can you not smell the mustard seed from here?" Lucilla narrowed her eyes, watching intently at the shambling dwarves who charged at Vesper, flailing their crude hammers wildly as they ran. "They are the men from the supper, from under the platters," she said, swallowing hard. "Men?" he said with a tisk. "No, not men, misshapen monsters, creatures born to serve as amusements for their betters. And I stand while this girl sits in my—" Commodus shot to his feet, and she was forced back as he suddenly towered over her, meeting her eyes at last. "You will address my wife as Augusta or Empress. Do you understand me, sister?" he said, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Crispina comes from a noble line, a wealthy family, and today she wished to see the games, so her place is at my side. How could I refuse her?" Lucilla pressed her lips together, giving the wide-eyed girl a tight-lipped smile. "Forgive me, Augusta. It's just I have so rarely seen you. I was surprised by your presence." Crispina bobbed her head as Commodus returned to his seat, piping up in a high-pitched voice that grated on Lucilla's nerves. "Oh, it's all right. I find the capital stifling. The smell, you know. I prefer to spend most of my time at my father's estates in the country, but I missed Commodus so much I decided to visit." "Of course, Rome is not for everyone," said Lucilla, keeping her face still while Commodus took her hand once more. "The city's politics can be daunting for those without the experience to navigate its complexities." "Oh, women like us have no place in politics," she said, smiling at Lucilla. "I find it best to leave all of that to my dear Commodus." Lucilla turned away, not wanting to let the girl see her flaring nostrils or red-faced anger. She never understood how her father could have chosen someone like her for her brother. She was empty-headed, without a hint of ambition or desire to better her station. She was simply content to stay in the country, watching the days go by while drinking summer wine in the shade. Booming cheers erupted from the arena, and Lucilla's attention was drawn to the battle on the sands. The misshapen dwarves, who were connected by a heavy iron chain, charged at Vesper, spreading it wide as they drew closer in an attempt to knock her over. But she was quicker. Instead of waiting, she charged forward to meet them, sliding on her knees and leaning backward at the last moment to let the chain pass harmlessly over her head. Before the misshapen men could recover, she spun from her knees, using her gladius to clip the dwarf to her right on his Achilles, sending him tumbling in a spray of blood, screaming in a hoarse voice while clutching at his now useless foot. "You see, sister," said Commodus, his good mood returning just as quickly as it had vanished. "Your little slave is more than a match for these beasts. Your trial will be a success, over quickly, and the crowd will be entertained by her cutting them to little bits." Lucilla pressed her lips together, nodding at her brother. "Of course, brother, you are so wise," she said, with more heat in her voice than she intended. He didn't move, and Lucilla sighed in relief, thinking that he hadn't caught her tone. But then he let go of Crispina's hand, turning in his seat to face her. "If you don't think so, speak up," he said, just as Vesper dodged a clumsy swing from one of the dwarves, who was dragging his bleeding companion around with the chain. "Nothing, brother," she said, bowing her head, locking her arms behind her back while clenching and unclenching her fists. Commodus grabbed her roughly by the chin, forcing her to look up at him. "I try to be kind, I do, but it seems you have not learned to respect me as you should." "Don't touch me," she said in a low voice, her gaze lingering on Crispina, who watched the events unfold on the sands. "I'm sure you don't want your young wife to see how kind you can be." "You think I care what she thinks? You think I care what anyone thinks?" he said, nodding at the legionaries and sycophants who crowded the Emperor's box. "I am a god to these people. They love me more than their own children. I could kill you in front of the entire Colosseum and they would cheer." Lucilla said nothing, knowing that what he said was true. Commodus was loved by the plebeians and slaves just as fiercely as he was hated by the nobles and senators. No one would question anything he did to her. "Forgive me, brother, I forget myself." Commodus shook his head, eyeing the contest from the corners of his eyes. "Have I been too merciful? Will I have to make the match on the sands more interesting? Perhaps then you will learn that to defy me is wrong." "Brother, this has gone—" "Salterus!" he bellowed, ignoring her while scanning for the chamberlain among the small group of self-important people that crowded the back of the Emperor's box. "I am here, Caesar," said the dark-skinned chamberlain, snaking his way from the back of the crowd. "I think we will have to go with what you suggested. Bring me the bow," he said, letting go of her chin. "I think it's past time we settled this." Salterus smiled, his eyes darting past them to the battle on the sands. "Caesar is wise." Commodus matched his smile, following his stare. "The bow, then?" "What are you going to do?" asked Lucilla while the chamberlain ran off. Commodus said nothing, giving her a wide smile as he settled into his seat. "We're about to have some fun. You'll see." Chapter 22. 2 dwarves, 1 witch. Vesper jumped back just in time to avoid a heavy, overhand strike from the dwarf's hammer, his thundering blow shaking the ground at her feet. Seeing an opening in his defences, she lunged with her gladius, the dwarf's face twisting in pain when she landed a glancing blow across his shoulder, just as he twisted to avoid the blade. Wailing with rage, he came after her, spittle running down his chin. "Dash Arschloch!" cursed the dwarf in a language that Vesper didn't understand, pulling hard at the chain that bound him to the other man, who lay on his back, blood spewing from the ankle Vesper had sliced into. Swearing at the fallen dwarf, he dragged him along behind him, raising his hammer to strike. Vesper scrambled away, expecting another titanic blow aimed at her, but to her surprise he spun, bringing the heavy steel down on his companion's leg. "By Allah, she said, mesmerised, as the dwarf smashed at bone and flesh over and over again, flecks of blood spattering on his gold-painted face, while he separated the other dwarf's ankles from the chain binding them together. When he was finally free, the dwarf hefted his hammer in one hand and the chain in the other, glaring at her with a feral grin. Vesper threw off her stupor when he walked towards her, spinning the chain above his head. The Romans in the stands exploded with cheers, throwing their arms in the air and hooting wildly at the bloodshed, while she backed away, holding her gladius out in front of her in a white-knuckled grip, fighting the urge to turn and run. Swallowing hard, she let him come, holding her gladius out in front of her in a vain attempt to deflect the heavy chain. Dull sparks flew, and her hand was almost torn off, left numb as iron and steel connected. Dazed and spinning from blocking the chain, she was blindsided by a heavy weight pummeling into her side, the blow blasting the air from her lungs. Blinking away the dark spots in the corner of her eyes, she staggered away while fighting to stay on her feet, half falling as she dodged the relentless fury of the dwarf's hammer and chain. A sense of urgency shot through her from the bond with Narcissus, pulling her attention to the gate of life just in time to see his hairy arm sticking through the bars, slapping his hand against the wall. Strangely, she understood him and picked up her pace, doing her best to ignore the pain in her side while she ran full out for the gate, her longer legs leaving the raging dwarf behind. Just as she approached, a long, sharp-tipped spear flew through the bars, landing at her feet. Acting on instinct, she tore the weapon from the ground, spinning on her heel while managing to duck, every muscle straining as the dwarf's chain whistled over her head. Then, with deadly precision, she drove the spear deep into his belly, just as he was on top of her, his snarling face transforming into a mask of pain as the razor-sharp tip drove clean through his chest and out his back, but not before he slammed into her, bowling both of them over in a heap. With the full weight of the dwarf on top of her, Vesper fought for breath, a sharp pain radiating from her shoulder and side. Desperate to be free, she pushed with all of her strength to throw him off, only to gasp when needles of piercing agony pulsed through her shoulder and dark spots danced in her vision. Cursing in anguish, she shifted her head just enough to catch a glimpse of the spear lodged in the dwarf's chest. Then, to her horror, she realised that part of the shaft had somehow buried itself in her shoulder, locking them together in a bloody embrace. Vesper's pulse quickened as panic set in, and without thinking, she began to push with her good arm, rolling and bucking against the weight on top of her, her lungs screaming for air while the wretched smell of the dwarf filled her nose. She had just begun to move him when his eyes snapped open. Vesper's heart skipped a beat as he cursed at her in his strange tongue, while shifting his body so he could press his forearm against her windpipe. Hungry for breath, Vesper could feel herself fading, the light of day going dim, as she clawed at his eyes like a wild animal, desperate to drive him off of her. But the more she struggled, the more his strength seemed to grow, the thrumming roar of the Colosseum fading to little more than a faint hum in the distance. Despite the wine and her hangover having dulled her connection to the weave, somehow her vision shifted unconsciously, and Vesper found herself once more seeing the threads of life that connected everything. The rotting grey corruption that was Rome was ever present, covering the men and women, filling the Colosseum in dull grey haze, and above, the sky looked like rotted cloth, threadbare and worn. But, to her amazement, the dwarf on top of her, despite his wounds, glowed bright green and gold, his connection to the natural world strong and vibrant, his life deeply intertwined with the pattern that made up the tapestry of the world. Without knowing how, she plucked at the strands that connected him, gathering together the threads of his life and then drawing all that he was into her. For a moment nothing happened, but then there was a rush of heat, like she had swallowed fire, and now it burned through her veins. Starting at her injured shoulder, it ran down her body, creeping into every ounce of her, his strength and vitality driving away her pain, making her stronger, faster. With a triumphant shout, she kicked the dwarf off of her, bounding to her feet in a single smooth motion. Looking down at her skin, she smiled. The concentric patterns of her arms were radiant even in the bright morning sun. The Romans watching her began to boo and hiss, but with the rush of energy coursing through her, Vesper didn't care. She threw up her arms, laughing with pure joy as she turned in a circle to face the crowd, basking in her victory. She gave the Romans one more defiant look before putting her back to them to find Narcissus smiling at her from behind the gate of life. She was about to run to him when his eyes went wide with panic. "Vesper, look out!" he shouted, his hand shooting through the gate. Filled with the dwarf's life, she spun with superhuman speed, just in time to catch a hissing arrow. Gawking in amazement at the trembling shaft just inches from her chest, she caught a second one just as skillfully, before looking up to see someone in the empress box pulling back a bow. Vesper gasped in shock, dropping the thin shafts of wood in her hands when the third arrow came in faster than expected, piercing her belly, followed by two more that pierced her thigh and her shoulder, leaving her dazed. For a moment the world began to spin, and Vesper wondered why the ground was coming closer. But then she realised that it was her. She was falling. Another arrow pierced her back, and she felt something wet beneath her, just as the world went dark. Chapter 23. A Pretty Bauble. Lucilla clutched at her chest, unable to breathe, her eyes locked onto Vesper's still body. "What have you done, Commodus?" she said through clenched teeth, her face a mask of fury as she turned to her brother. "Don't be so dramatic, sister. We're just having a bit of fun," he said, scoffing at her rage while waving at the cheering masses. "Look at the crowd, how excited they are. Saltera, see to it that some wine is distributed among the plebeians. Not all of them, mind you, just enough to get their tongues wagging at how generous I am." "Wine? You just killed that young lady for no reason. Are you going to do the same to me now?" she asked, raising her chin. Commodus glanced down at the bow in his hands, a knowing smile on his face. "Why, sister, were you not watching? You are the winner of our little contest," he said, motioning to a slave for wine. "Your little gladiatrix defeated my repulsive dwarves, just as I intended." "Intended? But you said if she falls, I fall, and then—" stammered Lucilla, her fine brows coming together in confusion. "You know me, sister. I'm always one to add a little drama. Besides, she had won before she fell, so—" "But, Vesper—" Commodus put his strong hands on her shoulders, silencing her with a look. "She was just a slave, easily replaceable. But you— I would never let anything happen to you, sister. I was merely having a bit of fun. Now, let's put all this behind us and have some wine. Why don't you go and change and meet us in the baths?" Lucilla couldn't believe what she was hearing, but somehow kept her face steady, giving him a hesitant smile. "This has all been very trying. I will follow along later if you don't mind." Her brother threw his head back, his laughter drowning out the milling crowd of the Colosseum. "As you wish. We will be in my private baths when you are ready to join us." At the mention of the baths, Crispina was at his side, bouncing on his arm like a young child, her high-pitched voice full of cheer. "The baths in the palace are far grander than anything we have in the country. At home our servants have the hardest time getting the temperature just right. This will be perfect." "Good. We will refresh ourselves from the morning heat and then return for the afternoon contests. I am eager to sample the wines Crispina has bought from her father's estates." Without another word, he strode past her with the mindless girl on his arm, the cubiculum quickly emptying as his lackeys and sycophants trailed in his wake, leaving only her personal guard. Left alone in the imperial box, Lucilla's heart broke at the grim scene playing out on the sands. A pair of burly men hoisted Vesper by her ankles, leaving a bloody trail on the sands as they dragged her body toward the gate of life. They were almost through when the burly Celt she had met a few days ago stormed toward them, driving them away like an angry bear protecting its cubs. The men left without contest, cursing at the big man. Then, to Lucilla's surprise, he picked her up like she were a child, tenderly cradling her close to him. She was about to go to them when a deep voice from behind her stopped her in her tracks. "A pity Commodus was so merciful. She should have suffered more." "Is this how you entertain yourself, Salterus? Mocking the death of young girls?" she said, rolling her eyes at the dark-skinned chamberlain. The girl was lucky enough to get a reprieve from her execution, but now justice is finally served. "Justice?" scoffed Lucilla, raising her brow in disbelief. "Of course. The girl and her father were criminals, liars, and charlatans. With her and her people dead, We can finally put to rest this tainted alliance with those Osei savages." "Are your people and hers not one and the same?" she asked with a knowing smile. "Are you not both from the same province?" The Chamberlain stiffened, his nostrils flaring as his voice dropped to a growl. "The Osei are nothing like my people. We are as different as earth is to water, day to night." Lucilla pursed her lips, knowing she had struck a nerve just by the way he shook with anger. "You know, since you first arrived here all those years ago, I never understood the hatred," she began, turning to face him fully before continuing. "At first, I thought it was just a rivalry between you and the girl's father, but now I see it goes deeper." "What would you know, Augusta?" said Sartaris with a sneer, his hands balling into fists. On most days, his use of her former title would have angered her, but today it gave her strength, and his angular features twisted in rage when she smiled at his jab. "I, unlike you, am a true Roman, not some savage playing dress-up. My people have conquered the known world, and I know the look of a foe who has been defeated, that desperate hunger for revenge that marks their faces. This is the look you carry with you, Sartaris. Always." Thunder echoed in the distance, just as a powerful wind blew dark clouds across the sky, casting creeping shadows over the milling crowds still in their seats. What would you know of conquest or revenge? You are just a pretty little bauble traded in marriage by powerful men for land and title. And you are, what, the son of a vanquished people, fulfilling your fantasies of revenge? The Sandawai were never vanquished. We live on," he seethed, just as droplets of fat rain splattered on the sands, water mixing with the blood of the fallen. "And we will live on long after all of our enemies are destroyed." "Sandawai," said Lucilla. "I've never heard of such a people, but now I wonder if you count Rome to be among your enemies." The Chamberlain stepped close enough that she could smell sour wine on his breath. "Choose your words carefully, Augusta. You would do well to forget—" "I don't think so," said Lucilla, interrupting him as bolts of lightning fell in the distance, crooked arcs of blue flashing across dark clouds. For a heartbeat, Lucilla's pulse quickened with fear at his threats, but then she glanced at the legionnaires who made up her guard, and her shoulders began to shake with laughter. "I am the daughter of one of the greatest Caesars to rule the empire. My husband, my brother, all held or hold the same title," she said, locking eyes with him. "I can command your death with a look, and no one will care. So if you think some upstart provincial can intimidate me, you are gravely mistaken." Sartaris managed to hold on to the stair for a few moments before glancing back at the guards, all of whom looked eager to pounce. "I have better things to do with my time than trading useless banter with you," he muttered with a frown. Lucilla smiled with glee, while fighting the urge to cheer when the Chamberlain showed her his back, slinking away like the coward she knew he was. Watching him leave, she thought that she should follow, go to the baths as she promised her brother. But then she remembered Vesper, and her stomach sank. In talking with Sartaris, Lucilla understood that the girl had done nothing to deserve her ugly death, her only sin being that the Chamberlain wanted her dead, and her brother was more than happy to do it for him in the most dramatic way. She took one more look at the sands and wasn't surprised that the howling wind and rain had driven the crowds to leave. "Take me to the Ludus," she said to her guard, deciding that it was more important to honour the young woman who gave her life for her. Chapter 24. Dead and Gone. "Linus, get the medicus," shouted Narcissus, bursting into the Valeudinarium, gently placing Vesper's bleeding body on one of the straw-covered stone slabs that normally served as sickbeds for wounded gladiators. "And Quintus, see if you can find me some water." Scanning the dark room, Narcissus hunted for anything that he could use as a bandage. Quintus vanished, and he heard him rummaging around the room while Narcissus pressed his meaty hands against the wound on Vesper's belly in a futile attempt to slow the bleeding. He reappeared moments later with a dull pewter pitcher, casting worried looks about him. I would think that you've sent enough men to the afterlife to know that wounds like... Narcissus silenced the Sicilian with a cold stare, taking the pitcher with a growl. For now, she lives, and I will not let her die, not without a fight. Quintus pressed his lips together, placing a hand against Vesper's forehead. She's as cold as the grave, man, dead and gone. Ignoring him, Narcissus washed the blood away from her wounds so that he could get a better look, frowning at the arrows buried deep in her shoulder and leg. Moving on, he slowly lifted the leather vest she wore, wincing at the arrow in her belly. No, she is still with us, he said, searching for the right words to explain the connection he had with her, that he could feel that she still lived. Only by a thread, said Quintus, uncorking the wineskin and taking a deep gulp. I have seen my brothers in the Ludus survive worse, said Narcissus, fighting the urge to rip the wineskin from his hands and strangle him with it. Trained gladiators, men conditioned to take... What the hell is this? Said a blade-thin man with a bent nose who barreled into the room with Linus on his heels. Jacob, said Narcissus, thank the gods. I've told you not to blaspheme in my presence, Narcissus. The Almighty is always listening, said Jacob, frowning at Vesper's prone form like she was a piece of meat. Now, what do you expect me to do with this? Save her, he said matter-of-factly, his bushy eyebrows coming together. Jacob adjusted a small, round cap on top of his head, studying Vesper's wounds without touching her, only to shake his head after a few moments. My friend, I'm sorry, but there is nothing to save here. She is gone, or will be before long. But you didn't even touch her. With that arrow in her belly, I don't need to. It's a nasty wound, not much anyone can do. I thought Hadrian threw you all out after the revolt, said Quintus. The blade-thin medicus turned his lips down, crossing his arms. Not all of us. Lucky me. The emperor saw to it that my family's land was stolen, and we were sold into slavery for next to nothing. Quintus leaned forward, coming nose to nose with the medicus. I never understood you people. All you had to do was take off those ridiculous things you wear on your head and swear an oath. You would be able to go on with your lives. I would rather die a Jew with my kippah on my head and my integrity intact than live as a godless heathen, said Jacob, frowning at Quintus. You Romans. You give lip service to false gods, ever-changing, just like... Jacob, enough, said Narcissus, grabbing him by his skinny arm. She is still alive. You have to do something. Narcissus, I'm a medicus, not a miracle worker. Her life is in the hands of Almighty God now. He is the only one that can save her, he said, bowing his head. But I can give her something to make her comfortable, ease whatever pain she might be having. The big Celt tightened his grip, and the thin medicus winced, lines of pain marring his face. Sorry, he mumbled, his hand shaking as he let him go. But no, remove the arrows, bandage her wounds. Jacob eyed him for a moment before nodding. As you wish, but it's a waste of time, he said, mumbling something about getting herbs, and vanished to a corner of the room. Narcissus, not knowing what else to do, took Vesper's hand and sat down beside her, a hollow feeling growing in the pit of his stomach. Quintus had been right. He had sent many men to their graves. Death was part of the life of a gladiator. But something about the callousness of what had been done to Vesper raised his hackles. She had defeated the enemy placed in front of her, and by all rights they should have been celebrating her victory, not trying to find a way to comfort her as she died. I should have killed him as a boy, said Quintus, sitting down on the slab next to Vesper, offering him the dregs of the wineskin. Who? Commodus, said Quintus, meeting his gaze. You know him? Not so much any more, but I was there when he was born, and at times when he was growing up, said Quintus. He was always difficult, mean-spirited, and he has only grown worse over the years. How? Said Narcissus. You don't look to be the type to associate with the likes of him. Quintus let out a throaty laugh, nodding at the big Celt. Life is like the ocean, ever-changing. I wasn't always an old drunk. His father and I were good friends, along with the girl's mother, he said, nodding toward Vesper. A friend of the Emperor. Next you'll tell me you met Jupiter himself, or that Apollo is your cousin. I am well past caring what others think, said Quintus, throwing the empty wineskin to the floor in disgust. All I care about now is making sure Commodus doesn't see another sunrise. Narcissus stroked his beard, his nostrils flaring. In this we are in agreement. If I could only get my hands around his throat, I would rip his head from his body. Just then Jacob returned with a small glass jar, rolling his eyes at the pair of them. "I would pay good denarii to see that. God only knows that the emperors of Rome owe my people a blood debt." "So let's do it," said Narcissus, his eyes darting between the two men and then back to Vesper, a slow rage growing in his heart. "What, kill the emperor?" scoffed Jacob. "The pair of you?" "What's wrong with us?" asked Quintus, standing up. "A fat Celt and an old drunk killed the most heavily guarded man in the world. That would require an act of God. But you don't believe in my God, so I doubt he would intervene on your behalf." "They don't need your God when they have me," said Lucilla, sweeping into the valetudinarium like she owned it, a pair of legionnaires following in her wake. Narcissus shot to his feet, scrubbing his face with his meaty hands. "Lady Lucilla, this is hardly the place for a lady of your station." "Today is not the day to test me. I go where I will," she said, her fine brows coming together as she eyed Vesper's prone form. "Does she live?" Jacob let out a deep sigh and opened his mouth to speak when Narcissus silenced him with a look. "She lives, Lady Lucilla," he said, gently touching Vesper's forehead with a meaty hand, "and I will see to it she stays that way." "Good," she said, pressing her lips into a thin line, before turning to face the old Sicilian. "Quintus, still drunk, I see." Quintus cleared his throat, adjusting his tunic. "Lady Lucilla, it's been a long time. I am glad to see you are well," he said, bowing at the waist. "I'm sorry, I'm not here to revisit old times," she said, crossing her arms. "I came to see about the girl, but now I want to know more about what you were discussing." "You know him?" asked Narcissus. "Yes, he was a military advisor to my father. I was more than that to your family. Antonius was my dear friend. I bounced you on my knee as a child and gave you your first sip of wine." "I think it would be best if I took my leave," began Jacob, backing away from the group. "If you take another step, my guard will remove your head," she said. "For good or ill, you are part of this now." Narcissus cleared his throat, locking his gaze on her. "Part of what?" Lucilla looked down at Vesper's still form, drawing a deep breath through her nostrils. "There is a blight in Rome," she began, nodding to herself as she looked around the room. "A blight that will only get worse with time. When my father was alive, he was able to keep my brother under control. But now that he is emperor, his depravity has no limits. He will only grow worse with time, and every man, woman, and child within our borders will suffer for it." "We don't have the resources nor access," said Narcissus, frowning at her. "We can't just walk into the palace and "I do, and we can," she continued. "I have known what I had to do for a long time. I just didn't have the courage to face it. My brother's tyranny must end before it grows worse. Together we will see it done, and I swear to you on my father's grave that history forgets the name Commodus." Chapter 25. Threads. Vesper had awoken to find herself floating above her battered body, the world around her shimmering like desert sand in summer heat, feeling insubstantial, more spirit than flesh. Below, she could see, even feel the heat of Narcissus's hand in hers as he sat on the stone slab next to her, his face a mask of grim fury. She wished she could put a hand on his shoulder, calm his rage by telling him it would be all right, but in truth, she didn't know herself. She knew that reality was more than she could see, that there were worlds beyond worlds, but where she was, or how she had gotten here, was beyond her understanding. Most bizarre in this place were the 3 glowing threads protruding from her midsection. The largest of them, bright silver, was like an umbilical cord that flowed from her body back to whatever she was now. Each time she touched it, she could feel the throbbing pain of the arrows in her belly, shoulder, and leg. The other thread was amber, connecting her to Narcissus, and the one time she had touched it, she could feel a strange mix of anger and warmth, hope and hopelessness. Lastly was a bright green filament that filled her with dread. It was a mystery, and she hadn't touched it yet as it led away from the room, vanishing beyond the walls of the ludus into the distance, somehow calling for her to follow. Part of her wanted to be away from this surreal place, back to the flesh, but instead she shrank away, feeling like a coward because she didn't want to face the hurt. Instead, She plucked at the green filament, her curiosity getting the best of her as she began to follow it, slowly at first, flinching when she passed through the walls of the ludus like they didn't exist. Then, moving faster and faster, she jumped away from Rome in leaps and bounds, leaving behind the city's sickening shades of grey for the green and gold of the rolling hills and bright orchard outside the city. At first, she wasn't sure where the thread was taking her, but with each jump the path became clearer, and a smile creased her face. The shimmering world became a blur as she pressed ahead, her confidence growing with each jump. The world shifted from green to blue and back again as she crossed from land to sea, sea to land. A spark of joy bubbled up from her heart when she saw her destination in the distance, easily recognizing the flowing fields of wheat and towering baobab tree in the distance that marked a place she knew so well. Home. Arriving at the outskirts of the village, her smile faded, and if she had breath, she would have gasped in horror. The simple huts of sod-thatched roofs that she knew so well were little more than burned-out shells. The once bustling community was silent, without a soul to be seen. Wondering the empty homes of her friends, her people, she realized everything she knew and loved was gone, that the Osei who had lived in this place for thousands of years were no more. "Not all of it," she whispered, eyeing the glowing green thread that had guided her home. Jumping one last time, Vesper found herself in a place she knew well, at the foot of the towering baobab tree that stood at the heart of their community. Looking up at the majestic tree, she fell to her knees, the pain in her heart almost more than she could bear. Its once smooth trunk was burned black, cracked and faded, and its sprawling branches that she had spent so much time clambering along as a little girl were like skeletal claws, bent and twisted. Something inside her broke, and Vesper screamed at the top of her lungs, pounding her fists, pouring her anger, her rage into each blow on the soot-black bark before collapsing and pressing her face against the tree. Lost in the pain of the memory, she wished for just one last day climbing its branches, laughing with her friends as they dared each other to go higher. She wished for one last time to find her Aunt Magda near the top, magically whisking her back to the ground with a shake of her head and a knowing smile. "Oh, my child, what has the world done to you?" said a soft voice that made her heart skip a beat. Vesper sat up with a start, not daring to look behind her for fear that her mind was playing tricks on her, only to flinch in shock when familiar hands caressed her shoulders and deft fingers touched her braided hair. She sprang up and turned to find her aunt's round face and familiar smile beaming down on her, the green filament connecting them together. "How?" she said, fiercely wrapping her arms around her, not daring to let go, terrified that she would disappear. "We have some time yet, child, you can let go," said Magda with a laugh, seeming to read her thoughts. Vesper slowly released her grip, her entire body shaking as she stared into her aunt's dark eyes. Gingerly, she reached out, touching one of her aunt's thick braids while cupping her round cheek. "I'm really here, child," she said, taking Vesper's hands in hers and kissing them. "But I saw you. Jafari's spear. She began, only to stop when her words caught in her throat, like she'd been kicked in the belly. "I'm so sorry. It was my fault. If only I'd listened. It should have been me." "No, child, it is not your fault," said Magda, shaking her head, squeezing her hands. "The Sandawai would have attacked whether you were there or not. I fell doing my duty, protecting you. But no more. I did what I had to do. Our time is short, so let us not waste it. Sit, please," she said, pointing to a large root. Vesper hesitated, torn by guilt and joy in the same moment as she sat. "This is where you tattooed the baobab rune on my chest," she said, looking around, a million memories surging to the surface of her mind. "Which my fool sister so callously removed," said Magda, looking up at the towering tree with affection. "But that may work in our favour now, but it will place you on a dangerous path." Staring into her aunt's face, Vesper wanted to be quiet, wanted to do as her aunt had always instructed her, to listen and learn. But she couldn't hold her tongue. How are you here? I saw you die, she began, her voice raising. I saw you fall. Jafari said your body was no more than cast-off clay. Are you telling me you've been alive all this time? Magda shook her head, her lips pressing together. The Sandawai spear ended my time in the physical world, she said, her face looking like she'd eaten something sour at the mention of the Vodan. But I once told you that here in this grove, under this tree, the veil between worlds is thin. Things that are normally not possible are possible. My spirit was able to hold on in this sacred place for a time, hoping that we could speak again. Am I dead then? She asked, her brows shooting up. Her aunt gave her a smile she knew so well before shaking her head. Not yet, child, but as with everything you do, you run before you can walk. I'm sorry, I have so many questions. The time for apologies is long past, said her aunt, her voice taking on a serious tone. Now is the time for action. But first, we must make sure you do not follow me when I pass beyond this world. Vesper brushed the thick silver cord connected to her midsection, wincing as echoes of pain shook her spirit. I have been doing my best to fulfill my duty, to do what you tried to teach me, but I hardly know what I'm doing, and now... I know, child, I know, said Magda, looking at the silver filament. But your skill and strength with Ace is far greater than I could have ever imagined. And now that my sister has removed the baobab heart ruin that was meant to protect you, we must remove the remainder of the blocks I placed on you as a child. This will be dangerous, and you must practice restraint, lest it ruin you. Like my mother, said Vesper, already suspecting what it was. I will listen for once, I promise. Magda stood up, and Vesper noticed that the green thread connecting them was flickering like a lamp burning its last bit of oil. I taught you long ago that Ace, life's energy, flows through all things, the rock, the soil beneath your feet. Plants, like the great tree above us, even near death is full of potential, and through the weave, the chosen like you can draw upon that potential to change the world as you see fit, But there are other ways, said Vesper, swallowing hard, like taking Ace from the living and the dead. Yes, said Magda, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. I have already, but it's like when you tried to teach me. I have no control over it. I can barely control any of it, she began, throwing up her arms in frustration. That is because there are other blocks that I placed on you as a child, blocks that must be removed. You see, I tried to teach you my path, my way, but you were far more like my sister than I ever cared to admit. What does that mean? She said, her eyes narrowing. Olodumare grants his gifts in many different ways. The chosen, like your father or myself, learn their skills through study, dedication, and practice. But those like your mother or you, the power is instinctual, expressed through thought and emotion. Vesper frowned, her thoughts going back to the frustration of the early days when her aunt had tried to teach her. But if you knew, why did you... you spent so much time trying to teach me the wrong way. After what had happened to your mother, when I saw what that path had done to her, I had hoped to teach you a different way. But I now see that I was wrong, that I must allow you to follow your own path and let you become the woman you are meant to be. Vesper clenched and unclenched her jaw, bitter anger growing in her heart when she thought back to all the frustrating moments of trying to focus her thoughts to no avail, of thinking she was a failure because she couldn't do the simplest things. It had only been when her mind had wandered, when she felt the most unfocused, that she managed to unleash her abilities. Part of her wanted to lash out at her aunt, but then she remembered her mother, remembered what she had become. I understand. My mother paid a terrible price, she said at last with a sad smile. I've met her. I don't want to be like her. Good, she said, taking Vesper in her arms and giving her a tight hug. Now, what we are about to do will lift the remaining blocks you have in your mind. It will open you to touch the weave at will, to draw on any source of Ace you choose. But as I told you, it can be dangerous. How? When you draw on energy from a living thing, you take on their burdens, hate, anger, bitterness. It can change who you are. Like joining yourself with a lower. Magda swallowed, her dark eyes opening wide. You have joined with lower? Shared your body with them? She hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. The first time was with my mother, and another with Jafari. With that monster? She said, her face a mask of fury as she stood. I had no choice. I would... She began, her words catching in her throat when the cord between them flickered and vanished completely for a moment, returning seconds later, thinner, a faded, dull green. Auntie! She said, reaching out for her. Magda shook her head and sat back down, her face like stone. This will make what we are about to do more dangerous. You are open to him now. But it does not matter. What matters now is that we remove these last limits on you so that one of us will survive this day. One last Ose will be able to stand against the darkness and keep the world safe. Tell me what I have to do then. I taught you that the weave holds the history of mankind, every deed, every event. But it is also a pathway. We must now use it to go back to the first moment you touched your power, that you channeled Ace, and remove the blocks I placed on you. It is the only way for you to achieve your full potential. I remember, said Vesper, immediately brightening, the day in the square, with Aurelia. Her aunt sighed, taking Vesper's hands once more. No, child, there was a time before, a time you would not remember, the day I took you from your mother. I don't remember such a thing. You were just a baby, said her aunt, only a few days old. Truly? Yes, now take my hands, said Magda, reaching out to her. I will guide you. Vesper took her aunt's hands, eyeing the flickering thread between them. How will this work? I will send you along the threads of the weave to the place in time where you first touched your power. In that exact moment, I will be able to remove the first blocks I placed on you, said Magda. But I warn you, it will be dangerous. Moments woven into the fabric of reality fight against being changed, and sometimes reality can be bent and twisted in ways that are unpredictable. Vesper pushed down the fear bubbling in her belly, steadying herself for what was about to happen. I'm ready. Magda's round face split into a smile as she removed her top, revealing a lifetime of images over her body. Flowers of all shades and shapes, trees both familiar and alien, even people Vesper had never met, and at the heart of it, the mighty baobab tree towering over them, green and vibrant, the way Vesper remembered it. Her aunt began to glow, emerald threads flickering up and down her skin, like they were blowing in the wind. The filaments leapt off of her skin, gently reaching out to her, slow at first, their touch cool and icy, sending shivers up and down Vesper's spine. Then more, hundreds, thousands, all wrapping themselves around her, tightening her bond with her aunt until she couldn't tell where Magda ended and she began. Raising you has been the greatest joy of my life, said Magda, her voice cracking. It was an honour to be your teacher. Lost in the dazzling array of green and emerald that enveloped her, Vesper blinked in surprise when her aunt began to fade from sight, and in a panic she gripped her hands tighter. What's happening? You cannot travel the threads of history without a great surge of power, began Magda, nodding at her, or sacrifice. No! Screamed Vesper, trying to pull away, but her aunt's grip was like iron, and the harder she pulled, the more she became entangled by the filaments. I just found you again. There has to be another way. No, child, it always had to be this way. My time is done in this world. The best I can do is make sure that you succeed where Lilith and I failed. You can't go. I don't want to be alone again, she whispered. A twinkle glowed in Magda's eyes as she nodded to the amber-coloured thread that led back to Rome. You are not alone, child. Even without my teachings, you have formed a deep connection. He is a good man, of good stock. You would do well by him. Vesper shook her head, crying and laughing at the same time. My mother said the same thing. Well, she and I did always have good taste in men, said her aunt with a laugh, tears flowing freely down her face now. I never had the chance to tell you, said Vesper, speaking quickly. You did more than just raise me. Your love and kindness made me into a good person. Your discipline gave me the tools to survive in this world. I could not have asked for a better teacher, a better mother. I love you with all my heart." Her aunt smiled, her form translucent. "My little Vesper, always running before she could walk. You make me so proud of you. I—" Vesper's heart caught in her chest as her aunt faded from view, her words gone like whispers on the wind, but not forgotten, never forgotten. Her entire body lurched suddenly, like she was at the end of a cord that was pulled taut, the last images of her village, the baobab, blinking away in a heartbeat, never to be seen again, as Vesper hurtled toward the past, racing across time to her destiny. Chapter 26. Lost in Time. She felt like she was meant to do something here, and for some reason her Aunt Magda came to mind, but she couldn't say why. The market felt like a memory, or maybe a dream. Vesper couldn't be sure, as she wandered through the maze of stalls and strangely familiar yet foreign faces. Part of her felt like she'd been here before. The colourful tents, garish green and yellow, resonated with her. The exotic scents of saffron, garlic and roasted meat wafting through the market felt so familiar she could almost taste them on the tip of her tongue. "What is this place, and how did I get here?" she muttered, feeling a pang of sadness as she dodged a pack of children in threadbare clothing running underfoot. From the corner of her eye, she caught a heavy-set woman in a bright blue head wrap eyeing her. But when Vesper turned to meet her gaze, offering her a warm smile, the woman shrank away, frowning with worry. Vesper shrugged it off as just a woman weary of a stranger, until another man who was about to cross her path yelped when he saw her face, falling over himself to avoid her. "They're afraid," she mumbled, noticing at last that it wasn't just the woman, but everyone. Even the children gave her nervous sidelong glances, as if they knew something she did not. Wanting answers, she strode with purpose to the woman in the blue head wrap. "Can you tell me what's going on?" she asked, giving the woman a polite smile. "I can't talk to you," she said, falling all over herself while haphazardly shoving her wares, figs and almonds, into a burlap bag and darting off. Her frustration growing, Vesper grabbed another man by the arm as he walked by, a round-faced merchant who had the easy smile of one who liked to gossip. "Sir, can you tell me why is everyone—" she began, only to have the man pull away from her, his eyes going wide like he'd swallowed his tongue. "Please, leave me be! I can't!" he screamed, stumbling away from her. Dumbfounded by the fleeing man, she buried her face in her hands, confounded and confused. Why won't they talk to me? What's going on? The ear-piercing sound of stone on steel drew her attention to a dark tent in the corner of the market, and her jaw fell open when she noticed a group of bronze-skinned gladiators, 4 of them sitting in the shade, surrounded by an armoury of deadly-looking weapons. One of them, a murmillo, stared at her while he sharpened a notch-edged gladius, his nostrils flaring each time the whetstone was drawn across the blade. "What in the name of Olodumare?" she muttered, coming close enough to speak but still keeping her distance. "If I had a better blade, I would have bested you," said the murmillo as she approached, speaking with a voice that rasped like a weapon being unsheathed. "What?" "The blade," he said, holding up the notched weapon. "A gladiator is only as good as his weapon. But of course you wouldn't know that. You cheated." "Cheated? At what?" asked Vesper, taken aback, sputtering at the murmillo as he dismissed her with a wave, and returned to sharpening his blade. "Hush, hush, little Jose. They'll all be afraid of you, and rightly so," said a deep voice that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. A voice that made Vesper's blood run cold. Her head shot up and her whole body tensed while she scanned the crowd, hunting for the monster whom she knew all too well. "Jafari!" she called out, immediately knowing him by his strange Sandaway accent and bizarre cadence. When he didn't answer, she thought it was her imagination playing tricks on her, but then the crowd parted, and across the market she saw him. His milky-eyed gaze fell on her, and she wanted to run, to get away, but her limbs refused to listen, leaving her frozen in place. The Sandaway was like she remembered him, chalk white paint smeared clumsily in an odd pattern over his face, with a pair of long, curving animal bones tied to the side of his head. His jaw and nose so square they could have been carved from stone. Vesper's breath caught in her throat when he loped towards her, hunched over like he was some kind of beast, a black spear that reflected no light in his hand.
"Come on, little Jose," he whispered, stopping a hair's breadth from her face. "Papa Jafari gonna take good care of you."
Vesper recoiled in disgust, bile rising in her throat from his sour breath. She had not known suffering until the day he attacked their village, had not known hate. The Sandawai had been responsible for many deaths, including her Aunt Magda's, killing her in cold blood. "You can't be here. I killed you," she said, pushing him away with all her might. "You're a spirit, a loa, no more." The Sandawai Voden laughed at her as he staggered back, feigning injury.
"You be the murderer here. Kill me, you did. Back and forth through the weave, you killed so many, little Jose, more than Papa Jafari ever could. Left my spirit in the place in between, among the damned, yet up us cross once more."
"You're the murderer here," she seethed. "You murdered more of my people than I could ever know, my aunt included. How many innocents have you killed or enslaved?"
"Not enough," said Jafari, running a finger down the side of his nose. "And to tell true, no Jose is ever innocent. Your auntie got what she deserved. They all did."
Vesper flinched, as if he'd slapped her, her blood boiling as she shifted her gaze to the world beyond the mundane, instinctively grasping at the fine threads that connected all things together, ripping power, ace, from the weave.
"Careful, little Jose," said Jafari,
backing away slowly, levelling his dead black spear at her.
"This thing you call reality does not like to be toyed with. It pushes back as hard as you pull."
"You think I will believe your lies?" she said, shuddering as torrents of ace flooded her limbs, making her feel like she could bend steel, or even leap over the entire market in a single bound. And although she knew most of what the Voden said were lies, she was cautious. Memories from her time with Lilith flooded her mind, and she knew that if she bent reality too hard, she risked doing more harm than good, to herself and to the bustling market full of innocent people. Instead, she played it safe, threading together a spear to match Jafari's, along with a small steel shield on her other arm for some measure of protection.
"Come, come, then," he said,
eyeing her newly conjured spear.
"Papa Jafari gonna teach you all you need to know about dying."
Vesper came at him then, thrusting hard with her spear, aiming for his heart, only to have the weapon knocked aside as Jafari dodged to his side, quickly striking back with his own black weapon. Vesper took the blow on her shield, the scream of metal on metal piercing the loud din of the market. Shifting her feet, she jumped back. Then, using the power of the weave flowing through her limbs, she leapt at him, attacking from on high, catching only air as he weaved like a snake to avoid her deadly blow. Vesper, anticipating his movement, countered as she came down, spinning in place and slamming her shield into his face with a resounding clang, sending him stumbling back, clutching at his nose. "Once I've killed you this time, I'm going to make sure you never come back," she said, spinning her spear and aiming it once more for his heart.
"Revenge is a powerful thing, little Jose. It can keep your spirit alive even when death do come calling,"
he said, wiping blood from his nose, crouching down to face her once more. Jafari came forward, feinting left, the shadowy spear in his hand vanishing suddenly, only to reform in his right, then sliding its tip past her guard to clip her shoulder, leaving a bloody gash.
"You can't win, little Jose. Papa Jafari be too much for you."
Dancing away, she shook off the wound, ignoring him as he goaded her. Vesper knew that the Sandawai was stronger, but he lacked creativity, and she did her best to anticipate his next series of attacks, drawing him in by letting her spear and shield dip, as if expecting a series of low strikes. A heartbeat later, just as expected, Jafari pretended to faint back, and then leapt forward, plunging his spear downward with a roar. Bracing for the blow she knew was coming, Vesper raised her shield at the last moment to deflect the powerful overhead strike, the titanic blow numbing her arm even through the metal shield. Scurrying back with a look of worry in her eyes, Vesper slumped her shoulders for an instant, pretending to breathe hard. "I have you!" shouted Jafari, his eyes going wide as he lunged forward with a hungry look of triumph on his face. Vesper smiled as she sprung her trap, deftly parrying the spear with her own so that it passed between her body and shield. Then, twisting to her left, she ripped the overextended weapon from his grip, throwing him off balance and stumbling to the ground. "No, I have you," she said, plunging her spear into his calf with all her might. A raw, blood-curdling scream escaping from the Vodan's throat, echoing across the market. Not finished, she bent down, grabbing him by the bone tusks strapped to the side of his head, intending to rip him limb from limb, only to be halted when her neck snapped back, pain exploding in her forehead as she was struck by something on the temple, dark spots floating in her vision. Her head spinning, she looked up just in time to duck another shard, quickly raising her shield to protect her head from a torrent of stones ringing like hail on the thin metal. "Death come calling, little Osei," he said, pointing at her, thin wisps of shadow appearing from nowhere, snapping into place around her wrists and throat, leaving her gasping for breath. Struggling against the binding shadows, her eyes narrowed as she realized that every man, woman, and child in the market had rocks in hand, each of them watching her struggle, their eyes hungry for blood. Cursing them, Vesper tore at the weave, gathered more power, channeling it into the very air. Out of a clear sky, a gale of stinging wind blew over the market, the harsh wind knocking over tents and people alike, throwing everything into pure chaos as people scurried like rats, trying to find a place away from the gale. "Now, for you," she said, using some of the power she was holding to slice through the shadows holding her in place. "My aunt raised me to be a good person, to not hurt anyone. She was kind and loving. She was the best thing in my life, and you killed her. And for that I will put aside everything she taught me, and I'll make you pay for what you did to her." "Kill me and become me, little Osei," he mocked, his laughter echoing over the hollow wind. Ignoring his madness, she reached out, gathering every thread from every object, every living thing in the market, filling her to ecstasy with enough ace to burn the Sandawai where he stood. Fire and flame spilled from the concentric runes on her arms and legs, glowing so bright that the sun was dim by comparison. She was about to release it all when a sharp pain tore into her back, her breath catching in her throat. Vesper screamed as her legs gave away, and she was held up only by the notched blade protruding from her belly. "Vengeance! For me and my brothers! Vengeance for all those you've murdered!" said the Mamillo behind her, his breath hot on her neck. She screeched when he twisted the blade, her belly and back on fire. Drawing in short, shuddering breaths, Vesper wanted to fall, to pass out so that the pain would stop, but she held on through sheer force of will, grasping, fumbling, hanging on to the torrents of power coursing through her by the thinnest of threads. "Come, come, one and all, have your revenge on this monster, this one who stole your lives," said Jafari, tearing the spear from his leg and then using it to stand, his milky gaze drilling into her. Raising his free hand, he uttered vile words that echoed across the market, and the bright light of day dimmed, the sun vanishing behind roiling torrents of living shadow that spun out from the tip of his night-black spear. Vesper wondered what he was doing when the wind died and the scattered crowd in the market made their way to their feet, answering the Sandawai's call by crowding around her. Jafari gave her a final smile, raising his chin with pride as he pointed at her. "There she be. Do what you will. Take your revenge." Vesper didn't have time to react as they came at her, a human wave of flesh and bone, screaming in anger as they ran over her, sending her tumbling to the ground under them. She rolled into a ball, desperately trying to protect herself from the mob's flailing feet and fists. Her bones felt like they were about to snap like twigs under the heavy press of bodies, and she clawed for breath, hungry for even a taste of cool air. For a moment, she was sure that it was the end, and she waited for her energy to return to Olodumare. And then a shining beacon of green flickered in the distance, growing larger with each passing moment. Desperate for any hope of survival, she reached for the light, shivering with cold when the single glowing thread touched the tip of her finger. Not knowing how, Vesper pulled at it, drawing more to herself, a cool breeze caressing her cheek as more and more filaments joined the others, until she had so many that they were beyond counting, her strength growing with each passing moment. Holding the power, she was at a loss of what to do with it until she was overcome, losing control of it all in a maelstrom of energy exploding from her. The bodies on top of her swept away like they were little more than dust on the wind. Vesper came back to herself with a start, throwing her head back in relief when she was able to fully draw in a deep breath, grateful to be alive. She sat up to find herself alone, with not a soul to be seen or heard. The market itself looked like it had been crushed by a giant, the stalls flattened, and what little was left burned and sputtered like a dying candle. Standing up, she began to wander, picking through the remains, her stomach turning with disgust when she found broken remains buried under the fallen tents. She turned in a circle, wondering what could have done such a thing, when the thin wail pierced the silence. In a rush, she sprinted after the cries, leaping and bounding over the chaotic debris and burning wreckage, strangely feeling stronger with each step. Vesper skidded to a halt when not far ahead of her, wreathed in flame, a pair of women faced one another. One of them holding the source of the crying, a tiny infant that she jealously guarded close to her breast. The urge to run welled up inside her, and she was about to, when both of the women turned to face her, the one holding the child raising a hand to beckon her over. Vesper hesitated, her heart beating out of her chest while she walked toward them. As she got closer, stared her down in silence, and Vesper stopped in place like someone had slapped her. They looked different, younger, but she recognised her aunt's round face and bright smile, and she forced her face to stillness when she looked at Lilith's boil-covered features and rotting grin. "Magda, Mother," she said, breathing hard, "how are we here, together?" Magda smiled at her, reaching out to touch her shoulder. "What you are doing is difficult, child, and it is normal that your mind is playing tricks on you. But you are here to save yourself and to—" "Oh, shut up, Magda," said her mother, shushing the baby to silence. "You are here because my loving sister was terrified of what you would become, that you would follow my path." Magda's nostrils flared as she shook her head, her voice full of anger as she spoke. "Was I wrong? Look at you, what you became, the burdens that your decisions—" "You sent me here," said Vesper, bits of memory floating to her mind, "through the weave, through time. Why, I don't remember." "As always, my sister chooses that coward's path," said Lilith. "You are here so you can remove the blocks she placed on your power. You are here in the past so that you can survive in the future." Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, trying to wrap her mind around what she was being told. "But if I'm in the past, with both of you, why can I not simply change it so that neither of you die, or—" "Time is immutable for the most part, child," said Magda. "Grand things, harsh words, and broken relationships, falling in love, death, and dying cannot be changed. The weave does not let one change a story already told. But small things, like we are doing, that we can—" "But what about you? Won't me talking to you affect what you know?" Lilith clutched the baby closer, and Vesper could see tears in the corners of her eyes as her gaze darted back and forth between her and the child. "No, my path ends here. I know that. How? I don't know." "I am gone too," said Magda, smiling at Vesper as she was about to deny it. "We do not know what the future holds, but we know our time is over, and that there is little we could do to change it." "Is that me?" she asked, her memories coming back in a torrent now, flooding her mind. "Yes," said Lilith, raising her chin, her face a mask of fierce pride. "You are my gift to the world, my evening star, my Vesper, more beautiful than Venus herself." A lump formed in Vesper's throat as she looked into her mother's dark eyes, seeing her pain, her pride, her anger, and, to her surprise, even love. "What must I do?" she said at last. "My burden, my duty awaits." Magda opened her mouth to speak, And Lilith silenced her with a look. "You must draw on my ace. Take all of it. You will use it to restore yourself, and together with my fool of a sister, tear down the walls she has placed on your mind. But do not question me, girl. You have a duty. You cannot afford to be weak." "None of us can," said Lilith, sneering at her sister before gently handing the child to her. "Now I am ready. Take my hands, and I will guide you." Vesper took her hands, shaking her head in disbelief. Her aunt had told her stories of her mother, of her bravery, but when she had met her years later as a lower, she found her to be beyond cunning, vile. But now, seeing how easily she was ready to sacrifice herself, she was amazed. "Thank you, Mother." Lilith gave her a grim smile, showing her rotting teeth. "Make my sacrifice worth it. Do what I could not, what we could not," she said, looking at Magda. "Your power is a tool, no more, no less. Don't let it control you. Understood?" "Yes, Mother," said Vesper, swallowing hard, taken aback by her intensity. "You would do well to take my hand as well," said Magda, touching Vesper's cheek with motherly affection. "We will both guide you." Lilith rolled her eyes but nodded, indicating that Vesper should do as told. Drawing in a deep breath, her mother locked her eyes with her. "Today you will learn how powerful you truly are. No more holding back. No more limits. So make us proud." "She's right," said Magda. "She's a mad fool, but she's right. Good luck, child. I will be with you, always." Vesper looked back and forth at the two women, and then back down at the child that was her, praying that the faith they put in her was justified, hoping that she had the strength to do the impossible. "I will," she said, throwing her head back as torrents of ace ripped through her, and the world turned to a brilliant white, and pain, everything she knew, vanishing in a heartbeat. Chapter 27. Doubts. Narcissus lost himself in the rise and fall of Vesper's chest, his eyes burning as he fought sleep. Hours ago, Jacob, the medicus, had removed the arrows in her leg and shoulder, but he had left the one in her belly, insisting that it would kill her if they removed it. Instead, he bandaged the wound the best he could, saying that her life was in the hands of the Almighty God now. That was hours ago, and little had changed. "Doctore, Quintus has returned. He has the Praetorian prefect with him, of all things." Narcissus tore his attention away from Vesper to find Linus limping toward him, the worry on his wrinkled face matching his own. "So soon?" "Doctore has been here all night and well into the morning," he said, hefting a lockbox on his shoulder. "The sun is well past its zenith." He blinked in surprise, having lost track of all sense of time. The valetudinarium had no windows, the only light coming from torches and lamps. It was understood that it was better for the sick and dying to be away from the heat of the sun. "This is a fool's errand," he muttered, stretching to his full height, his bones creaking and cracking. "Then why did you agree to it? You've always been wise enough to stay away from nobles and their plotting and scheming," he said, dropping the lockbox down on the ground. "Rage," he said with a sigh, opening the box. "I let myself get caught up in the moment, and now I will most likely follow these fools to my death." In the moment, with Vesper bleeding out on the table from wounds made by the Emperor, he had been with Lucilla and Quintus, agreeing that Commodus should have his head removed. But now, long after his rage had cooled, he was plagued by doubt. "One never knows, Doctore. The plan seemed sound, and Lucilla is confident that she can bring him to the Colosseum without arousing suspicion." "Bah, a fool's plan hatched in a sick room over the body of a dying young woman," he said, his pulse quickening when he took the iron greaves and braces from the lockbox. "A plan made by a drunken Sicilian and a former empress hungry for power. And a mad Celt." Narcissus said nothing, frowning at the old gladiator as he strapped on the braces and greaves, feeling like a fool. He had spent his entire life in Rome under the boot of one dominus or another, doing as Linus had said, carefully avoiding their schemes and plots. Now He had agreed to kill the Emperor himself. My only blessing is that I will die well, and if history is kind, remembered for standing against a tyrant. And what of her? He snorted, patting her shoulder. I'm afraid that our best chance to see each other again is in the afterlife. Jacob does not hold out much hope, but if by some chance the gods grant her mercy, I leave her in your care, my friend. See to it that she lives long enough to be free, and tell her I am sorry I failed her. Kill this man-child of an emperor and tell yourself, my friend, said Linus. If you succeed, all of Rome will sing songs of your glory. That is why you never lost, Linus. You're the most hopeful madman I've ever met. Goodbye, my friend. Narcissus took the other man's forearm in his, before taking one last look at Vesper and leaving the valetudinarium, never looking back. Narcissus arrived not long after at the heavy door that led to a back alley behind the ludus, to find the dark-skinned Sicilian dressed like a noble, tapping his foot with impatience. At his side was, who he assumed, the Praetorian prefect, a balding man who was round across the middle with a bulbous nose and blotchy skin. I thought you were not coming. I was wondering if I was going to have to drag you out by that horrid beard. Mind your tongue, Quintus, or I'll remove it from your skull. The Sicilian smiled, showing the whites of his teeth. That's the animal we need today, not some mopey virgin who longs for the touch of a dead woman. Narcissus surged forward, towering over him. She is not dead yet, but you will be if you wish to test me. Careful, friend, you might accidentally impale yourself, said Quintus, his gaze flicking to the dagger aiming into Narcissus's gut. I was just making sure that the fire was burning in you. When you walked out, you looked like you spent the night in tears. The round prefect coughed into his hand, speaking up in a voice that was thin and weak. You two can kill each other later. Lady Lucilla will be arriving at the Colosseum soon enough. We must hurry. Narcissus gave Quintus a predatory grin, daring him to carry out his threat. Killing him won't take long, not if he fights with that little dagger. We'll settle this later, said Quintus, slipping the dagger back under his tunic while giving the big Celt a tight-lipped smile and turning to follow the prefect. Watching them walk away, Narcissus looked back at the ludus, the greatest school for gladiators in all the empire, and he was proud to have been doctore there. He realised he had spent many more years within its walls than he ever spent among his own people. This place, despite its harshness and cruel teachings, was home. Turning to face it fully, he raised a hand in salute, grateful for his time here, knowing he would never again grace its halls. Behind him, Quintus called out, urging him to haste. He gave the ludus one last look, and then turned his back, racing after Quintus and the fat prefect, racing to his destiny with death. Chapter 28. Plots and Plans. Lucilla's heart beat out of her chest as she followed behind her brother and his idiot wife. In front of him and behind her, a dozen Praetorian guards marched in unison, their thick-soled caligar echoing in the underground corridor. Far ahead, leading their group, Salterus was doing his best to impress Commodus with his bravery. I still don't understand why we have to use these dingy tunnels, said Crispina in her high-pitched little girl voice, setting her teeth on edge. You're the most loved man in the Empire. Who would want to hurt you? Commodus gave the girl a drunken grin, walking arm in arm with her. Publius and his men heard rumours of a plot against me. I doubt that there's anything to it, but I wouldn't put anything above the men of the Senate. They have no respect for me, and I may have to make an example of them some day soon. It is better to be safe than sorry, brother, said Lucilla, parroting the lie Publius had given. Oh, I agree, said Crispina, gazing up at Lucilla's brother with wide-eyed affection. Commodus is a god among men. He would scare off any who would do us harm with just a look. Lucilla's hands twitched, and she had to stop herself from reaching out to choke the life out of the annoying little waif. Yes, of course, no one doubts my brother's strength and stature, but it is best for the public to not witness such a thing, lest they fear him instead of love him. Her brother stopped, facing her fully with an upturned smile. Sister, I'm impressed. It seems my lessons with you were not in vain. As a group, they all came to a halt, Lucilla swallowing hard as she kept her features still. "Of course," she said, her stomach fluttering with worry, "it is best if we keep the image the plebeians have of you to be that of a kind and gentle ruler, like—" "Like father? No, I shall not be our father," he scoffed. "But I see the wisdom in your words. I will do as I have done so far, and shower them with love and affection as if they were my children." Lucilla nodded and gave him a tight-lipped smile, pointing with her chin. "Your games start soon, brother. Let us go enjoy the day." "A wise course," he boomed, his deep voice full of excitement, echoing down the corridor as he spun on his heel. The group resumed their march towards the Colosseum, and the tension drained out of her shoulders. Quintus, along with Narcissus, was supposed to be lying in wait near the end of the tunnel, just beside a set of stairs that led up to the Emperor's box. Quintus disguised as one of her cousins she disliked. The plan Publius had suggested was remarkably simple. The Praetorian Guard would let Sicilian slip a knife into her brother's ribs as he rounded the corner, and some of Publius's men would arrest him immediately afterward, only to let him go later. She glanced back at the legionnaires with them, recognizing those loyal to Publius, hoping that the men who were not part of the plot would either stand aside or die in defence of the Emperor. Either way, in the ensuing chaos, the deed would be done. They walked in silence for a time, until Lucilla heard a commotion ahead of them, the clash of steel on steel, followed by a bone-crunching thump, and then silence. The group fell silent, waiting, listening, and the Praetorian guardsmen at the head of the column, and those behind, tensed, unsheathing their weapons and raising their shields, alert for the unseen threat. Even knowing what to expect, her gut clenched, and her breath caught in her throat when the massive bear of a man charged in from behind, his thick body bowling over the surprised guardsman behind her with a terrible, deafening crash, throwing the whole formation into chaos as the men fell over themselves. One poor fool even impaling himself on his own blade. While the men struggled to recover, Narcissus grabbed the guard closest to him, slamming the heel of his palm just beneath his nose until he was limp. Then, hefting him up, he used him like a shield and battering ram at the same time, pressing forward while the other Praetorians stabbed and slashed at the body, cutting their own ally to pieces. Lucilla's jaw fell open at his fury when he threw the mangled body into the guards, throwing them off balance once more as he came at them. For a heartbeat, she thought he had left himself open, as he had no weapons in hand. But when the Praetorians came at him with their blades flashing in the dark, sparks flew as he deflected each blow with the heavy braces on his forearms, knocking their weapons wide. Faster than she thought possible, he laced into them, landing titanic blow after blow into the reeling legionnaires, his meaty fists smashing noses flat, and his elbows wildly slamming into their temples, sending men to the floor unconscious, the whites of their eyes showing. Standing over the fallen guards, he waved to the men at the front who, so far, had watched in stunned silence, calling them to battle. Lucilla had to contain a laugh when the remaining guards took one look at Narcissus and the carnage he'd wrought, then turned tail and ran, with Crispina trailing in their wake. She wasn't surprised at their cowardice. The men who served in her brother's guard were mostly ceremonial, meant for show and intimidation, and lacked the discipline and bravery of true soldiers. She doubted if any of them ever unsheathed their blades, much less engaged in battle with a skilled gladiator. "Sister, behind me, quickly," said Commodus, waving her over. She was about to go to him but wavered, frozen in place, as the big Celt rushed past her. Lucilla met his eyes, shaking her head just when Quintus appeared at her brother's side, dressed in his ridiculous disguise that was meant to make him resemble her nephew, his face twisted into a hateful sneer. "The Senate sends their regards," he shouted, lunging forward with the gladius. Just as the blade was about to slip into his ribs, Commodus twisted, his eyes never leaving hers as he grabbed Quintus by the wrists, twisting hard, forcing the Sicilian to drop the blade and to his knees, wincing in pain. Then, just as Narcissus was about to bowl him over, Commodus used his free hand to slam the charging Celt in the chest, with enough force to knock him back, sending the bigger man sliding along the floor past her. "Sister, you're not afraid, or surprised even a little?" said Commodus, squeezing the Sicilian's arm until the bone snapped, leaving the poor man whimpering. "I told you to be wary of her, Caesar, did I not?" said Salterus, striding into view, his brilliant white tunic stained red along his side, a large lump on his forehead. "Look at her eyes. She is with them, I'm sure of it." "My own blood," he said. "I did not want to believe it." "Brother, please." "Silence, woman," said Salterus, as a jet-black spear appeared in his hand from nowhere, while his eyes strangely faded from a dark brown to a milky white. "I tire of your entitlement and arrogance. It is time you learn your place." "You can't just kill me. I can," shouted the Chamberlain, ruthlessly plunging his spear through Quintus's back with enough force to rip through him completely, the mystical weapon lodging so deep into the concrete floor that it stayed upright, leaving the dark-skinned Sicilian propped up like some bizarre scarecrow. "Commodus, this man is an enemy of Rome. He is here only for revenge, to destroy us. I swear to it on the soul of our father." Her brother cocked his head, as if listening to something, a frown coming to his face. "Is this true?" he began, only to be silenced when Salterus brushed his shoulder with his hand. "Of course not, Caesar. I am as always your humble servant, a friend of Rome. Your sister and her friends are the traitors." Lucilla's eyes shot open in shock when, for a moment, her brother's eyes were covered with the same milky film as the Chamberlain. Her brother wavered on his feet as if drunk, putting a hand against the corridor wall to steady himself. "You are a humble servant, a friend of Rome," he said, blinking at her with a sad smile. "And Lucilla and her friends are the traitors." The Chamberlain gave her a cold smile, another shadowy spear appearing in his hand. "Time rewards the patient," he said, his Roman accent fading, his cadence suddenly more precise with some words, less with others. "I will give you a good death, Roman, better than you deserve." Lucilla raised her chin, not daring to blink as they stared at one another. "You may win the day, but in the end you will fall. All of you savages do. Rome will prevail." The Chamberlain laughed as he raised his spear, and in defiance, Lucilla threw her head back, laughing at him, waiting for the end. The world seemed to slow as the spear flew in his hand, inching toward her. Then, just as the black weapon was a hair's breadth from her breast, it halted mid-air, suddenly unravelling into wisps of shadow before vanishing as if it never was. "It is you who will die today, Sandoy," said a voice from behind her, as a bright glow flooded the corridor, driving back the darkness, to reveal the massive bear of a Celt striding toward them. Beside him walked the young woman who had taken her breath away the first time she'd seen her on the sands of the Colosseum, a young woman she was certain had passed from this world. "Vesper!" she gasped, not believing her eyes. "Domina," she said, slightly bowing her head. "Apologies for being late." "You're not late," said Lucilla in a breathless voice. "You've arrived just in time." Strangely, her brother met Vesper's eyes and broke into mad laughter, his eyes flashing back and forth between milky white and his normal dark brown. "Enough of this Osei treachery!" screeched the Chamberlain, pointing at them as the shadows around him twisted together as if they were alive. "Your time is at an end." Lucilla barely had time to react when a swarm of black arrows exploded from his fingertips, racing toward her. For the second time in the last few moments, her end had come, but to her amazement, Vesper's bright glow washed over her as the young woman stepped in front of her, banishing the black-shafted bolts with a wave of her hand. Lucilla opened her mouth to thank her, but fell silent when Narcissus walked past her, showing her the whites of his teeth in a mad grin. The pair moved forward together, and Lucilla noticed the glow came from a bright, translucent cord that stretched between them, pulsing and flickering, its golden light defiant against the dark. "You think your feeble Osei tricks can stop me?" shouted Salterus, his nostrils flaring. "The time for subterfuge is at an end." The Chamberlain flung his arms wide, and a powerful blast of stinking wind tore through the corridor, pushing them back while he began to chant in a language that Lucilla couldn't understand, words full of hate and death, pain and suffering. What in Jupiter's name is he doing? She shouted over the gale, just as the three of them got to their feet. I don't know, shouted Vesper, the concentric patterns on her arms shifting into different patterns, slowing the wind, banishing the stink. While they were distracted, Salteris ran to her brother's side, a bone blade appearing in hand. For an instant, she thought the Chamberlain was going to kill him, but instead he took her brother's hand, dragging the crude blade across his palm, then doing the same with his. Come to me, Hurricane, Lord of Shadow, he shouted, pumping his bloodied fist over his head. Grant me your boon so that I may vanquish my enemies. I offer my blood, my body, and the life of this fool Roman. By Allah Jimar, shouted Vesper, the light around her growing dim as she fell back, her lips trembling in fear. What? Said Lucilla. It's not possible. He's summoning a lower, a powerful spirit. Lucilla was about to ask what that was, when the hair in her nostrils froze and her breath frosted, gooseflesh running up and down her arms. Salteris and her brother came toward them then, linked together by a tendril of jet-black, writhing energy, waves of cold radiating off of them. Pushing back the hollow fear in the pit of her stomach, she looked to Vesper and the Celt, both of whom stood frozen in place. What do we do? Asked Lucilla finally. Vesper shook off her stupor, her eyes never leaving the approaching Chamberlain. Now? Now we run. Chapter 29. Connections. Running for her life down the dingy tunnels of Rome's undercity, dodging and deflecting bolts of dark energy, Vesper cursed herself for ending up in this mess. She had awoken only moments before, almost scaring the life out of poor Linus when she sat up from the stone slab, blinking in confusion as she scanned the sick room. Where is he? Linus jumped back, sputtering like the old man he was, looking around the room. Who? Narcissus, she said, ripping off the bandages on her arm and leg while jumping to her feet, never having felt so alive, like someone had lifted a veil, and she could finally see for the first time. Something's happened to him. He's in pain. I can feel it. He's off with the others, said Linus, trying to help her stand as if she were an invalid. And you need to stay off your feet. Your wounds are serious. You need your rest. Vesper blew out a breath, taking hold of the old gladiator's hands. I'm fine. Narcissus, quickly. He is in danger. He's gone to the Colosseum. He's somehow managed to become part of some mad plot to kill Commodus. She ignored Linus, shifting her vision to the world beyond, recoiling at the filth and corruption of the weave surrounding her. She looked down at the golden cord extending away from her midsection, the cord that was her connection to Narcissus. Knowing where he was made it easier, and drawing on the deep well of power within her, she made the mistake she had made far too often, leaping before she looked, running before she could walk. Now she found herself running for her life, while Salteris and Commodus gave chase, waves of ace rolling off both of them. We can't keep running like this, shouted Narcissus as they dodged around a corner, his words snapping her back to the moment. I don't understand. What is a lower? Said Lucilla behind her, clutching at a wound on her side, her fingers stained crimson. And what did he do to my brother? I don't know much more than that lower are powerful spirits who hunger for the taste of life, she said, flinching as the wall she was ducking behind exploded, sending shards of stone digging into her flesh. We make bargains with them for power. I think the Chamberlain is using your brother as a sacrifice. Narcissus pushed them forward, taking up the rear as they ran ahead, shouting over falling rock and concrete as a portion of the tunnel they had just been in collapsed. Letting them run by her, Vesper once more drew on her internal strength, not daring to touch the rotted weave that infected the city, groaning from the effort. She broke apart the concrete bonds of the tunnels behind them, bringing down tons of cement and earth, filling the corridor with choking dust and grit. Come on, we need to get out of these tunnels, find somewhere safe to hide. Where? Said Lucilla, struggling to keep up as they ran. Between my brother and Salteris, there is not a place in all the Empire we could hide. They would find us. She's right, said Narcissus, skidding to a halt. It is better to face them in the here and now than to spend the rest of our days looking over our shoulders." Vesper looked over her shoulder to see the shattered concrete and stone she had used to block the tunnel begin to fade from sight, the treads of its creation unravelling until only dust remained. And through the haze, Sartaris came, Commodus trailing behind him like a leashed hound. "I can't," she admitted finally, staggering back from deflecting another blast of dark energy that Sartaris hurled at them. "I don't know how, but he's much stronger than me." The big Celt's lips pressed together as they sped around another corner. "That is because you're playing his game," he said quickly, "trying to match his strength with your own. We have to do this our way." "And what is our way?" said Vesper, wiping sweat from her brow. "We attack, all of us, at once." Lucilla shook her head, breathing hard. "That's one way to die, but I'd rather die well than live as a coward looking over my shoulder." "You cannot run forever. Death comes calling. Let this be done, so you can be greeted among the damned as kin," said Sartaris in his odd cadence, sending chills up Vesper's spine. Vesper pulled gently at the weave, gathering threads from the surrounding walls to form a simple gladius. "Lucilla, take this. If you see an opening, you'll need to take care of your brother," she said, peeking around the corner to see that Sartaris was almost on top of them once more. The former empress nodded, holding the simple weapon in a white-knuckled grip. "I will do my best." "And me," said Narcissus. We will attack. I will defend you while you do what you do best. Break them." The Celt gave her a feral grin, crouching down. "Ready." Sartaris rounded the corner, and they exploded in chaos and movement, darkness and light. Narcissus charged, and Vesper just managed to deflect a torrent of black flame meant to consume him, spun out from the Chamberlain's hands, giving him the opening needed for him to get in close. Vesper and Sartaris fought each other with ace, weaving and unweaving horrifying creations, hurling weapons made of shadow and pure will. Narcissus, in the meantime, battled both the Chamberlain and Commodus on a physical level, trading short, quick jabs and wild haymakers with each of them as they battled for any advantage. Behind her, Lucilla waited, not daring to expose herself, lest she be torn apart in the crossfire. "How is he so strong?" she whispered under her breath, clipping a thread meant to bring the tunnel down upon them. Sartaris then did the same to her when she attempted to heat his blood, wanting to boil him from the inside. "The Osei witch does not realize how little she knows," said Sartaris, laughing at her while he slammed Narcissus under the chin with an elbow, snapping the big man's neck back. The Chamberlain raised his hand to strike him in the chest, and in desperation Vesper channeled her life force through the umbilical connecting the two of them, a flash of brilliant light blasting through the cord, blinding them all. For an instant, Vesper's world was nothing but pure white, all colour vanquished. But just as her vision returned, she noticed a swarm of black filaments writhing around Sartaris, weaving and flowing. She had seen something similar not so long ago in the hills outside of the city, near a villa, where land was the colour of ash, when she fought a faceless shade of a beast. "Lucilla!" she shouted, pulling on every drop of ace she could gather from her and from Narcissus. "When I give the word, go to your brother. Do what must be done." The noble woman lifted her gladius in front of her, her voice thin and reedy with nerves. "I'm ready." Vesper forged a blade of pure light, making the dim, grungy tunnel as bright as day. "Now!" she yelled, running in and ducking underneath the titanic blows being hurled back and forth between Sartaris and Narcissus, attacking with her light-forged blade, not the body of the man, but the threads of shadow ebbing and flowing all around him. The Chamberlain screamed, losing focus as she deftly cut, shocks of wicked cold shooting through her every time her blade severed a filament. "You cannot beat me, Osei witch," he said, grasping the black cord that connected him to Commodus. But just as he began to draw on the Emperor's strength, Lucilla was there, deftly sliding her blade into her brother's belly, his eyes going wide with shock, groans of agony spilling from his lips as he slumped to the ground, the cord between him and the Chamberlain fading to a dull, thin thread. "No!" shouted Sartaris, staggering with every filament she cut, until he finally fell to his knees, his hands raised defensively. "Please, You don't know what it's like. I can't go back." Looking into his milky white eyes, Vesper didn't hesitate, slashing at the remaining filaments without mercy. "I'm sorry, but the Sandawai are a blight, beyond evil, and it is my duty to see you stopped," she said, slicing through the final thread. Saltaris opened his mouth in a breathless scream, his dark skin turning black and shrivelling, as if he was burning from the inside, his body starting to flake away like dust on a windy day. Vesper felt the tension drain from her shoulders and smiled at Narcissus, who was breathing hard at her side, his fists battered and bruised. "I think this means—" The world around her exploded into darkness as the Chamberlain's body vanished, and the filament connecting him to Commodus snapped back with enough force that she was slammed hard into the tunnel wall, losing consciousness for a heartbeat. She came back to her senses to find Commodus standing above them, using the wall to hold himself up, his eyes focused on Lucilla, who lay next to her. He moved to reach down to her, but his eyes filmed over just for an instant, and if Vesper wasn't staring into them, she would have missed it. Then he stood to his full height, and to her surprise turned on his heel, shambling off without a word, leaving Vesper confused and frightened, uncertain of the future. Epilogue. "He claims to not remember anything. At least that is what Publius has told me," said Lucilla, wringing her hands. "Do you believe him?" asked Narcissus, folding his arms across his massive chest, eyeing the men as they went through the forms under the hot noonday sun. They sat in the stands at the edge of the training grounds, having returned to the Ludus after the incident in the tunnels, not sure what to expect. But to their surprise, life had gone on as normal, with Commodus even appearing at the games a day later, occupying his usual seat in the Emperor's box. "Publius has as much to lose in this as we do, more so if you consider that it was his men that took the blame for the bungled attempt," said Lucilla. "I've spent the last week waiting for the Praetorian Guards to come for us," said Vesper, wrapping her arms around herself. "We are missing something. We don't have all the pieces." Narcissus frowned at the both of them. "Are you sure of what you saw?" he asked, for what seemed the 1000th time. Vesper nodded, having replayed the moment over and over in her mind, seeing once more the Emperor's eyes take on the white milky film she had seen only before on Sandawai Vodan, like Jafari, or now, Saltaris. "What does it mean?" she asked finally with a sigh. "I don't know," said Lucilla, "but I have known Commodus for his whole life. Never have I seen such a thing." "So what do we do?" Lucilla pressed her lips together, hesitating before speaking. "There was another incident this morning," she said, speaking quickly, as if she were afraid to not get it all out. "At a brothel, here in the city. It was a slaughter." Vesper stood up, raising her chin. "I thought for a moment that Saltaris or some vile Sandawai treachery was responsible for all of this. I guess we cannot be so lucky." "So what do we do?" repeated Narcissus, more forcefully this time. Vesper shifted her gaze to the world beyond, looking up at the worn and faded weave that Rome's corruption had created. She had hoped it would have improved with Saltaris gone, but if anything, it had grown more vile. "We go on. We do our duty to protect the world until the day we can't. What other choice do we have? Like you said in the tunnels, we can either die well or run off and live as cowards. I, for one, choose to die well." The end. Vesper will return.